Everybody. Sarah, we good this time? Okay. Thanks everybody for your patience. I'm Harmon Zuckerman, Chairman of the Boulder Planning Board. This is the meeting of Thursday, August 20th, 2020. Meant to begin at 5. It's 5:09. We have a full quorum, all planning board members in attendance. I'm going to call this meeting to order. And before we get to any substantive matters, I wanted to remind members of the public how important it is that everyone fill out your census form. The census, the United States Census, happens every 10 years. It's actually a requirement of the Constitution. And do your constitutional duty. Do it for yourself, do it for America, and do it for the representation that Boulder will receive when you're counted. So there's still time to fill out your census form, and I highly recommend that you do it. With that, I'm going to jump to our first matter, which is approval of minutes. We have
Harmon, we should go through the we need to go through the rules.
Oh, you want to do the rules? Okay,
yep.
Sure. I'm going to turn it over to Jean Gatza, and Jean has been great running our meetings, and really appreciate it. And she's going to go through, with Cindy's help, the rules for online meetings. Thanks, Jean.
Very good. Cindy, if you wouldn't mind putting the slides up, we'll go through those real quick.
While you guys do that, I just want to mention to Harmon that he might want to turn on the light in his room. It's very dark.
I think I'll just, maybe I'll just put my shades down, because actually my light's on.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, can folks see the screens? Welcome, and thank you for being here. We really appreciate everyone tuning in for the planning board meeting, and we're glad that you're here. We are aiming to keep these meetings respectful and orderly, and as such, we have the following protocol that's applied to all of the board meetings throughout the city. The meeting is called for the business of the city of Boulder, and any activities that disrupt, delay or otherwise interfere are prohibited, and hence all of the rest of the rules. There are very specific times for speaking and asking questions, just like we would be if we were gathered in council chambers. No person shall speak unless recognized. And so that's a little bit why you're seeing only the video on for board members and staff members who are speaking right now. We're asking that no one else have their video on. Members of the public are not, for the open comment, we are doing voice testimony only. And let's see, there's that. When we get to the public hearing, we will be using the raise hand function, and I'll go through those steps more specifically once we get to that. As I mentioned, no video permitted except for the board members and staff and invited speakers. I will be moderating this meeting and enforcing the rules, as will Harmon, the chair, but we look to everyone to help out and to make sure that we are orderly and respectful. As I mentioned before, but some folks may not have been on yet, the chat function is really just about technical issues. So if you're having any kind of technical issue or having trouble with the raise hand, you can feel free to chat. Cindy and I are paying attention to that for those technical issues, but this is not a place for content. And then only the staff members will be sharing screen during the meeting. All right, I think with that, I'll go through a few other things with the public hearing when we get to it. Harmon, back to you.
Okay, great. Back to the agenda. I think our first order of business is approval of minutes. And we have the 7/16 draft minutes, which have been provided by Cindy with all of our changes incorporated. Does anybody have any item they want to discuss about the minutes, or can I call the question? Or should you make a motion? Sorry. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. John?
I'll move to approve them.
Can I get a second? Lupita Montoya is going to second. And the motion of the board is to approve the minutes from 7/16/2020. I'll call the vote. David Ensign. David said aye and raised his hand. Peter Vitale.
Aye.
Sarah Silver.
Aye.
Lisa Smith.
Aye.
John Gerstle.
Aye.
And Lupita Montoya.
Aye.
And I will vote aye. So the minutes are approved 7-0. The next order of business is public participation. This is the point in the planning board meeting where any member of the public is entitled to ask for 3 minutes to speak about any topic that's not on the agenda for public hearing items tonight. So if you see the item that you want to speak to on the public hearing agenda, you'll need to wait until public comment on that particular agenda item. But if you have a comment that's a general comment, you can make it now. Jean, Cindy, do we have anybody signed up for public comment?
We have at least one hand raised. I'd like to go through just a couple things just to let people know what to do. So folks, if you want to speak during this open comment, please use the raise hand function. You should find this easily at the bottom of your screen. If you are on the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. I will call on those who have raised hands and unmute you. And as I mentioned, testimony will be voice only. I'll aim to tee up several speakers so that you'll know when your turn is coming up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. I don't like cutting people off, but I will mute you out of fairness to everyone if you go much beyond the 3 minutes. And instead of showing the timer on the screen, what I'm going to do so that everyone can continue to see faces, I'm going to give you a 30-second warning, and I'm going to give you a time's up. So if you can see me, we're going to try this tonight so that we're not all looking at the timer on the screen. And let's see. In accordance with the meeting rules, we do need a full name associated with each person's participation in the meeting. So if you plan to participate in the open or public comment, I can't unmute you without your full name. If your name is not currently displayed, please change it or send it to me or Cindy in the chat, and we can change it for you. We are not using the Q&A function tonight, and we are not allowing pooling of time for this meeting. So with that, let me just get the timer queued up and we can start. We have Greg Cass, Daryl Blackburn, Juanita Gomez, and then I see a phone number that's a 720-239 number. And if you can't change you probably can't change your name on the phone. So I'll ask you to give your name once you start. So just as soon as I get 3
While
minutes
you're doing
started.
that, Jean, I see some names that I think are speaking to 5A or 5B. So if you're speaking to the library, this is not the time to speak. I just wanted to say that. And also for capital improvement program, those will have their own separate ones. Is that correct, Harmon?
Absolutely, David.
I also see a request for Matt Hayden, who's the 720-239 number, to go ahead of Greg Cass.
Okay, all right. So then, 722. Okay, so then we'll have Matt start. Matt, I'm pressing the allow to talk. Are you? Looks like on the phone you can unmute by *6.
I think I just figured that out.
Oh, there we go. Okay, great. All right, you can go ahead and you have 3 minutes.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for the reminder about the census, Harmon. I submitted some supplementary material. Greg and I live in a residential zone next to a restaurant that's zoned mixed use 3. The restaurant's known as River and Woods at 2328 Pearl. A couple of years ago, they started as a restaurant, but they've gradually become a kind of a concert venue. They charge a cover to come in. They have a concert calendar, and they've got events 6 days per week. They have a stage, and while they color music acoustic, it's always amplified, or mostly always amplified. Part of their website says they have a party every night of the week. So without a doubt, it's kind of become a concert venue. part of their land use plan promised they would not do this. And so the land use plan, as seen by the boards, specifies that they have acoustic music to accompany dining and that they would work with the neighborhood. We have not seen that. The old restaurant, John's, was very quiet. And I think that the new restaurant that's moved in there has decided that because of the financial strain of coronavirus, they have to operate as a concert venue. And so they're kind of eschewing any input from the public. So we've tried to go through the usual, what we've heard of as the usual avenues for mediating with them, with no success. Mostly we've complained about the quiet use and enjoyment because sometimes it appears they have contracted for acts to come in and record on days when they're not actually serving food. This means that we're working at home nowadays, and this means that we're distracted by relatively loud amplified music when we're on Zoom calls like this. I think I'm close to 3 minutes. I can't really see.
Not quite, 45 seconds.
Okay, and so Greg and I represent quite a few neighbors. We're kind of the most proactive ones. Maybe we're the ones closest to it. And I'll give the rest of the time over to him to talk about what we've done and kind of what we're thinking for fixing the situation. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Matt. Okay. Greg, looks like you were able to unmute. Then we'll have Juanita after Greg.
Hi, fantastic. Thank you first off to the board for allowing me to speak, and thanks for keeping Boulder a wonderful place to live. My comments will be under 3 minutes. I'm going to pick up where Matt left off and tell you about what we've done thus far. So we've contacted the police on numerous occasions over the course of the last few years. We've tried to complain based on two avenues, the quiet use and enjoyment and in violation of the noise ordinance. And the police have basically taken the position, all the evening officers have said, hey, it's a concert venue. They're playing music. What do you want us to do about it? And so they have exercised their discretion and will not allow us to even write a quiet use and enjoyment ticket. The other problem that I've encountered is I have been talking to code enforcement about this, and code enforcement has caught us in an interesting catch-22. The restaurant, as Matt said, is located in mixed use 3, which prohibits temporary outdoor concerts and entertainment. The town, the code enforcement folks claim that this restaurant, in what they're doing, the concerts are totally fine and they do not fall within the statute because the concert venue is a permanent use. It's not a temporary use, is what the code enforcement folks say, which is directly contrary to what the site plan says. The site plan says is that they'll only periodically have music. So we would like this body to resolve that ambiguity because those two things just can't be true at once. And the restaurant has had a couple defenses. One is that everyone loves live music and I would love to live next to a live concert venue and we don't really understand why people were complaining. And then one of the other owners I've talked to profusely apologizes, promises to turn down the music. They move the amplifier a couple inches in either direction or another. And this does help for a matter of minutes, sometimes hours, but the problem has just gotten progressively worse. Since I last talked to the restaurant owner about a week and a half ago, instead of having 6 concerts per week, now they have 7. So now they have morning concerts on Sundays as well as evening concerts. So the other thing that the owner says is that, well, we want to help musicians make extra money, and I make 100 people happy per night, and there are about a dozen people behind the restaurant that live in apartments that are unhappy, and well, 100's more than 12, so there it is. And I think that that type of balancing is impermissible because this distinguished body has already engaged in such balancing of interests by enacting a zoning ordinance and approving the restaurant's site plan. So why does this matter? Well, there are very few affordable places to live. I'm a registered nurse. There's a teacher that lives behind this place. Upstairs from me is a veteran. Matt and my girlfriend both work in tech. So I think that in order to preserve the ability to for working people to live in Boulder that are not property owners, mixed use zones that abut residential zones need to be enforced. The last thing I'll say in the last 10 seconds is there are $1.5 million condos that have just been constructed directly next to this building. And so I suspect that people are not going to be happy when they move into their $1.5 million condos and realize that there's a stage 10 feet from the window of their condo. So our requested relief is that you either review their site plan pertaining to noise, either revoke it, or hold a fact-finding hearing to determine whether the restaurant is in compliance with their site plan. And yeah, I sincerely thank you for your time, and that is my time.
Great. Thanks, Greg. Next up, we have Juana Gomez. Juana, I apologize. I think I mispronounced your name previously. And I have just asked you to unmute. Hopefully you can, there you go.
Jean, she wrote in chat that she actually wanted to speak during the library public hearing.
Oh, okay, great. We'll be able to raise hand at that point. Anyone else here to speak in open comment tonight? Okay, I see no one else. Sarah?
I'm just wondering, Harmon and Charles, what can we do to help Greg and Matt move forward in discussions, if anything?
So we had code enforcement out on the site today talking with management. Hella and I have both reviewed the original approval from 2016, as well as the management plan that was filed with the approval. So we're gonna talk later this week and make a determination about what's considered an accessory use to the restaurant as far as live music goes. Our code enforcement folks did take a noise reading at the property line today, and it didn't run afoul of the noise regulations, but their management plan says very specifically that they have a potential for periodic acoustic music. That certainly doesn't equate to live music every night of the week. So we'll work it through with code enforcement and the management there, and hopefully we can get it resolved.
Okay, I see Lisa and Lupita wanting to comment as well. Lisa?
Yeah, I just had a further question, Charles, and it was ambiguous in the comments that we received. I'm unclear how many people are in that venue at a time, and especially just with COVID right now, I guess I would be curious about that, which may be more of a county question under public health, but yeah, it just sounds like maybe there's a lot of people and I'm worried about distancing.
It would be a public health issue. I'm not exactly sure what the capacity is myself right now or how they're limiting it, but that's part of the work that we'll do when we follow up.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, Lupita?
Yes, my question had to do with timing, because I know that when we deal with noise policies, usually as to do quiet hours. But I also know that people who work in tech, or those of us who work in unusual jobs, we work at all times of day and night. So I would like for the city to look at the alignment of those, because, you know, if I choose to do work in the morning, you know, it works if there's no venue having music, but if they happen to have a concert and I do my best work at night, that's not going to align very well. So I would like to kind of pay attention to that timing, so that hopefully there is some sort of agreement that you guys can come together. There may be some give and take on both sides. And so I just hope that we all remember on both sides to the fact that we are living in extraordinary times, so that I can imagine how difficult it is to keep a business going and having to do things differently, as well as those of us who are forced to stay indoors and do our work in one place. And if we're not able to do our work, then, you know, we suffer too. So all I just wanted to say, when you look at this, look at timing to see if that something can be worked out.
Thanks very much. We appreciate that. We'll take that into consideration and how we balance the discussion between the neighbors and the restaurant.
Right.
Okay. Now I'm going to close the public comment section and move on to discussions of dispositions, planning board call-ups, and continuations. There's only one item on the agenda tonight. It's a call-up item for Body Balance, Strength and Wellness, LUR 2020-00027. It's a use review for a proposed personal training and wellness center located at 4735 Walnut Street in a portion of Unit 1, also known as tenant spaces D and E in the industrial IG general zoning district. Indoor recreation or athletic facility uses do require a use review in the IG zone district. Call-up period expires 5 days from now on the 25th. Is there any member of planning board who would like to ask any questions of staff or call this matter up? Okay, it looks like we can move on to our first public hearing item. This is agenda title 5A, public hearing in consideration of a recommendation to City Council on the proposed 2021 to 2026 Capital Improvement Program, or CIP. I'll turn it over to our esteemed Charles Farrow, and thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Good evening, Chair, members of the board. I'm actually going to turn it over to Chris Ranglos, who's going to present staff's analysis tonight, but I do want to make note of the fact that we do have a whole host of staff subject matter experts from across the organization to help support Chris and answering questions. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Thanks, Charles. Screen look okay for everybody? Okay. So as Charles mentioned, I'm Chris Ranglos. I work in the Comprehensive Planning Department in the Planning Department. With me here tonight to talk about the CIP is also Cara Skinner. Cara is the Assistant Director in the Finance Department. In full acknowledgement of the lengthy agenda that we have this evening, we have trimmed this presentation down just a little bit, so please do feel free to ask questions either before we get to the end of the presentation or at the end. So to start, just a quick rundown of the agenda here. We're going to provide the board a background on the CIP, highlight specifically some process changes that we implemented this year, highlight a couple of projects, provide a financial overview, and then finally conclude with the 2 CIP projects that we're recommending for this year's CIP. So some background information, just a reminder to the planning board, the role is to evaluate the proposed CIP in context with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, make recommendations on the scope, priorities, and scheduling of CIP projects, make recommendations on policy issues surrounding the design and location of projects, and finally make recommendations on projects that should require a CIP or a community and environmental assessment process. Okay, so the image that you see to the left demonstrates the relationship between the Community Sustainability and Resilience Framework, the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, department master plans, as well as the capital improvement and operating budgets. As you can see, the CIP is informed by department master plans and plays a key role in achieving the community vision set forth through both the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and the Community Sustainability and Resilience Framework. The City Plans and Projects Handbook describes the city's process for departmental master planning and capital projects, including the implementation. The figure you see to the right shows the general phases that are outlined in the handbook. And as you can see, the majority of community influence is at the master planning, as well as at the, excuse me, project planning and design stages. The definition that we have displayed on the screen here is our most basic definition of what a capital project is. But in a larger context, the entire CIP that we package every year is a comprehensive 6-year plan for the capital investment in maintaining and enhancing public infrastructure. It provides a forecast of funds available for capital projects and identifies all planned CIP projects over the estimated 6-year period. Prioritization of CIP projects involves balancing the competing needs within the community and correcting service deficiencies, things like enhancing service levels for the community as a whole and providing services to new development. I should also note the first year CIP in the first year program, so for this year that'd be 2021, is what is eventually adopted with the operating budget as the capital budget. So even though fiscal resources are only appropriated for that first year of the CIP, the succeeding 5 years that you see are important in providing a long-term plan. So how we break down capital projects, they're essentially broken down into 4 categories: capital maintenance and enhancement, new capital projects, capital planning studies, and land acquisitions. Now, as you'll see a little bit later on in the presentation, the majority of our capital projects fall into the maintenance and enhancement categories. And this is a good thing. This is demonstrating the investment that the city has in taking care of its existing assets. We're always looking to take care of what we have before we invest in any sort of new asset. So this is a list of all the funding sources that comprise the annual CIP. Now, the point here is not to have you read through each and every one of these, but really to demonstrate just the complexity and the amount of sources that go into the annual CIP. Many of these are dedicated funding sources, so how we spend that money gets a little bit more complicated and a little bit more restricted. I will also say that many of these, but not all, certainly are dependent on sales and tax revenue, which we will provide more information on in a little bit later on in the presentation. So again, to save some time here, rather than walk through the entire CIP process that we go through every year, it is an extensive process. Much of it is a lot of internal coordination. We thought we would simplify and just highlight a few changes that we made this year. So in addition to the annual CIP guiding principles and project selection criteria that we send out every year for departments, we developed a new criteria for really narrowing in and focusing on what projects are the most essential projects for the city to carry forward. So this list that you see here is additional project criteria that were developed. It is not intended to be a checklist for compliance in any way, but these were used by departments to ensure really a common prioritization and continuation, as I had mentioned, of the city's most essential capital projects under a fiscally constrained and uncertain environment that we see today. A couple examples of projects that fit that criteria, just to provide you guys. So the Barker Gravity Pipeline repair, the sanitary sewer rehabilitation project, sidewalk maintenance, neighborhood speed management program, and drainageway maintenance and enhancement projects. Now on the flip side, there were impacts to the capital improvement program based upon the current economic conditions that we're seeing. So to provide some examples of those, the Flatirons Golf Course capital enhancement projects was reduced by $2.2 million. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan, while still continuing ahead on the path that we have set out, largely there was a $140,000 reduction in that plan. The Facilities Master Plan has been delayed until 2021. A couple transportation projects, some bridge deck repairs, deficient street light replacement, those have been either postponed or delayed into future years. Planned capital investment in the University Hill commercial area has been delayed. And then finally, the Alpine Balsam Hospital exterior deconstruction was a $1.6 million deferral. This is just a few that we wanted to highlight. We did see impacts across the CIP, but if there's any questions about what these look like, then we can certainly answer those. So new to the CIP this year was a look at equity considerations. While at this time, we don't have a methodology in place to both measure and track equity in the CIP, this is something that we are taking as a priority and we'll be working with the city's racial equity team towards developing in the coming months and before the CIP development process really begins again next spring. With that said, here are just a few examples of steps that we took this year to begin the conversation and to get our CIP staff thinking about these. So we included a member of the racial equity team to review all CIP submissions and is now a standing member on the CIP peer review team. The racial equity team is now a very direct resource for all of our city CIP staff, and many have already reached out to these folks. And then finally, the underserved business program, which is comes out of the 2020 city purchasing model. Now, this project is currently engaged in a data project that is designed to better understand the spend profile across the city organization. One key element of this project is to contact over 5,000 companies within our vendor database to ask them and self-report their underserved or disadvantaged status. So once this is completed, we should be able to measure city purchases from an underserved business and create strategies and goals to better utilize the resources of our underserved business community. Okay, so just to highlight a few projects that are major capital investments for this year, the Interceptor Sewer Realignment Project at $3.6 million. The Pavement Management Program, this is something that we see every year in the CIP. Broadband fiber backbone at $12 million is a significant project that we're seeing. Ongoing repairs to Barker Gravity Pipeline, general park improvements, and then finally the Flatirons Golf Course enhancements. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Cara Skinner. Cara can introduce herself and she'll provide the board just an overview on sort of the finances within the CIP, and then I will return to wrap up. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Cara Skinner, Assistant Director of Finance. And I appreciate the opportunity to share with you tonight a little bit about our financial condition and then a very brief high-level overview of the 6-year plan. And before I do that, I want to take just a minute to give a shout out to Chris. He's done tremendous work leading this project. It's really a partnership between the finance department and the planning department, but he's done a tremendous job, as well as staff on my team, and then all of the departments and the people that are on this call in case you have questions with regard to specific projects. So huge lift. With that, we can go to the next slide. We just want to acknowledge, as I'm sure you all are aware, that the pandemic and the measures to protect public health have really had a significant impact, not only on our local businesses and their workforce, but also the services the city can provide, and then on our revenues. And since March, City Finance has been presenting to City Council on finances at least monthly. In the beginning, we were presenting even more often than that, but we've been presenting monthly financial updates. And this is a slide that we have shown, and it really just goes to show that we expect 70% of our revenues to be negatively impacted by this pandemic-caused economic recession. So we are already seeing an impact on sales and use taxes, which is a major revenue source for the city, but as well as development taxes and fees. We've seen some sort of bouncing around with regard to those. Charges for services and fines have been down significantly because we haven't been able to provide many of the services that we normally do provide. Accommodations taxes and admissions taxes, of course, are down with fewer tourists, and travel is down significantly, and events are not being held. We are not seeing an impact to property taxes. Those are largely set based upon the assessed values of the prior year. And there are some other revenue sources that we are not seeing an impact. One that really relates to CIP is utility revenue. And as utilities will tell you, that their revenue is really not so much a function of the economy, but rather the weather, and largely. So that revenue source is not so much impacted by this crisis. Next slide. So this is just a slide that shows sales and use tax is a significant revenue source for the city. In 2019, it brought in $142 million, and it funds not only the general fund, but a number of dedicated revenue sources, including transportation and open space. So transportation, for example, receives 75% of their revenue from sales and use tax. So if it is impacted, they are really having to plan around that. And next slide. And then this is our sales tax forecast that we have over the planning horizon of the CIP. We did contract with CU economists to develop a sales and use tax forecast. And this is the forecast that we used to build the 2021 budget and the 2021 CIP. And we recognize that their results of their model show a range of results. This is the most likely result. There's an upper bound and a lower bound, but this most likely shows us not returning to 2019 revenue levels until 2022. The more optimistic gets us there maybe late, sometime in 2021, very early 2022. That's not shown on this slide. We tried to put a very simple version, and then the most pessimistic shows us not returning to 2019 levels until 2024. So there's a lot of uncertainty out there. The big picture is the trajectory of the revenue over the time planning horizon is much lower than we had originally thought last year. So next slide. This again is just another slide we've been showing that shows those other revenue sources and the impacts that we're seeing with COVID. So a number of revenue sources year to date and for specific months since the pandemic are down significantly, some as much as 90%. So it is pretty wide across multiple revenue sources. And next slide. So this is the high-level overview of the 6-year CIP by department. And you'll see that it varies significantly year to year. 2022 through 2024 are expected to be high dollar years and higher than we expected actually last year. 2022 is largely attributed to that blue bar, public works utilities. There's a large wastewater project and 2 large water utility projects. 2023, again, it's the blue bar of utilities as well as that gold part of the bar. And the blue again is for utilities, and they have 2 large water, one wastewater project, totaling almost $30 million. And then the gold bar is the Western City campus redevelopment at Alpine Balsam, and that's $60 million project. So those are the significant expenditures in 2023. And then 2024 again is utilities. And for 2024, it's really all about stormwater, 2 big stormwater projects in 2024. And then the other departments have a number of projects each year, but of course it varies year to year based upon maintenance schedules, needed upgrades, and just timing of projects. And next slide. So this is by project type, and this goes back to what Chris mentioned earlier about the 4 different types of projects, and that we really want to focus on maintenance and enhancement, and that is represented by the orange and the darker blue bars. And you'll see that the majority of our CIP is dedicated toward taking care of what we have. It comprises over this time horizon 93% of the 6-year CIP, which is up from last year when it was 82%. So really dedicating dollars toward taking care of what we have. And next slide. And then I'll kick it back over to Chris unless you have any questions of me.
Great. Thanks, Cara. So to wrap up here, we'll talk a little bit about the CIP projects that we have recommended for this year. So as a reminder about what a CIP is, the CIP stands for Community Environmental Assessment Process. And this is essentially a tool that is used to assess potential impacts of conceptual project alternatives in order to inform the selection and refinement of that preferred alternative within a project. So with that said, the 2 projects recommended to undergo a CIP included in this year's CIP are the downtown Boulder transit station improvements. This is a project to expand the number of bays along Canyon Boulevard and 14th Street, adjacent to the downtown Boulder Transit Station Center. The Arapahoe multi-use path and transit enhancements. This is a project that will upgrade existing and missing sidewalk sections to multi-use paths along Arapahoe between Foothills and Cherryville. It will also enhance existing transit stops and access along the entire corridor. So moving into next steps, September 8th is when we will have our annual study session with City Council on the 2021 budget. This will include both the CIP and the operating. October 6th will be the first reading of the 2021 budget, and the second reading is currently scheduled for October 20th. So with that, the staff recommendation this evening is to recommend to City Council approval of the 2021 to 2026 proposed capital improvement program, including the list of CIP projects to undergo a community and environmental assessment process as outlined in the staff memorandum. With that, the questions for the planning board this evening. Does the planning board have any questions about the proposed CIP, specifically as it relates to any long-term big picture policies in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, the scope, priorities, and scheduling of the proposed CIP projects, the proposed location of CIP projects, and finally, projects recommended to undergo a CIP process. So with that, I can turn it over to the board. Again, I just want to remind folks that we do have a lot of staff members on this call. And so if you do have specific questions about a particular project, about a particular department submittal, then we should be able to get them on the line and answer those questions for you as well. I will go ahead and leave it on this slide here, as I think it could help shape the conversation. With that, I will hand it back over.
Chris, I'm going to ask planning board if any members have questions, and if you do, raise your hand. And Lupita, I see your hands up.
Yes, if I remember on the slide where you had the different priorities in terms of some of the projects that were either delayed or postponed or canceled. I think it was several words you used for it. I noticed that the one bullet regarding lighting was either postponed or canceled. Could you tell me a little bit about that? Because that particular item, I will be concerned about safety related to lighting not being properly repaired, if that's what is happening. So if you can tell me a little bit more about that, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually going to have Mark Wolf, if he is on the call, chime in on this. This is more of a community vitality project. And I do know that there are some still proposed CIP projects on the University Hill area that are going to move forward. I think this may be one that we're looking to backtrack on just a little bit until some more of the University Hill work is completed on the Hill Hotel project. But if Mark is on the call, I might have him jump in and just provide a bit more context around this project in particular. Mark, are you out there?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Chris. So just to clarify on the Hill, we have been able to maintain funding for lighting this year. We were able to accelerate that under our existing budget. The University Hill delays were more related to alley beautification implementation in the future. So speaking just for the University Hill commercial area, we were able to maintain those upgrades for this year, maybe bleeding into next year to finish the work.
Harmon, if I may have a follow-up question regarding to this.
Sure, go right ahead.
I appreciate it because this is my opportunity. So I know when I was working with City Council and our conversaciones con la ciudad, our chats with the council, with the city, one of the highest concerns from the Latino community were about lighting and security, problems related to the lack of lighting in some of the communities of color we have on campus. And given that you also talked about, your concerns about making sure that we are looking at things with the lens of equity, I thought this was a good opportunity to pass on, because I don't know if you got that information back, that is one of the highest priorities for that community. And so if there is a room or maybe one of those projects that you have still considering to move forward with, involve these communities, I will highly encourage you, because I know that is one of the highest priority, particularly because a lot of the community members that were in our conversations were concerned about children's safety. Another one, just for reference, another one was speeding within the communities. So if you know anything about that possibility, because I know that they did get their request for better lighting in their communities as one of the, I think that was part of what the city was trying to help them get on the list, because these communities don't even know how to make their request. So if you can add to that, if you know anything about it, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, and no response from staff on that?
Not from my perspective. I think that's, we've heard this. This is something that we hear quite often about lighting and overall safety in the community. As I had mentioned in the presentation, as far as equity goes, this is something that we're going to be continuing to build and put a lot of groundwork in over the next several months and into next year. So figuring a way out how to get that information from folks in the community, I think is something that will take a little bit of time as it relates to capital projects, but it's something that we're committed to doing. And certainly appreciate the recommendation to reach out to these folks.
Thanks, Chris. I saw Sarah's hand up.
So I have two broad questions. I'll start with one and then you'll circle back to me. So I was interested in understanding a bit more about the water utility fees. You were kind enough to offer us a look at the trajectory for the next few years, and then the trajectory is pretty steep. And I imagine it will get steeper if and when CU South comes into the CIP project, the flood mitigation part of it. And in the CIP, the staff memo says staff will continue to work on options for expanding the customer assistance program so that those most affected by the recession can receive assistance. And I think that's great, but I'm a little concerned that in the long run, there's going to be more and more people who are going to need customer assistance because these double-digit increases, not just in the next 3 or 4 years, but going forward beyond that. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about the customer assistance program. What's the criteria for people? What's the criteria to qualify? And how is it funded? And how will the city deal with the possibility that there's going to be an ever larger number of people, whether they are economically marginal or senior citizens who are on a fixed income, will be served by that customer assistance program?
Great questions. So it sounds like a two-part question for the utility rates. I think I'm going to have Douglas Sullivan or Cara speak to those just a little bit. And then as far as the second item that you had brought up, it sounds like another Mark Wolf type of question. If it's not Mark, I apologize and throw it back at me or at someone else here. Douglas or Cara?
Yes, hi Chris, Douglas here. That is indeed a two-part question, so I'll take a shot at a little bit of clarification at the very beginning. We also have Ken Baird here, who is the city's utilities financial manager, and he will be able to speak to that question specifically. So there were rate increases recommended this year by our Water Resource Advisory Board, and those fall across all 3 utilities. So just as a quick reminder, we have a water utility, we have a wastewater utility, and we have a stormwater and flood utility. So Sarah had expressed some interest about the projections of the rates going forward and also how that might impact a number in the community. A minor clarification, just because there was talk about the utility rates being sensitive to weather, that really refers earlier to the fact that when we have a very wet year, we sell less water. And when we have a very dry year, we sell more water. And in some percentage or in some ways, the wastewater utility rates are based on the water one. The 12% or double digit that you referenced is indeed the stormwater and flood utility. So when you speak about the South Boulder Creek project as a whole, that is in that storm and flood utility, not in the water utility. So I'm going to kick it to Ken for the program to answer questions specifically about that. And then I'm available, of course, to talk about any of the capital improvement projects and the costs associated with those recommendations.
Thanks. Thank you, Douglas. I'm, like has mentioned, I'm Ken Baird, the financial manager for utilities. And I don't know if I wrote down all of your questions, so please remind me if I missed some of it. But in the memo, we mentioned that the proposed rate increases for 2021 include 8% increase in the water fund, 5% in the wastewater fund, and 12% in the stormwater flood. And the anticipated impact on the average single family bill is about $7.30 per month of an increase. And what that 12% includes, or why we are recommending 12% for 2021, is to try to level rates as we anticipate the big capital projects coming up in 2024 in the stormwater CIP. And so we could potentially, in the stormwater flood fund, do a lower rate increase, but what that would mean in an out year is a rate spike. And as kind of an internal policy, at least on rate setting, we really try to avoid rate spikes or kind of surprises in one given year of a dramatic rate increase and a big hit to a bill all in one year. We try to flatten them or even them out across multiple years. And so what that looks like in the storm flood fund is in 2021, 22, and 23, up until coming up to those projects in 2024, we're anticipating around 12% rate increases in those years. And we are sensitive to what impact this can have on community members, particularly low income, fixed income community members. And we had discussed or considered, well, is this a year to really do lower rate increases? And we felt that that would be more of an instrument to, it would benefit the whole community if we, all of the community would see the lower bill impact, the lower rate increase, when it's not necessarily the case that everybody in the community needs the help. And so we're proposing to stay with these recommended rate increases, but also enhance our customer assistance program. Our customer assistance program currently, we do think, well, during COVID, right now we have stopped shutoffs for non-payment. And so we're not shutting off anybody's water for non-payment right now. We also offer payment plans. So if somebody is behind and they're coming up on a shutoff during non-COVID time, then we offer the opportunity for them to spread out the amount they owe for multiple months. They can work with our utility billing staff on that one. What we don't currently offer directly is bill assistance. We historically have referred people generally to EFA, or the county's senior services department. And we've tracked that in prior years, and it's been under 10 or so customers. It's a small handful of customers that end up receiving assistance from those agencies. We do think this year will be different, more people needing assistance. And so we're looking at multiple options. We have some limitations in the utility fund due to a statement in the charter saying we can't give away free water. So we will, we're looking into potential, we've actually received some interest from community members for interest in being able to donate funds in order to help with other community members' bills. And so we're looking to potentially advertise for that people could possibly donate to EFA for helping with their neighbors or other customers' bills. We also are looking at, are there ways potentially to use utilities fund, some kind of small amount, but to help with people that are too far behind on their bills, over the months of COVID. So I don't know, I just said a lot of stuff. I don't know if I answered all the questions, or does that help though?
It was helpful. Let me just ask in terms of the projects you have in the CIP for the next 6 years, all the water projects sound like they're pretty essential for providing water to the city and dealing with sewage and also dealing with flooding. But 12%, I don't have the graph in front of me, but I think my recollection is that the multi-year trend is, particularly for stormwater, is like 12%, 12%, 12%, maybe 8%. And that over each year, that's going to add up to a fair bit of money. So do you all anticipate that the number of people who aren't able to pay their bills, or who fall behind on their bills, excuse me, will increase from the dozen or so that you mentioned you've had in the past? Or do you think the numbers will likely stay the same?
Yeah, it's a challenge to know, given the uncertain economy and like if people are going to be out of work for a longer period of time. So some of that really depends on what happens to the economy and how quickly it bounces back. You know, so we haven't done much serious study on if we'll see an increase, but that is one of the reasons why we're looking into expanding our customer assistance program. Is we're wanting to put aside some more money available just in case, and anticipating that we would see some increase in those numbers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, do I have see John Gerstel's hand went up? John?
Yeah, thank you. So I couldn't resist asking about the North Boulder Branch Library, since we're dealing with that later this evening. In the material that we've received on the funding and the capital expenses, it sounds like the funds available to construct that library will be minimally affected by the problems that have a huge effect on other parts of the city funding. And so I was trying to understand why that is. Is there some quick explanation about that?
It's mostly has to do with where the funding is coming from, the fact that this was a community culture and safety tax project. I will have Jennifer Ferris. Jennifer is going to be here with you guys all evening, I anticipate, talking about this project. So I do believe she's on the call now if she wants to jump in and just provide a bit of context around the funding structure for that project and why it hasn't been as severely impacted as others.
That would be great if we could hear about that.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Ferris. I'm the Deputy Library Director. The funding for that project was allocated, I believe, in 2018. The majority of it came from the Community Culture and Safety Tax, as well as the library fund balance that we've accumulated over the course of several years. So the funding was already in place and approved for the project prior to the economic downturn.
Oh, all right. Well, better hang on to it tightly. Thank you.
Anybody else with questions for staff? Lisa?
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify on the CIP, and I think I overall got the answer, but it looks like pretty much everything has been deferred rather than taken off the plate. Is that correct? Is there anything we should know about that's actually been removed from the CIP from the long-term?
Not necessarily. I think we're still anticipating having a bit of flexibility with some of this. There have been some cuts to projects from 2020. But as far as looking in the out years, the major projects that we're seeing really have just been postponed or delayed. That gives us an opportunity to be a little bit nimble and a bit flexible and let the economy play out over the next couple of years before we really do start allocating that funding. So it's a bit of a wait and see game for some of these capital projects, but those projects, again, going back to the additional criteria that we had developed this year, the projects that really were the most essential projects did rise to the top in this year's CIP, and those ones that are sort of the nice to haves or important projects have been largely pushed out until 2023, 2024 in some circumstances.
Great, and that leads into my second question. I'm sure you went through very, very carefully, and I saw some of that work as I was reviewing it, but just trying to, am I correct that you tried very hard to prioritize stuff that may result in higher expenses later? I'm thinking about water utilities specifically, but there's a lot of other things, or if we don't get in there, if we don't line those pipes, we could have a much more expensive repair. So I guess I'm curious, am I correct that you did it? I'm sure you did. And do you see vulnerabilities there? Is there anything that you really couldn't keep on there that, that you're worried about?
I don't think so. And you are correct in saying that's the approach that we had taken. I can't speak certainly to any individual departments and any concerns that they have. It is concerning when it comes to sales and tax revenue and the funds that rely on that. Most notably, Parks and Recreation, Open Space and Mountain Parks, and Transportation are probably going to be the three that are most severely impacted. So I do think there are some concerns about overall funding levels in the CIP moving forward, combined with the amount of unfunded and backlog needs that we do have in the CIP. But that really was the methodology that we had taken. Is it's a safety thing. What projects do we need to make sure happen? Is it a public safety thing? Then those projects really do need to rise to the top. There is economic implications associated with delaying and postponing projects too. Cost of construction goes up over time. There are other things that we wanted to take a look at. And so overall, yeah, you are correct. Those are the primary reasons that we had looked at for deferring some of these projects.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have any other hands before I call on Sarah? Go right ahead, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. I was really curious about, and I guess this is more sort of a governance question. It seemed like some of the community vitality projects would fit better into facilities, specifically the parking lots and those elements of CAGE that aren't parking lots. And I'm just wondering if someone can explain to me why those facilities projects, why those projects that are city-owned facilities are in community vitality and not under facilities.
No, that's a great question. I'll probably have Mark Simon jump on to talk a bit about facilities here. But what I can say is that this is something that we see every year with the facilities department. They are sort of the utility knife of departments in the CIP, where they do engage with other departments. Parks and Recreation is another one, all of our recreation centers. So certainly they are a bit of a utility knife, and it is a little bit difficult to understand why some projects fit within a community vitality versus why not have it in a facilities department. I will say the facilities department within the city has taken a bit of a reshape, and they're sort of focusing on what their true role is and what services they do provide. And I think part of that is really identifying themselves as an individual department with actual capital projects that they own. But I have Mark Simon, if he's on with us, he can provide a bit of context on what that new structure within the facilities department does look like even, and how that will over time impact capital projects for facilities. Mark, are you out there?
Hello. Really can't add a whole lot to what Chris mentioned, other than I know we have had conversations with Vitality. I think part of the facilities master plan that we're developing, which is different than departmental level master plan that previously had been, this will be the citywide, all city facilities, and what should be our investment strategy around city facilities long term. I think that conversation will continue to happen. And I would also ask if Mark Wolf has anything additional to add to that. But I think it's recognized among both parties that it does make more sense. And I think it's just a matter of agreeing on how to make it work.
The only thing I would add, and thanks Mark for that, is we enjoy a close partnership with FAM and have for a while. It's really about the funding mechanism and why it shows up in our CIP. Those are general improvement district owned assets. So we reinvest the GID dollars back into the assets. And so we have a maintenance team that keeps track of those assets on a year in and year out basis. And we tend to manage the capital projects as a department within the GID assets. So we certainly continue to partner with FAM, but it really comes down to the funding mechanism and capacity to manage some of those larger capital projects.
So can I just make sure I'm understanding? It sounds like there is a conversation. You guys have, the two agencies have departments have a good relationship and collaborate, but there is also a discussion in play of some level about the idea of some of these facilities currently managed by community vitality, perhaps migrating at some point into the facilities department. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Mark?
Which mark? No, I'll take first crack, first mark.
Either or.
So I think the community vitality manages all of our general improvement districts, which includes the 2 Boulder Junction districts, KJID, which is obviously the big one in University Hill. And so for KJID specifically, I think historically it's been just a capacity issue. And because we have maintenance on staff in community vitality and the funding mechanism is through the parking revenues generated, that we have tended to manage the capital projects. I think the conversation that we've had over the past 12, 18 months is really how can we better economies of scale in project management. And so what we've done as a department is really try to get through that backlog of deferred maintenance. I think we're in pretty good shape, even with this CIP proposal. The ongoing conversation is really in the ability to continue to collaborate going forward on projects that are similar. Certainly, we're not the only parking structures or assets that the city has. And then again, how do we support each other in that project management going forward?
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Great. Are there any further questions from the board for staff? Maybe take another look at the bullets on Chris's screen, and if it jogs anything loose, we can ask the question. If not, I think we'll turn it over to public comment.
Okay, and with that, Chris, I'm going to ask you to stop sharing on the screen so that folks can see the board members during the public hearing. We can pull the presentation back up after if needed. Again, for folks, we will use the raise hand function to indicate you would like to speak to this item. If you're on the phone, you can use *9 to raise your hand. And I would just remind folks, we do request, and it is, we need you to have a full name displayed to be able to speak to the items. So if folks could, anybody that wants to speak to this in the public hearing can raise their hand now. I think we're going to have a lot of folks here to speak to the library. Okay, I've got a couple hands. Oh, that's, I'm not asking for folks that want to speak to the library. I'm still asking for folks that want to speak to the CIP. Okay, very good. We'll open that public hearing when we get to that item.
Okay.
Sorry for that confusion. Okay, go ahead.
If there's no one signed up to speak to the CIP, then we're going to go to deliberation among the board now. Talk about the CIP here. Okay, and I would just start by reminding the planning board that the primary reason for our review of the CIP is our charge, which is to evaluate the CIP in the context of the comprehensive plan. So, you know, it doesn't mean you can't pick apart a project if it's really important to you, but the real role of planning board is one of the custodians of our comprehensive plan is to think about how this CIP meets the comprehensive plan goals and policies. So I guess I'll just start out and say that I usually don't start out, but I've had a history with the CIP going back to my first year on planning board, where I did a word search of the CIP, which I don't know how you got it down to 92 pages, Chris. It was 380 some pages 4 years ago. And I word searched WBE, MBE, you know, women-owned business, minority business enterprise, women, minority, disadvantaged, didn't find anything in there. And we had just gone on a CIP tour where we were taken by one of the members of Parks to a park that was absolutely terrific looking, you know, beautiful basketball court with twine nets, none of which had any holes in them. And I thought about my upbringing and how we never had parks that good in the city I grew up in. And meanwhile, this member of Parks was apologizing that this park had not been renewed in 20 years, and the city generally renews parks on a 15-year rolling basis. And I just wanted to really remind everyone how much discretionary money the city of Boulder has. Our CIP generally works out to spending levels of about $1,000 per citizen per year. It may be twice as much as what they spend in Longmont on a per capita basis. We have fantastic public facilities here, and we are so lucky to have them and to have them administered so well. The other day, a manhole cover fell in on my street, and that's a pretty serious safety issue. You got a 3-foot wide hole that's 10 feet deep with sewage in the bottom of it. It's wide open with no warning whatsoever. So I stood next to it with a neighbor. We called up the Public Works Department, and a truck came out and had that thing fixed that morning, like before noon. And it was just an extraordinary display of municipal competence. And so everything that I say about the CIP has to be taken in the context of how lucky we really are to be in a city that manages its money as well as this one does, and that has so much money and spends it so well. So I point that out first. But it's also, given the fact that we have 85 almost pedestrian underpasses, when people could very well just cross at a perfectly safe crossing, we have a lot of discretionary money in this CIP. We're not just fixing the things that are broken. We're building things that are for reasons that aren't necessarily need. And so the fact that the CIP didn't have anything related to procurement and contracting procedures that would help us to help minority businesses and women-owned businesses and disadvantaged businesses grow and become a part of our city was troubling to me, because I thought that's the kind of discretionary spending that I would like to really see, that I think is really important. And based on our comprehensive plan policies regarding environmental purchasing and sustainable business practices that call for purchasing of local products and services, as well as policies promoting diversity and resilience, it seemed like we ought to have something in the CIP promoting those kinds of procurement practices and those kinds of contracting practices that would provide extra weighting on an application or on a response to a request for proposals from a minority-owned business, for example. So I really want to commend Chris and the rest of the staff for what they're doing this year. And after 4 years of getting on this soapbox every year with the CIP, it's nice to know that that the city is doing something along these lines. But I think the way that I read the program, it's more weighted towards measurement than it is to really changing the code. And I remember the first time I made this point, Chris Meschuk, then the assistant city manager, responded by saying, well, we have we have blind procurement practices. They're based on the quality of the bid and nothing else. And I looked in, I don't know exactly which code or charter section he was referring to, but at least in Title II in Government Organization, Chapter 8, there's a whole section on bid requirements. And in fact, there's a paragraph that allows a lot of leeway as to the qualifications of a bidder that might be reviewed in selecting the winner in a bidding process. Stuff like, the bidder having done the thing they're bidding on before and having a track record. And so, I would recommend, and I think maybe I'll add this to a motion, that that we ask that we go a little beyond what's being done right now, which is a great first step. but actually point to the areas in the code or the charter that could be amended to actually add a preferential process for reviewing bids, something that will give us the ability to give extra weight to a disadvantaged business enterprise that might be applying for a procurement contract or a service contract. So I'll get back down off the soapbox and turn it back over to my fellow planning board members for their comments. I can't see hands because of the way the screen is, but let me see if I can get all of you guys up. Okay, so who's got a hand up? David.
Well, since you, I've been on planning board long enough to know that you were going to be talking about that subject, and I just wanted to thank you for bringing that up again. I think that I would fully support a motion addition on that subject. I think it's something that has been getting some attention, but like you say, getting it into the appropriate charter language would be really useful. I am always blown away every year when I look at the CIP presentation at the incredible amount of prioritization that goes into this, and the attention to resilience, safety, and it's just amazing to me, and especially right now with COVID and what a moving target this is. I just want to thank city staff for such an amazing ability to come in and give us a picture of this while we're dealing with such a tough situation and so many uncertainties. One thing that I did do was I went back and looked at some motions that were made years ago, and I noticed one by Crystal Gray and seconded by Liz Payton, who I used to be fortunate enough to work on planning board with, concerning analyzing a source of revenue to fund expanded vision for arts and culture in the community. And so I went and I asked Chris about that, and he forwarded my question to Mandy Vink and Matt Chizansky, and I forwarded their answer to you. So in the interest of time, I didn't want to spend a huge amount of time on it, but just as a background, I was taking an arts tour of Denver, and the staff member from the Denver city turned to me and said, well, don't you have a 1% for arts program in Boulder? And I was like, I don't know. Well, it turns out we do, and so it's pretty amazing that we have that, and it was sort of formalized after Crystal and Liz's motion. So please take a look at that email from Mandy. I'm not going to, unless other board members have questions for you, in the interest of time, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I think there's been progress on arts, public art funding, and I'd love to see that. So that was the subject I was going to talk about. Thank you.
Follow on.
Go ahead, Peter.
If I have this right, there is an artist that has been getting all of the sculpture work for years, just almost by default. No comment on that artist. I don't even know who it is, but it was a story I heard from the arts team, and it seems like such a perfect time to start opening up the procurement and RFP process to capture more talent and spread this capital, which is energy and, unfortunately, in our society, oxygen to survive for all of us, the things we need to buy. So it's a big deal, and I support it as well.
Any other thoughts? John Gerstle, please.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to say that I do think that this is consistent with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. So just to get that on the record. Secondly, I think that your thoughts about giving greater discretion to enhance the possibility of hiring those who may need extra help seems reasonable to me, and I support it.
Thank you, John. You know, in years past, I've talked about the fact that if we don't help local businesses that have the kinds of services and goods to offer in the CIP context, we lose occupants of industrial space. We lose people who have, you know, the physical ability to get us out of trouble in the case of a flood, you know, or a fire. And, you know, it helps to, if you're really interested in resilience, to make sure that you've got a diversity of people with a diversity of skills living in your community. And so I think it's a vital piece of the CIP. I'm so glad to see that there's a underserved business focus in the new purchasing program. I'd just like to take it a little bit further and get it encoded. Lupita.
I really appreciate you have brought it up and doing the trouble, going to the trouble of searching for the works. I think that when I started listening to this, that's the kind of thing I will do to find out just how much they have done the homework. And all of the comments have been really, really comforting for me. But I'm hoping that what we'll move forward with is that should I do this searching next year, it will be different. And certainly not only in words, but also in terms of providing what our community needs in the future. Just one thing is about businesses and supporting our businesses, but if I can just remind everybody to keep in mind, you know, the people who are on the front lines right now are precisely the people that have the least. So if in a capital improvement plans is something that we can do to make the life of those people who have been regularly being deemed as, you know, essential workers, please prioritize over those. Frankly, I think having, you know, more open space or even a golf course renewed or improved does not compare with the safety and health of people who are keeping us, you know, safe and frankly alive in something like the pandemic we're facing. We do have those people living on our city, and many of them have very, very little, including no lighting to keep their children's life safe. So that's just my last comment.
Thank you. And Lisa, you were up next.
Yeah, just off of what you said, Harmon, I will also kind of second or third that. And I think what it highlights for me is the importance of being actively anti-racist or actively anti any number of things, you know, that it's not enough for us to say that we're blind to something or oh, well, we consider everyone equally, but we have to actually be doing extra work to correct existing and historic inequities that are part of the system, or we're not really doing the work we need to be doing. So thank you, Harmon, for bringing that up, and I agree.
Great. Any more thoughts beyond the resilience and diversity around elements of the plan and its conformity or not so much with the comprehensive plan? Okay, well, I want to, I've got a motion that's almost drafted, so I'd like to make it, but I'd like to finish it and email it to Cindy so she can put it up on the screen. Let's take a 3-minute break so that I have time to do that and edit it, and we'll be back in 3 minutes at, what is that, 6:36? Okay.
Oh, great. Never mind.
We good?
Yeah, I was gonna have Chris take down his screen, which he did.
Okay, thanks. Okay, that took a little too long, but I'm back. And Cindy, you should have the email.
Oh, I just got it. Yep.
Okay, so Cindy's going to put it up on the screen. When she gets it up on the screen, we can read it together.
Is this in place of the one that the count, is this in addition to, like an additional condition, or is it?
It contains all the language in the city's proposed motion up to the semicolon.
Okay.
And then I just added a furthermore.
Of course you did.
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, herein furthermore.
Whoa. All right, I'm going to share the screen.
Oh, we're already, John, you've already seconded it and we've already voted.
No, this is just, these are my notes. These are my notes.
I know what to do.
I prep here before.
Yeah. All right. So what I'm proposing is the planning board recommends that I'm going to make a motion. And I move that we adopt the following motion. The planning board recommends to city council the 2021 to 2026 proposed capital improvement program, or CIP, including the list of CIP projects to undergo a community and environmental assessment process as outlined in the staff memorandum. Furthermore, in light of diversity being a core value and a sustainability principle in the comp plan, which plan also contains policies promoting diversity, resilience, environmental purchasing, and sustainable business practices that call for purchasing of local products and services, Planning Board further recommends that City Council explore code and other legislative changes to encourage procurement from and contracting with local businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and disadvantaged business enterprises. Can I get a second?
I'm gonna make a suggest an edit or reintroduce it.
Let's take a second first, and then we can talk about friendly amendments.
Okay. I will second it then.
Okay, and then we have a motion on the floor by Zuckerman. It's been seconded by Lisa Smith. And Lisa, you wanted to potentially amend it?
It was a minor word change. I'm wondering if we need the second further, if we have the first furthermore.
Yeah, let's take it out.
Awesome. That's all.
Okay, so I accept the friendly from my seconder. Any comments or discussion to the motion?
Maybe to make it prettier, we could change one of the diversities to inclusiveness in light of inclusiveness being a core value. It's a similar kind of a word, but maybe a little bit more general.
Well, how about which plan also contains policies promoting inclusiveness?
Inclusiveness, yeah, that's fine.
All right, let's do that.
I like to keep the wording a little diverse.
Diversity of wording. Any other planning board members want to discuss the motion? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, then I'm going to make it the motion of the board. And the planning board recommends to City Council the 2021 to 2026 proposed capital improvement program, the CIP, including the list of CIP projects to undergo a community and environmental assessment process as outlined in the staff memorandum. Furthermore, in light of diversity being a core value and a sustainability principle in the comp plan, which plan also contains policies promoting inclusiveness, resilience, environmental purchasing, and sustainable business practices that call for purchasing of local products and services, Planning Board recommends that City Council explore code and other legislative changes to encourage procurement from and contracting with local businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and disadvantaged business enterprises. And I'm going to call the question. I'm going to go and do a roll call vote since we're on Zoom. So David Ensign.
Aye.
Sarah Silver,
Aye.
John Gerstle,
Aye.
Peter Vitale,
Aye.
Lupita Montoya,
Aye.
Lisa Smith,
Aye.
and I'm going to vote aye. So it's a 7-0 vote in favor of the recommended motion of the motion. And thank you so much to city staff. Congratulations on an amazing job trimming the document down by 75% of the page count and continuing to take great care of the infrastructure of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to all of the staff as well.
We're going to lose like 40 people from this call.
Got an all-star team out here. Thank you very much. Okay, what time is it? It's 6:44. We've been going for an hour and 45-ish minutes. Would people like to take 5 minutes to just reconnect with themselves before we go on to the next large public hearing item?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. See you at 6:50.
Question to Amy Morphus. You have your hand raised. I'm wondering if that's raised for the next public hearing or if you have another question. We'll try back in a minute.
All right. Hi, everybody. We get a few planning board members back. We'll go to the next item.
I am here. I am just eating soup.
Thank you.
Carmen, before you get started, I just wanted to ask, Amy Morphus, you have your hand raised, and I'm assuming that's in preparation for the public hearing next, but did you have another question that you couldn't get into the chat? I'm gonna see if you can unmute to answer. Okay, or if you want to respond to me in the chat, that would be fine. Thank you. Okay.
All right, well then let's get going. I think Sarah will be back while I read the agenda title and stuff. So there she is. So right now we're going to item 5B. This is a public hearing and planning board consideration of the following items related to the 2.84 acre property at 4540 Broadway, the North Boulder Branch Library. 1, consideration of a site review application to develop the site with a 13,010 square foot public branch library, including an east-west street connection between 13th and 14th Streets, surface parking lot with 30 spaces, and associated site improvements. That's LUR 2019-00043. And 2, consideration of a use review application for a governmental facility, a public library, on the site, which requires use review approval to operate in the BMS, RM2, and MU2 zone districts. That's LUR 2019-00048. I anticipate he'll be handing this over to Sloan, but I'm gonna first hand it over to Charles Farrow.
Nope, Sloan Walber will be presenting staff's analysis tonight.
Great. Sloan, take it away.
Before Sloan starts, I wanted to quickly check in. I don't recall if we already went over the...
Good idea, Ella.
And disclosures too, please.
Right. So sorry about jumping right in and turning it over. This is a good time for all the members of planning board to think about the application and determine if they have any conflicts of interests, have had any ex parte communications, have to make any disclosures, or need to recuse themselves. So if you have anything, raise your hand. John.
Yes, I've been to the site and spoken with a lot of folks about this ex parte, but I think that I can deal with it in an objective and fair manner.
Okay. And, you know, I'll have you in a second, Peter. The concept here is that this is a quasi-judicial matter, and each of us are meant to determine whether to approve or not based on the information that's in front of us, as if we're a seven-headed judge. And so when we have ex parte communications, certain members of us have information that the other members don't, so we disclose that. Peter?
My family has a library card.
Mine too. Anybody else? Okay, Sloan, go ahead then. Thank you, Hella. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Hella.
John, a follow-up question. John, can you make the decision today fair and impartially and only on the evidence that's presented here today at the hearing, not based on any information that you may have learned outside of the hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Hella. Sloan.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. The item for discussion tonight is a proposal to construct a 13,010 square foot public library on a city-owned property at 4540 Broadway. The proposed library would implement the vision for a library in North Boulder set by the Library Master Plan and the North Boulder Community Plan. And are you all seeing the presentation?
Yes.
So in terms of the review process, a concept plan and site review are required for the project since the site is over 2 acres in area A concept plan review was reviewed by Planning Board last year, and this would be the subsequent site review application. The library is considered a governmental facility in the land use code, and a use review is required for governmental facilities in the RM2 and MU2 districts. And I would just note that there is a number of modifications that are necessary as part of the site review, including a 6.3% parking reduction. So as part of the public process, written notice was sent and notice was posted on the property. Staff has received a number of written responses, which were forwarded to the board for consideration. It's also important to note that this proposal follows a series of community engagement events organized and facilitated by the library, which began in August of 2018. And I think the library plans to cover that a bit in their presentation. And the feedback received through the engagement process was detailed in a full community engagement report. So the approximately 2.75 acre property is located west of Broadway and north of Violet Avenue. It's a roughly Y-shaped site with frontages on 4 streets. 4 Mile Canyon Creek runs through the site, and the subject property is undeveloped. Regarding the adopted plans that create the framework for the review of this project, the property is located within the boundaries of the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, which was first adopted in 1995 to guide development in the North Boulder area. In addition, the need for a full service library is a priority goal in the 2018 Boulder Public Library Master Plan, which was adopted in 2018. And then lastly, the project is part of the capital improvement plan, which includes a $1.7 million for the design and construction of the library, which you just heard presented. In terms of city involvement in planning on the property, the city's involvement began in 1997. That year, City Council directed staff to acquire land in the area for a branch library site, a village green, or other public uses. And the intent of that was to implement the vision that was being created through the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. After receiving direction from City Council, the city negotiated with Safeway for the donation of the site. At that time, Safeway was intending to develop the property to the north with a grocery. And in 1999, the property was donated to the city for public purposes, such as a library. And I would also note in 2003, the conditions of the deed were amended to allow for a 21,000 square foot building on this parcel. The property is designated as 3 separate designations on the land use map of the comprehensive plan. The proposed library structure and parking lot would be located within the mixed use business designation. And likewise, the project site crosses 3 zoning boundaries, and the building would be located within the MU2 portion of the site. The site is impacted by the high hazard conveyance zone, 100-year floodplain, and 500-year floodplain of 4 Mile Canyon Creek. The development would be located outside of these zones. And the area is considered high functioning wetlands and is impacted by the 25-foot inner buffer area and 50-foot outer buffer area. And the proposal is in compliance with the city's wetland regulations. To provide some further context, the property was annexed in 1990 as part of the larger North Boulder group annexation. And the surrounding area has evolved over the last 30 years and now includes more urban style development in mixed use neighborhoods, which has been planned for through the subcommunity plan. So the site is neighbored by the Uptown Broadway mixed use development to the north. The buildings in this development are 2 and 3 stories in height with a maximum height of 48 feet. The Violet Crossing residential development is located to the south, which features 2 and 3 story buildings. The Boulder Meadows Mobile Home Park is located to the east, which contains approximately 640 manufactured homes. and there is a defined vehicular storage area immediately to the south or within the site. Also, I would just note it's not shown here, but Violet Park is a planned neighborhood park to the southeast of this site on a city-owned parcel and is intended for a neighborhood park. So moving on to the proposal is for, as I noted, a 13,010 square foot branch library to extend services to North Boulder as part of the larger public library network. The proposed interior programming includes a community room, quiet reading areas, offices, classrooms, tutoring areas, kids space, and a larger maker space. And the maker space includes a kitchen programming with cooking stations. There is also some outdoor programming with an outdoor playground and some outdoor maker space. 30 vehicular parking spaces are proposed with 20 spaces in a surface parking lot and 10 spaces located along the access drive. And in terms of bike parking, 22 short-term bike parking spaces are proposed throughout the site to be easily accessible, and 5 long-term spaces are proposed to serve employees of the library. So the site plan includes a trapezoidal shaped building on the north end of the site at the terminus of 13th Street, where there is currently a roundabout constructed. And as I mentioned, a new connector street is proposed between 13th and 14th Streets. The site is designed to encourage vehicular access directly from 14th Street into the new surface parking lot. New bike and pedestrian connections are proposed to extend the existing trail system along 4 Mile Canyon Creek. And the proposal also includes the extension of 14th Street with dedicated right-of-way to within 5 feet of the property line. And this is intended to accommodate the future extension of 14th Street south to Violet Avenue. So as part of the proposal, the site design expands on improvements made with the Uptown Broadway development with an enlarged urban plaza on the western end of the property. And the access drive proposed will be a private street maintained by the city. This connection is intended to be an extension of that urban plaza and be a curbless access drive with narrow street design to accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists as well as vehicles. So the proposed building is 2 stories and 35 feet in height. The library programming is distributed on 2 floors. The building is arranged with the highest point and the main entrance aligned at that center of 13th Street. And the building then tapers down to both the east and west. The second story does feature a planted green roof, which you can see a little bit in that image there. The structure is contemporary in style. The applicant states that the design intent was to create an iconic structure suitable for a library. The exterior of the building is designed with 2 faces, a more residential neighborhood facing side to the north and a more public facing transparent facade to the south to address the creek and Broadway. Proposed building materials include aluminum standing seam and metal panel systems, engineered wood, glass, aluminum storefront windows, some stainless steel mesh, perforated steel, and architectural concrete. And the design includes the use of several green technologies and systems, and the building is planned to be net zero ready. So in the staff memo, staff did identify 4 key issues for discussion. I'm going to move through these pretty quickly, understanding the heavy agenda for the night. First, staff finds that the proposed project meets all the applicable site review criteria. It is consistent with a number of policies in the comprehensive plan, particularly those pertaining to culture and the arts. The site is designed to extend the existing development pattern envisioned in the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. Passive and active open spaces are provided that are appropriate for a public use. The proposal represents sensitive infill, and the mass and scale of the library provides an appropriate transition to the creek. Moving on, the subject property is within the area defined for a village center within the sub-community plan. And the library is consistent with the vision for a public use or a public library in North Boulder, ideally located within the village center. The proposal is also consistent with the defined village green planned along the creek. And the proposal meets the guidelines related to site design and providing pedestrian interest. In terms of the use review, the proposal is consistent with the use review criteria. The library is consistent and will enhance the defined character of the area and what was envisioned through the sub-community plan. The library use would have minimal negative effects on the surrounding properties, and parking and traffic demands will be accommodated. I will note that the board did receive an update letter earlier this week regarding the findings of the traffic study. And related to the use review criteria, the project directly supports policies in the comprehensive plan and in the library master plan. And lastly, staff finds that the proposal meets the criteria for a 6.3% parking reduction based on transportation demand management strategies, site context, and the enhanced transit and multimodal access. Staff finds that the parking needs of the library would be adequately accommodated through on-street parking and off-street parking. And as noted in the memo, staff finds that the applications meet the site review criteria and use review criteria and recommends planning board take the action shown on the screen and also provided in the memo. And as always, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks for that presentation, Sloan. Sarah, was that your hand?
Yes, it was.
Great, go ahead.
Thank you. Hey, Sloan, thanks so much. So I noted, I'm sure we all noted, that the applicant has had to change some elements of the plan because of COVID and financial realities. And I tried to do a little comparison of what was originally proposed or most recently proposed with the revised proposal based on the fiscal realities. And I'm wondering if you could walk us through the impact specifically on the access street between 14th and 13th and the plaza. That seemed to me like where there was the most immediate changes. And I got a little, it was kind of hard to compare and contrast. So I'm just wondering if you could walk us through that.
Yeah, I think actually the library and the design team would probably be best to describe that. Okay. I think from a staff perspective, the changes that were made were not substantial enough to change our findings that it met the criteria. But yes, they did have to scale back some of their previous.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't so much about this. I just really want to understand because a lot of the letters we got 6 months ago were specifically about the access road. And since that seemed to be where the impact was, where the fiscal impact would be felt most, I just want to understand that. So I'll wait for the applicant.
Any other questions from the board for staff? I'm assuming we're going to have an applicant presentation. So if your question would probably be better answered by the actual design team, then you can hold it. No questions left for staff? All right, so then I'll give it back to you and you can manage the applicant presentation.
All right, I will pull it up and I believe Antonia is going to kick it off. Antonia, are you there?
I think you're
yes,
on mute.
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Planning Board. Thank you for having us this evening. It's been over a year since we've met with this body, and we're excited to be back and show you what we've done over the last year and a half. So Sloan, if you want to move forward, I indeed will address our community engagement efforts first. So as Sloan has alluded to, the idea for our North Boulder Library started through a community vision long ago. Community input and engagement continues to be the foundation on which we've designed the building, and will continue to program library space and amenities. We began our community engagement in August of 2018 and have since connected with over 600 community members who've further influenced library design and future programming. Some of those meetings included meetings with local communities like the Ponderosa and Boulder Meadows manufactured home communities, as well as local HOAs, in addition to a student engagement initiative spearheaded by Growing Up Boulder. This engagement has energized and propelled us through design revisions these last 2 years, and has heavily influenced the value engineering work we completed this spring, which was just brought up with a question. We understand and recognize that construction, growth, and development can be difficult for any community, specifically the adjacent neighbors. We've heard and been responsive to all concerns and have responded as best as we possibly can without scrapping the project or relocating the building, which is not in the best interest of the entire Boulder community. Our architect, Dan, will actually discuss how we've been responsive with our design, as well as the specific changes that we've made through the value engineering process. But go ahead to the next slide, Sloan. So we did this spring do some value engineering work. So the library has long identified a gap between the money needed to complete our vision plan, which was kind of like the Taj Mahal of branch libraries and the be-all end-all of innovative, forward-thinking libraries, and the available funding that we had at hand. We were optimistic that the gap could be funded through one avenue or another, but with the onset of COVID-19 health crisis, it became apparent that project funding would not likely be increased. So in order to right-size the project team made some modifications from the initial ideas we presented during concept review in April 2019, focusing mostly on preserving our ability for the library to provide core services and programs and maintain vital community resources, specifically as they relate to the library's equity lens and equity impact, as well as meet the development criteria and standards of the city of Boulder. So our architect will review these changes with you soon, but I do want to point out that in general, no changes were made to the access drive, to the connection street, or to the parking, specifically to the location of the lot. So in reference to the access drive, no changes were made from the proposal that we presented to Planning Board in April of 2019. So all this value engineering work, which largely focused on reducing the building footprint, reducing site work, and leaving our maker space as an unfinished shell, brought us into alignment with our existing budget, which is outlined on the next slide. So the value engineering work, along with a generous donation from the Boulder Library Foundation, has brought the project into alignment with allocated and available funding, which, as Jennifer mentioned earlier, is confirmed and finalized and not subject to being taken for any other purposes or projects. We continue to pursue funding opportunities to restore some components of the vision plan, which will further cement this facility as being an essential to the growth and economic success and the civic and creative and collective prosperity of the North Boulder community. So we hope to have future success before we go out to bid for this project and securing additional funding. But as of now, the project is funded in its entirety as we are presenting the design to you this evening. So I'm going to hand it over to one of our principal architects, Dan Wood, to review this amazing and beautiful building. And then I'll return at the end briefly to go over the timeline for this project moving forward.
Hi, thanks. It's a really great honor. Sloan, you can go to the next slide. To be here again, talking with you, and again in Boulder, albeit only virtually this time. This has been a really exciting project to be involved with, in a community that we've grown to love over all the months and events that we've been engaging with this community, and we are really excited to help them realize their long held vision of a branch library for North Boulder. In the interest of time and having had the benefit of Sloan's amazing presentation of our project already, I think we'll skip ahead. So this is the location, which Sloan already explained. Next slide. And as Sloan mentioned, the idea is to site the building so that the main massing, the highest point, the only point that hits 35 is the peak of that triangle, in line with 13th Street. And by keeping the portion that faces the residential community low, just a single story building planted with a green roof and using sustainably sourced wood, we are able to actually access that roof from Broadway at grade with a very gentle slope, which allows the second floor to be used by community members when the library is closed. It'll also be the site of an amazing art project that Mandy Vink has and her team have selected, which will be installed there. Next slide. And I also do want to point out that over the last year, we've been working with an amazing team of engineers from Denver who are making this little building one of the country's probably best examples of passive sustainable infrastructure. And it is really exciting to be in a project that is this forward thinking. We are using only passive heating and cooling. There are no mechanical units for this building. It'll be relying on fresh air, earth tubes, which bring in air that's cooled by the ground or heated up by the ground, as the case may be, into the building. We have solar chimneys, which will heat up during the day south facing, and that'll create a positive airflow and bring air throughout. We'll be using night cooling to kind of cool down the building at night when it heats up too much. And it is really, that's a really exciting and innovative part of the project. So next. And here you see it from the north with its wood facade. Next slide. So I do want to address point by point all the changes that we've made over the last year since we were here last, mostly in response to community engagement and community input. And also input from the incredible staff at the Planning Bureau. So we introduced, the one comment was that the facade was a little too uniform on the north. So we introduced relief and depth by using multiple sizes of cladding, different sizes of wood. That'll give it a real rhythm. We also integrated bench seating into this facade. So it really becomes an active place and a part of the building that you can literally touch. So there's seating at comfortable heights all along this facade. And we've added additional plantings so that this will be a greener facade as well. We also increased the size of the canopy, and we're working with a great graphic design firm on the signage for that, but so that it'll be more visible and clearer, demarcate the entrance. Next slide. And here you see the different materials that are used. I know at points there have been questions about concrete because concrete is listed as a material, but this is really only a horizontal material for walking surfaces and in a very small area. There's no concrete, you know, I would not think of this as a concrete building. I know that has come up in the past, but it's really just for a limited area of walking surfaces. Next slide.
Dan, could you speak up just a little bit? It's a little hard to hear you.
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much.
Is this better?
Yes, much.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm on my wife's computer to try to stay child bombed on the Zoom call, although that happened last night. So this is the view of some of that seating and some of the wood elements in different sizes on that facade and the larger sign Next slide. And here you see it from the corner. Here you see the maker space, which is the large open rectangle there. There was a comment from staff and some members of the community about our previous garage door element here, and we've changed this into this amazing bifold glass door, which really will allow that makerspace to open up and spill out to the outside when needed. And when it's closed, it'll really look like a big window into all the exciting activity that's going to be going on there. So should not think of that as a garage door. That's really now become a really exciting feature of the project. Next slide. And here you see that in drawing. Next slide. So if we turn around to the south, which is the more civic facade, this is the one facing away from the residential community and also looking out over the Flatirons and the amazing views that we have on this site. And you see the 3 solar chimneys that really define the project, and we've relocated solar panels to the tops of those, so those really become a kind of moment, a teaching moment for people to understand exactly how innovative and how sustainable this project is. And so those become a kind of iconic element of the project. So those are glass faced that warm up the air and bring it through those chimneys to bring air through the project. Next slide. So one change that we have done is they have been slightly increased in size. The proportions are much more pleasant, I find now. They are now clad in a channel glass, which is an amazingly beautiful product coming from Europe, which is a cast glass product. And that improves the passive performance. And then we've added the color that you probably saw in the previous element in response to some community input that, you know, this facade was also a bit monotonous and gray. It'll be a kind of green colored aluminum cladding, and we'll have this kind of moments of bright color at all those windows. And of course, the brightly colored slide for the playground. So kids will actually be able to climb up inside the facade of the building with a net rope and slide down the slide as part of the playground. There's also a greenhouse incorporated into the facade. Next slide. So this shows the materials and some of the colors that are going to be on that facade. Next slide. So this is the site plan as it existed in April 2019. And I'll be going through all the changes since then. Next slide. So the building got a little bit smaller, as you saw from Antonio's slide, for cost reasons. We widened the plaza ramp based on input we had from the bicycling community to make it more bicycle friendly. So that's a very wide, 12-foot wide ramp that will also accommodate disabled access. But of course, disabled patrons can come from any side of this building and access at any of the entrances. We also revised the plaza area. We got a lot of comments that this would be a really exciting place for community events. We also heard from the retail owners who border on the plaza. And so we removed the trees from the plaza and put them to the south. So they'll still provide shading on the plaza, but we really expanded the ability to use that plaza for events from farmers market to book events, etc. We have added new trees and additional trees for shading there on that south lawn, number 4. We've integrated bench seating, as I mentioned, into the north facade. We have also worked very closely with the Boulder Meadows, which is the manufactured home community to the east, on an access. So that is a new access a spot for them. So it's a path and a gate access that they will have the ability to directly access the library. And we're also excited that this site connects with the new Violet Park, and we are working with parks on the connection so that we're sharing resources and it will really become part of that park network as well. We reconfigured the playground so that it could be accessed without going through the building for people who wanted to just come and utilize the playground. And we reduced the ramp slope. It was already an ADA slope, but now it is beyond ADA. It's a very gentle slope. And we have heard directly from members of the disabled community and how appreciative they are that they will be able to access this building in such a dramatic way. Next. Next slide, Slim. Sorry. Oh, wait, was that sorry. Yes, sorry, here. So those were all addressing things that we heard from the community in our engagement events. This series of drawings shows the changes that were made in response to staff comments. So as Sloan mentioned, we have extended the 14th Street portion of the parking so that there is the start of what will hopefully at some point become the extension of 14th Street straight down to Violet. So we basically kind of started that and got as far as we could on the site. We provided additional parallel parking. So previously we had been asking for, I think, a 33% reduction in parking, but in discussions with staff, that is now 6%, as Sloan mentioned, and those additional parking spaces are there at number 2. We have added sidewalk and crosswalk connections at multiple places. We've also added bollards to protect pedestrians from car traffic and also protect bicyclists from the steeper parts of the slope to the south of the building.
If I might interrupt just for a second, I apologize. We are at the 15 minutes, so just in fairness, Harmon is. What would you like to do?
Thanks for keeping time. Dan, how much more time do you need to finish this presentation?
This is the last important slide. I have 2 more things to say here, and I think that's pretty
Why don't you take a couple minutes and then you can wrap it up.
Yep, that's fine. We demarcated the south with color, as I mentioned, and the maker space. Actually, I've already mentioned all of those things. So if you can go to the next slide. So this is the final site plan. Next slide. This is where we at on the schedule. Due to COVID, there were not only budget issues, but schedule issues. And, we're really happy to be here finally at the planning hearing. So I don't know if Antonia, you wanted to mention anything else about this, but perhaps in the interest.
Oh, I simply wanted to mention that just so you all know that we are currently in conjunction with doing the site review completion. We are doing our tech docs and starting our construction set. We plan to go out for a public competitive bid for a general contractor to be released near the end of the year, with contracting and ramping up for construction the first quarter of next year, with construction to break ground in April or May of 2021.
Next slide.
That's it.
Thank you. That's the last slide.
So we'll take any questions that the board may have of us. And although we tried to hurry for time, I'm sure that whatever questions you have or the public has, we most likely have an answer to them and have thought through it.
Okay, great. Thank you guys very much for that presentation. Do any members of planning board have questions for the applicant before we go to public comment?
I've got one.
Go for it.
So thank you for that. It's very exciting and it's needed. The passive component, I'd like to hear a little more about that and how it relates to the city's climate goals, in particular, embodied carbon representing half of the footprint, almost as much as some would say the operation, and how that was considered alongside the very noble goal of passive. And I originally was thinking of the red list when you said the word concrete, and then I started thinking instead about the embodied carbon conversation, and as this is a great opportunity for our city to practice what we preach, which we are very much doing, but how you wrestled with that, because I know nothing's ever going to be exactly perfect, because this is the real world.
Yes, thank you for that. Embodied carbon is the future of our profession to wrestle with that, and we do wrestle with it all the time. I should mention our firm is very invested in sustainable work, and that is our main focus. And as you mentioned, it is also at the moment still very difficult to get a handle on. We are trying to use as much material from the immediate region as possible. We are working with the city still, I believe, although the timing is really tricky to work on this with the demolition at the hospital site. They are basically going through all the steel in that building and noting down all the sizes. And the Colorado code does allow you to use reclaimed steel for new structural construction. So that would be something that would be incredibly exciting, because obviously steel, things like steel and concrete have a lot of embodied carbon in them. So, so that's one thing that we are still hoping might work. You know, we are using wood on the facade, which is a renewable resource, and we've been sure to work with reputable firm procurers for that. Although we haven't selected, there are quite a few in the Colorado area, which is great. But you know, it's that is the next step, I have to say.
Thank you for addressing that.
So Dan, you're saying that if you could go to a scrapyard with a list of structural members of certain sizes and find them there, you could just take them and sandblast them and paint them and put them in this new building?
Yeah, I mean, as long as the structural engineer analyzes them for their structural capacity, but you know, steel doesn't degrade in the same way as other materials do. So Colorado code does allow for that.
That is exciting.
Yeah, it's cool.
Wow. Okay. Anybody else? Questions for the applicant? John Gersel.
Yes, I think the ramp going up to the second floor is very interesting indeed, but are you proposing some sort of a banister or a rail to keep people from falling off the edge?
We are indeed.
That won't be too visible?
Yes, of course. The code is quite specific about what's required when people go up ramps and sides of buildings. So certainly it will have 42-inch rail with all the structural capacity that a guardrail needs to have. Of course, on one side, if you fall over, you'll just be on the green roof. But on the other side, there is a little bit of a drop. So, but no, there is and in fact, the stainless steel mesh that was mentioned is the guardrail material.
Thank you.
Sarah.
So in the proposal, it seems to have, in part because of financial realities, gone from being a net zero building to a net zero ready building. Yeah. Can you just help those of us who are not energy experts understand what that means, and how a building that's net zero ready, given all of the built-ins that you have in the building, eventually goes online as net zero?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's it. And I wanted to address that. So I'm glad for this question. So net zero is an extremely ambitious building goal for any building to kind of carry on its own. And for a small building like this, it would really be a great feat. However, that's the, let's say, bad news. On the good news is the primary way that we have transitioned from net zero to net zero ready is in photovoltaic panels. And so we've reduced them from being able to provide all the power that the building needs to providing a percentage of the power. However, all the necessary infrastructure is still in the budget and in the project to put solar panels on the roof at any moment where it becomes financially feasible. The better part of that good news is that because of all the passive technologies that we're using, you know, as our engineers like to say, you don't need to cool a building that doesn't get hot, and you don't need to heat a building that doesn't get cold. We're going to insulate the heck out of this. And so the energy usage of this building is actually very, very small. So in a bad way, that made the solar panels kind of a huge investment for what was going to be a very small amount of power. But in a good way, you know, it means that you know, we're just going to be pulling a small, certainly for this size building, a much smaller amount of power off the grid than we would need to. And we do have some photovoltaics that will provide a certain percentage.
Okay, thank you.
The main difference. Everything else, you know, everything else is there. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Lupita next. Lupita, you can unmute. There you go.
I couldn't hear if I was.
Oh,
I'm sorry. In the Well, you know, this is probably my favorite part of the whole project. I used to teach thermodynamics, and that was, you know, excellent, you know, description about energy being so important. I'm thinking of the function of a library is about promoting knowledge and love of knowledge. And I'd like to hear if you have had, you know, actively look at ways how you can look at this technology that you have that was very innovative to promote love of science, especially engineering. I'm an engineer, and well, I'm looking at this, it's like such a prime opportunity, and specifically where it's located next to a community where we need so much diversity in engineering and science. You could be doing such a great service to society, but just really looking and thinking very deeply about how you can do promotion of these fields with our neighbors. And God, I hope I get an opportunity to someday help on that, if that is ever available, because I really think there is a way to energize young people about, you know, the cool stuff that engineers can do. But I would like to hear if you ever, I mean, what is kind of plans you have that, and how do you integrate that piece into, you know, like really bringing to life what you have, building into the education purpose of a library?
Yeah. So from our point of view as architects, what we try to do is, you know, really celebrate those systems and make as much of it visible as possible. I didn't mention the evaporarium, which is a very cool idea, which is there's a small courtyard inside the building and with plants in it, and we'll, through misters, we'll be kind of bringing a lot of the air through that, so it'll kind of pre-cool the air. And that becomes a central part of the building. And so visually, we want to make sure that all these things that are doing work are actually integrated completely in the architecture, like the chimneys and things like that. And that will spark children and others' natural curiosity. So that's like, as architects, that's what we can do. What's cool is that, you know, it's a kind of low tech, high tech. Low tech, we're adding insulation, you know, the most basic thing, and opening windows. But high tech is that it's all kind of monitored and controlled, and all that information is being gathered on a minute by minute basis. We have weather stations and things like that. And we are able to kind of broadcast that to the public in the building and show people, you know, oh, now the windows are going to open because the humidity is like this. And so we are looking at integrating kind of software and panels that will explain exactly what's going on in the building at any time. And we also, you know, we have ideas about maybe labeling things like the evaporarium, you know, with our graphic designer to kind of just make people aware of it. So yeah, that's really exciting. And, you know, I mean, all that aside, librarians, you know, they're the best, you know, and they're going to find ways to use this building that we would never imagine. And they're so great with kids and with teaching and bringing in experts and things. So, including you, they do love volunteers, that's for sure.
Next question from Planning Board. David?
Hi, yes, and this maybe Edward will need to join in on this, but there was discussion at concept review, and I noticed Community Cycles brought this up again, of the corner radius of the 13th Street entry into the drive to 14th Street. And I don't know if there's DCS standards on that or what was looked at, but I wondered if that had been reviewed and whether we consider it to be the safest turning radius for that curve, that new curve, since clearly it's a greenfield curve, so it can be done in the way that makes the most sense. So if you could just talk to that, that'd be great.
Sure. Yeah, I will say that we heard that loud and clear, and we worked with our civil engineers at JVA, and I will, Sharon, are you online? I think Sharon.
Hi, yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Well, and I think David Thompson and Edward Stafford are on as well, but the turning radius from 13th onto 14th, is that the area that you're talking about?
Yeah, from 13th onto the new drive that connects.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a standard radius for a fire truck. So it's actually a fairly accommodating radius for that vehicle, and so that kind of sets the tone. I've done radii as narrow as 5 or 20 in parking areas and other areas. So I might let Edward or David chime in on how that compares for bicycles, but it was definitely evaluated.
Thank you.
This is David Thompson. I'm transportation engineer with Planning Development Services. Yes, we did look at the turning radius, and that's the minimum radius that's needed to accommodate the emergency access truck. And part of that is because of the width of the shared drive. But I will add that they're using a standard driveway ramp to access the shared street from 14th. So that will slow turning vehicles. And then there's a raised crosswalk at the end of 13th Street. Again, that will also slow the vehicles entering the site.
Great, thank you. And then if you don't mind, Harmon, I'll just add on to that. If anybody could talk about the drop-off location. I just could not see that on the diagrams where the drop-off and pickup is. Is it right in front of that entrance there near that curve?
Yeah, as far as I know, the drop-off is well, we've designed it by the makerspace so that there's enough room to drop people off there and walk out. I think that if someone really needed to be dropped off right in front of the door, that is also possible. But we wanted to get it out of the access drive traffic.
Okay, so it's more down near the 14th Street area.
Yeah,
near,
it's at the
near the
edge
parking lot.
edge of the building. Yeah, yeah. Okay. And that's where we have that's where people will access for book drop as well.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering about your TDM, for lay people transportation demand management plan, and how you came to the conclusion that 22 short-term bicycle spaces was enough for use of 13,000 square feet that's as public serving as this.
We went by the code requirement is 22, and that is what we accommodated. But this was also in discussion with David and the team there at planning to make sure that we did add different locations for bicycle parking. I don't know if anyone else wants to chime in on that.
I can also chime in. This is Sharon from JVA Civil. We did also accommodate some trailer bike parking on the south side, which we expected would be more commonly visited by parents with bike trailers. So there was some consideration for the placement and location in the final round of our site review resubmittal and corrections.
Yeah, sorry, and I should add 22 is code required for total bike, including long term. So we have 27. We do have a few extra.
This is David Thompson again. If I can add, so because we don't see too many applications for a library, we did consult with Go Boulder on the bicycle parking being provided. And in those discussions, it was found to be adequate, or I'd say yeah, it's going to meet the needs.
Okay. And did you also, David, look at the bicycle parking at the main library and sort of do a comparison to see how that's serving and whether this is similarly well served? Or
yes, we did, because our building is right next to the library, so we did bring that up, especially since the library just went through a site review application too, and so that did come up in the conversation.
Okay, so Dan, just one follow up, and then I'll give it over to Lisa. Are there spaces that you have identified through the process of going through site review resubmittal that would allow for additional bike racks if it turns out that the 22 and 5 isn't enough?
I know we do have a lot of bike parking, but I think on the east side there is a little extra space. So yeah, I'm sure we could accommodate a few more bikes. I don't think we could double it.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Lisa.
I'm kind of off of that question. I was curious about cars specifically, and families, especially bringing kids. And whether you looked at Meadows and Reynolds specifically, as well as the main branch, to kind of estimate how long you anticipate people will be there, what the turnover will be like, you know, if you saw any potential conflicts there, or need for parking management, which obviously we have at Maine, but don't require at Meadows, which has a lot of overflow, and typically Reynolds is pretty accessible. So just curious kind of how you looked at the other branches when you considered length of stay and turnover of cars.
We did do a parking study of all of our library facilities, and Bill Fox is here as our traffic consultant. He can speak to that further. Bill?
Yes, Bill Fox with Fox Total Transportation Group. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Hi, Bill.
Howdy, howdy. So at the very early on in this process, when we talked about a new branch library, we wanted to understand how the existing branch libraries work in the city. So we spent some time monitoring the Reynolds branch and the Meadows branch. They're very different in how they're set up, but the Reynolds branch never came anywhere close to occupying their parking spaces. I didn't time the turnover of watching people go in and come out, but I did watch the turnover, and it turned over fairly regularly to the point where they didn't ever come close to occupying their parking supply. I didn't attempt to quantify the bicycle parking and the turnover of bicycle parking, but I sat there and watched it a number of hours, and there were maybe 2 or 3 or 4 bikes at the most at any one time, nowhere near the 22 or 27 that will be provided at this lot. Now the Meadows is a different situation because it's kind of tucked into a shopping center and housing right next to it, and it was a bit more difficult to quantify just the library influence on the parking and access. But there again, 2 or 3 bikes at any one time, and parking that appeared to turn over fairly regularly of people going in and out of the library itself. But there was a lot of overlap with the adjacent shopping center and the adjacent housing, so it wasn't as clean. But there again, we did look at their trip making, automobile trip making, and use that as part of the background for studying this site.
Great, thank you.
Hey, any other questions before public comment? David, did you? Yeah, hi, David.
Just a little bit more on the bicycle. I couldn't really locate on the maps exactly where the 22 spaces were. Will a number of them be placed along the north side near the main entrance? Because I know that bicyclists just love, especially when they have nice paths like this leading to places if they're close to the door. So I just wondered, are there some that are close to the main entrance, or are they mostly on this east side?
Yeah, we have, I mean, we do have parking on all sides of the building. We have 5, I think, U-bars at the north entrance.
Okay.
And there's some at the south entrance that we added, as I mentioned, based on staff comment, and then there's 10 on the east side. So the bulk of the U-bars are on the east side.
That's fine. I think it's nice if some are on the north side as well. So that.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, again.
Just one other question, and that was around the path to the east that you had mentioned and how you kind of reworked that to provide more access. And I was just curious, is that following the wetland buffer? It's probably in there somewhere, but I didn't quite catch it. I'd love to hear a little more about that.
Yeah, it's out of the wetland buffer. The existing multi-use path is maintained, and that is out of the buffer, and the path to the manufactured home community is off of that. It doesn't go into the wetlands.
So Lisa, I'll just clarify that the piece of the path that we're providing that's new is actually on Boulder Meadows property. Yeah. So it directly connects the community to that existing multi-use path.
Got it. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I just know in a lot of areas we use our multi-use paths also as flood overflow. So I was just curious how it was structured. Thank you for that clarification.
Any more?
I'll go ahead and ask one more if I could. At concept review, there was a member of the public, Mary Hart, who asked whether there could be some research into the land populated by indigenous people that, and a way to honor that at the building. And I just wondered if that had been discussed at all. I know that that's something that could still be done, but I just wanted to remind us that that came up.
It has, David, and Mary's actually provided really good input, and I've been in contact with her continually through email. And the last time I spoke with her, I shared with her what our idea is in vision right now is that perhaps the plants that are on the eastern side of the green roof would be native plants specifically to observe indigenous communities that are native to the area. And the plants would then be called out with plant markers and a memorial sign that kind of speaks to the native nature of the lands.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, and I should just add, the reason we're doing it on the east side is we were able to actually get a deeper soil in there, so we can do a much wider range of plant types on that area, native grasses and things like that.
Cool, excellent, thank you.
Thanks for that thoughtful response. You know, knowing about the ground and the hydrology and the surficial geologies, it's cool. Not a lot of architects do that. And thanks for bringing that up, David. I saw that in the minutes. I'm glad you remembered to say something about it. Anybody else? Okay, then I'm going to turn it over to Jean Gatza. She's going to moderate the public comment portion of the public hearing. So take it away, Jean.
Great, thank you, Harmon. I'm seeing, I think folks are finding the raise hand button. Now is the time. If you would like to speak during the public hearing, please use the raise hand function. If you are on the phone, that function is *9. I will go down the list and I'll give you a cue folks up. We'll have 3 minutes each, and I will wave the yellow flag at 30 seconds remaining, and then let you know when 3 minutes is over. So if folks could please try to keep to that 3 minutes, that would be awesome. And if you haven't yet already, please change your name to a full name, and we'll ask folks on the phone to do that when they are allowed to speak. So with that, I have Amy Morphus, Juana Gomez, and Tamar Stone lined up first. So Amy, if I'm pressing there we go. Oh, I think I maybe just did that. You can unmute. There we go. You can go ahead.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Amy Morphus. I live at 4555 13th Street. And listening to the comments, I can appreciate the feedback and excitement about the building itself of the new library. However, I feel like there's really been no concern put into the actual location of the library. I do live near the library, not where it would be visible from where I live, but the access roads are not roads that would be able to contain the traffic that would be accessing the library. And I worked for a number of years in active transportation. And at previous meetings, planning meetings I've been to, it's pretty much been dismissed to say, oh, most people will come by bike or bus. And having worked in active transportation for 10 years, that's frankly a fantasy and it's not going to happen. So right now we have 2 roads accessing the library where I just looked outside. In the 3 blocks I can see, there is not a parking spot available to anybody. This is pre-library. So that's a big concern I have. And I think it's also, one thing I haven't really understood about this is it seems like all of you are talking about the services it will provide, which I agree. I read more than a book a week. I'm a huge library fan, but it seems like there's been absolutely no consideration given to the residents of where the library is going to go. And that's a very strong concern that I have. And it just seems like it's just not compatible with our current situation here, especially the access road that's going to be added in front of established units already that will connect 13th and 14th Street. It's completely inappropriate for our existing neighborhood. And I am just on the record for saying I'm very much against this. Also, the library is in a floodplain, and I don't understand quite how that has been ignored. And I think for me, the biggest question is when I've been at a number of planning meetings for this, and when the library director was asked, aside from the fact that the city already owns this land that the library is being built in, please tell me one other benefit of trying to squeeze this library into this spot. And he did not have an answer at all. Up here in North Boulder, we have changed from light industrial into residential, and there are so many better spots accessible from Broadway for a public library that would serve the community, but they are all being ignored due to just financial reasons. And I see all of you being excited about this building and the thermal. None of you live here, none of you will be impacted by this. And I just feel like we're just being brushed aside as any concerns that we may have. I just feel like we're just not even being considered. You guys are talking about thermal planning and no consideration of the neighborhood whatsoever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, Juana is up next, and then Tamar Stone, and then Daryl Blackburn. Juana, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Juana Gomez. I'm a longtime Boulder resident and current chair of the Library Commission. The proposed North Boulder Library building will be the culmination of over 20 years of promises and efforts for a civic space in that neighborhood. Former council people and community activists fought hard to get to the incremental step of a corner library opened, with the expectation that this would lead to a permanent location for a community space. The 2007 Library Master Plan indicated the need for a branch library in North Boulder, and the 2018 Master Plan again presented this project as one of the main goals. This master plan was reviewed and commended by Planning Board and adopted by City Council. In the process of the design of this building, there were many community engagements. I attended several of them, including a Spanish language one at Boulder Meadows. And the proposal of this library there was met with wild enthusiasm. The design proposal is for a beautiful and iconic building that will serve the wider community. It will be innovative in energy and sustainability. It will incorporate facilities requested by the neighborhood. Its size is far smaller than the 21,000 square feet allowed. It will offer indoor and outdoor amenities. The design team have responded to input from city staff and from neighbors, and have adjusted the building to fulfill as many needs and requests as the budget will allow. Funding from various dedicated public sources, along with the generosity of private donors through the Library Foundation, will make it into reality, these hopes and dreams of the last 2 decades. Please consider approving the motion set forth in the planning staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Juana. Tamar Stone is up next, and then Daryl Blackburn, and then Stephen Frost.
My name is Tamar Stone. I live at 4522 13th Street. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I appreciate your time and this venue in these times. I have a short request. I am asking you to seriously consider postponing the North Boulder Library Annex project due to our current pandemic. We do not know the next time we'll sit inside a restaurant, go to a movie theater, attend a CU sporting event, or experience a live Dairy Center performance, let alone spend time in a library. In addition, our unique small businesses that make up the unique personality of Boulder are hanging on by their fingernails. This is not the time to build an edifice that may not be safe for occupancy for years to come, while our small businesses are seriously suffering. For me, this is not a funding issue. It is an issue of our deeper integrity as a community. Please consider postponing this proposal at this time in our history. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamar. Next up is Daryl Blackburn. Oh, unmute you, Daryl.
I'm okay. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I would like to speak to the issue of the Nobo Library and the homeless population in that area. And especially since it would be very close to the homeless shelter in North Boulder there. And I'm very concerned that this new library develop a good plan for being a friend to the homeless population. There are lots of resources across the country from libraries that recognize this great need of the growing homeless population and that special relationship that libraries have played over many years to provide a place where the homeless can find quiet and safe shelter off the street, as well as the use of computers and bathrooms and that. I actually did my best to get in on the ground floor of this discussion, of this planning. I called the the commission that was, or the agency that was going to be working with this library to offer my my help, and I was never called back. I called again and again, and I was never called back. And I have such a passion for including the homeless because it's going to be a growing population, and we know that the libraries have been such a great help in the past. And I want to be able to say that right now there's really growing concern across the country for the homeless to be helped by the libraries. There's a movie now called The Public that tells the story of a group of homeless individuals who take over Cincinnati Library in protest during a winter storm because of a shelter. The shelter is full and there's nowhere to go. There's a man named Ryan Dowd who's written a book called Homeless Library. Let's see, it's Homeless, The Librarian's Guide to Homelessness. And apparently libraries across the country are now buying this book for the people in their libraries so that they can provide, help for the homeless. And so I just want to mention this. I just learned today that you're having this meeting, and I just want you to know that this is very important, what the role that the library does play here. And and I'm thinking about the extra discretionary monies you talked about, Harmon, that our city is so blessed to have. Let's use some of that discretionary funding to help the quality of life for the homeless here in Boulder, and hopefully to help the libraries to play a role there. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Okay, the queue up next, we have about 12 folks with hands raised. Let's see, Stephen Frost, and then we'll have Adelaide Purr, Laura Duncan, and Tracy Zayek. And I am so sorry that I am probably not pronouncing names correctly. Okay, Stephen, you can go ahead.
Hey, good evening, members of the zoning board, Boulder City staff, and the Boulder community. Thank you so much for this opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Stephen Frost. I'm a city library commissioner, and I'm also a resident of North Boulder. I've logged in tonight to voice my support for the North Boulder Library expansion. This expansion has been planned for almost 20 years. In addition to the obvious educational benefits that this library will bring to our neighborhood, it will no doubt have a net positive impact on our community by providing a year-round, non-commercial space that is needed in this part of the city. Nobo is a densely populated area, but it lacks a central social and cultural hub. Even our fantastic Nobo arts community is spread out over many different locations. The proposed building could serve to centralize the culture of our neighborhood and connect our diverse community without creating too many economic barriers. The proposed building includes civic spaces that residents could use for school and community meetings, and a makerspace that would provide free public education to local residents. It would also allow the library to expand ESL, senior programs, homeschooling, after school, and summer youth programming right in our backyard for free. The new Nobo Library will transform what is now a roundabout and a largely unused patch of grass into a state-of-the-art environmentally progressive structure that will make our neighborhood the envy of many others and a destination for people from everywhere, economically benefiting businesses and enriching the lives of local residents for free, and providing access to STEM education, art, civic space, and meeting facilities. I believe that everyone in this city is entitled to utilize the library, not just for reading and relaxing, but also for utilizing many of our library resources to apply for social services or job opportunities without regard to your US residency or your housing status. I've spent many hours in our library branches, and I know that the Boulder Library staff has demonstrated the ability to make our facilities an open and welcoming and safe space for everyone who wishes to access them. NOBO needs this library, so I ask you tonight to recommend this proposal for approval and to help us make NOBO a stronger and better connected and more vibrant community. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen.
Let me look.
Okay, next up is Adelaide Purr, then Laura Duncan, then Tracy Zayak. Adelaide, you can go ahead.
Hi, I emailed you guys at the beginning of the meeting, the planning board emailed directly an email that I had sent on Monday to Sloan and never heard. It had 10 pages worth of comments and concerns and questions about the plan that is in front of us that we're talking about tonight. As an author, I am a library fan. I'm not in support of this location since the very first community input meeting 2 years ago. And ever since then, Antonia has straight up lied to the neighbors. The community input that is given to you guys is not accurate to what the community actually wants. And as a result, the trust with all the neighbors next to this property has been broken. The first glaring problem is that the front door to the library will face north. The address plat lists the address as being 13th Street, which is north. Yet north is somehow on all the site plans being listed as a rear yard. And the front yard is not even on the opposing side, it's on Broadway Street. According to Chapter 971 of the Boulder Municipal Code, MU2 zoning districts, a 20-foot front yard setback is required from the parking area. And I want to know why this is not being seen as the front yard, even though it's the main entrance, and why we're not given a proper front yard setback with 20 feet to the parking. This is also not in keeping with the sub-community plan. We did not have a new street built in front of the Uptown Broadway residents in any of the sub-community plans up until this point. Site plan A100 shows that the new street is 18 feet wide. Boulder technical drawings show that the access lanes should be 20 feet in width. Access streets should be 26 feet in width. And if we call it what it actually is, which is a street, it should be 30 feet in width. And the City of Boulder website reads that all civil engineering design must conform to the design and construction standards. And I want to know why this new street is not being designed according to Boulder's design and construction standards. I also want to know why it's acceptable to direct pedestrian traffic onto a private HOA property right next to large glass windows that look into our entire downstairs residencies with no landscaping barrier. It adds a premises liability for all of our entire HOA. I also want to know why the trash and recycling enclosure is about 65 feet from front doors and why it's probably like 15 feet from the pickup drop-off area. That seems like a really smelly place to place it. And I also want to know about privacy and why it's not being taken into consideration that when you come by this area at night, you can see me changing in my bedroom window, and that will be visible from all of the windows and from the parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Adelaide. Next up, we have Laura Duncan, followed by Tracy Zayak, followed by Claudia Hansen-Thien. Laura, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I'm unmuted, right? I taught on Zoom for
last year and it's awful. Okay, so I have two questions. One is a traffic question and another one is a policy question. And I am an engineer and an educator. First of all, how are delivery vehicles going to turn around on 13th? If you're in this neighborhood at all, you notice all kinds of vehicles traveling south on 13th. It's too bad you can't see my hand gestures. They're all traveling south on 13th. They find they can't go any further. They turn around in the cul-de-sac. And the same thing is true with cars. What I've noticed in the design is a pinch point now. What's going to happen with these trucks? Are they going to have to like back down the street? That'll be super exciting and fun to watch. So I don't see that addressed at all. We do have some traffic flow problems in the neighborhood. I guess it means it'd be barreling down the Wooner Street or whatever that thing is. My second question is about the homeless, and you know, I understand they need a place to hang out and stuff. What I'm really worried about is what's going to happen in that building after hours or on the outside of it. I'm worried about people camping out and sleeping on the grass, on that roof type area. We have a lot of homeless people hanging out here like all the time, and I understand they have no other place to go, but I have some concerns about providing another camping spot for them. And I'm just wondering how that's going to be addressed. I realize that's more of an operational problem, but it's something that concerns me as somebody who lives here and walks and bikes around the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next up is Tracy Zayak, and then we'll be followed by Claudia. And then we've got someone with a phone number of 908, and I'll just ask you to state your name when I'm unmuting you. Tracy, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm at 4525 13th Street. So my building abuts where the new library is going to be. I'll be the first building on the northwest side. And from the beginning, I have had horrendous concerns about access. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's not reasonable. I went down and I talked to Sloan and Antonio last year to get some more insight on the building. And they talked about the traffic flow and that they'd done the testing at the other libraries. Well, this library doesn't compare to any of the other libraries. The other libraries are much smaller. They don't do nearly the programs that you're proposing for this building. So I would assume that the traffic is going to be 2 or 3 times as much. And those roads barely accommodate us. It's not only will it be awful for the residents and those of us that live there, but for people trying to access the building, it's going to be horrendous. I think Sloan said, what did she say, 50 cars? And I thought, as naive as I am, I thought that was maybe 50 cars a day. So I thought, well, that might be doable. But she said an hour, all right? And that's for, the testing that you've done on the other sites. And I mean, if you double that, 100 cars an hour, 150 cars an hour, maybe during the high points of the day, during all these programs, I mean, it's absolutely not going to work. So have you been there? Have any of you been to the site to see the roads? I mean, I just don't understand. I think it's exciting. It's an exciting project. I think on another site, it would be exciting. I don't think it's exciting where it is, but when I moved there, they said it was going to be a 5,000 square foot building, maybe, and it would be accessed from Broadway. And now it's almost triple that size, and it's coming through our neighborhood. Our roads will be ruined with all the construction. So anyway, I mean, for the record, you've got to change. I mean, I think you can come in from Violet. There's a lot of land over there. I was told it cost a little bit more, but I think you're going to need to do that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Next up is Claudia, who will be followed by the 908 person on the telephone. Claudia, you can go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Jean. Good evening, members of the Planning Board. This is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I live in the Holiday neighborhood in North Boulder. I'm really excited to see this project moving forward. I've been taking my 2 kids to the Nobo Corner Library since it opened in 2014. And it's cramped but wonderful, and we've really missed it terribly since the pandemic began. I think that a full branch library is a key part of making North Boulder into a complete neighborhood. And as we continue to add housing and services, its absence here is more and more notable. I think the new library will be an anchor in our community, hopefully in the same way that Holiday Park to the north already is. I attended community open houses on the preliminary designs in 2019, and I have to say I fall more in love with this building every time I see it. It feels spacious without being intrusive. It follows the contours of the 4 Mile Creek and the bike path, and I think it'll be a quiet landmark at the terminus of 13th Street. And I really love how the design process has included so many voices from the community, including students at both of my children's schools here in North Boulder. I know that the immediate neighbors have concerns about traffic and parking, and those are common to any new development. But I actually think the overall conditions for pedestrian, bike, and transit access at this site are some of the best in this part of the city. And they in fact exemplify what we should be striving for in new development throughout Boulder. While a branch library obviously will serve some more distant neighborhoods, a large population, including many children and youth, actually live within a very short distance of this site. And for many of us, walking or rolling to the corner library, which has no designated parking, is already part of our normal routines. So I want to thank the library facilities team for sticking with this project and making this commitment to our neighborhood, and to the design team for bringing us something truly special. I hope you'll approve this project tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Claudia. Okay, next up is someone on the telephone, and I'm going to ask you to state your full name, please. After that, we'll have Kenneth Patterson, David Parrish, and Amy Roberts. Okay, you can unmute by using *6.
Hello, this is Brett Sawchak. It seems that the traffic study and the floodplain aspects of this site have catered to instead of truly reflected the issues of this site. So I'd ask please to turn this into a park, as this site is centralized in a park fashion to hundreds of residential units which rely on this tiny lot for open space and access to bike paths. And this project will ruin the peace and quiet of this neighborhood and leave us with idling cars. As a resident of Boulder for over 13 years, it'd be great to see Boulder to focus on the other city centers and services which could be made better than they are now. Things like providing bus passes and Wi-Fi would be a simple solution. This lot was a free gifted lot, so there's nothing lost by turning this into a park. Preserves the aspects of Boulder that we love while seeking better locations for this project when better funding is available. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kenneth Patterson, followed by David Parrish, followed by Amy Roberts. Kenneth, you
So there's been a lot of talk about cyclists and pedestrians accessing the library through 13th and 14th. And as a former professional cyclist for 7 years, I already don't even feel safe on those roads. They're so congested with cars parked on the street that if one car is coming from the north and one's coming from the south, one person has to pull over. So it doesn't make any sense to have an extra 900 or 1,000 or 1,500 cars coming on these roads per day when they're already completely filled to capacity. I guess I just want to know why the original 5,000 square foot plan for the library was, almost tripled, as one other person said, to 13,000, 100 square feet. It feels like the library is being shoehorned into this lot. If you've been out here, it's an extremely narrow strip of land, which is on the floodplain. I lived in the area in 2013, and the library site was flooded. I guess if the library needs this large of a building, if the city needs this large of a building, there's basically two options. One is to purchase the storage lot, the gravel storage lot, and build out to Violet so that people can access it through there, so that it's not clogging the roads on 13th and 14th, and you can have a parking lot on that side, or to build the library somewhere else. There's plenty of other places in North Boulder and in Gun Barrel where people also won't need a library that make a lot more sense. I guess my final point is it's a question on the budget. According to the library director, the total estimated costs per year for running the library is just under $750,000, $778,000 a year. And it seems, I guess, bizarre that as the city is furloughing and continuing to lay off employees, that the library needs this type of budget to run per year. Scaling it back to the original 5,000 square foot would obviously make it would be way cheaper. If traffic was going to come on 13th and 14th, then there'd be, a third of the number of cars coming through potentially. So I feel like there's options to, okay, I guess I'm about done, but there's options to either make it smaller or build out to Violet or build it somewhere completely else. And I just want to know why none of those options are even being considered. And instead this, 13,000 square foot, extremely expensive library is being shoehorned into a floodplain. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, and I apologize for not the warning. Sarah was having trouble with her volume, so hopefully that is resolved. All right, next we have David Parrish, followed by Amy Roberts, followed by Dave Hartzell.
She was nodding at the end of mine.
Yeah. I know, I saw that.
Hello. So I'm David Parrish. I'm the very new president of the HOA for the condo owners right north of the area there. So it's Live Work HOA. So 3 of our buildings are directly north of the site. And I won't go through all of the other arguments that we've heard already about how congested it will be and how the shoehorn analogy I thought was quite appropriate. I feel like a shoe salesman is selling me a size 8 shoe for my size 11 foot. And it's just going to be a painful process that will be with us for a long time. But I would like to just ask about one specific design aspect. It's shown on figure 12 in the documents that we got. It's the cross section of the access street between 13th and 14th. And on the north edge of that street is parking. And then there's a 2-foot curb. And then that's our property immediately next to that. And so people exiting the passenger side of those cars will naturally walk onto the private sidewalk that passes in front of the condos. And that was designed as a private sidewalk for access to the front doors of those condos. And that's the only entrance to those condos. It's a very concerning from a security perspective, is that now the public will be directed onto these private sidewalks directly outside the front doors of the residents. And so I don't know what our options are at that point, whether we can put a retaining wall, landscaping, a fence right there to protect the security of our residents. That it's it's a serious concern at this point. So that's the one specific thing I can point to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Next up is Amy Roberts, Dave Hartzell, and Mara Minster. Okay, Amy, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself. There we go.
While I appreciate people experiencing homelessness to have a place to sit and use a computer like a previous speaker, I believe we can provide more than just a place to sit. I've spent a lot of time in the downtown library. That library becomes a day shelter for homeless. I'm wondering how many librarians you will find that are also trained mental health workers, like psychologists and social workers and mental health nurses. From what I've witnessed, it seems that Boulder handles its homelessness through the judicial system. Who pays for people that can't afford the time they spend in jail for things like sitting? In a previous year, someone from the library at a meeting had threatened that if this lot wasn't a library, then it would be sold to condo developers. Threats have no place from our town workers. We've already covered that our streets couldn't handle more condo residents. However, if you are going to threaten to sell the lot, then I would suggest that Boulder keep it instead for a day shelter for the homeless. I prefer a park. Actually, I'd prefer leaving it just as the field is. If it's not a library, I would prefer the homeless day shelter. That would still require a road for ambulances. However, it would require less parking spaces. Generally, homeless people that have a car will live in their car. We could also provide a bus pass to the community. There are more people buying and riding bikes due to COVID, but I don't believe newer bicyclists will continue in the winter. That requires more buses because of socially distanced bus riders. I appreciate you making a plaque and native grasses to honor Native Americans of the area that used to live here. However, I believe you could provide services for people of color and people experiencing financial hardship that are living here now. My suggestion would be a bus pass for Boulder residents. A free bus pass would get families to the existing libraries we already have and provide transportation to the jobs that still exist. And speaking of homelessness, I'd like to ask if there is still a bed provided at the homeless shelter for a sexually violent predator. The last that I knew, the state of Colorado paid the Boulder homeless shelter for that bed. I approve of the shelter getting funding. I just want to remind people that many homeless have mental health issues that predispose some of them to violent sexual inclinations. If we're going to have something that becomes an impromptu homeless shelter, day shelter, then I would prefer it to actually have people staffing it that are experienced in mental health services. I guess that's, I just would provide, oh, is that my time?
That's your 30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Amy. Next is Dave Hartzell and then Mara Minster. Dave, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yep, I found it. Thank you. So yeah, I'm Dave Hartzell. I've been a resident here at the Village of Uptown since 2012. Well, on the surface, this library fits into the North Boulder Sub-Community Development Plan, but there's some problems with that. The original plan included buying this mobile park storage facility and extending 14th Street to Violet. And that's to provide access to the library, you know, and help move traffic through the community. I think we have a reasonable expectation from that plan that this should get done. I know it's not going to get done before we shove the library through, but you know, I hope that it does get done someday. And really that's to help move traffic through the neighborhood, but also for the safety of pedestrians and other people walking around here. There's a lot of traffic in the street. Nobody seems to get that. The traffic plan didn't get that. Apparently we need to go out and do our own. But you know, this is a big concern. And if this connector street does go in through the library between 13th and 14th, I think the city should really consider making 13th and 14th one-way streets. Loop this around all the way up to Yarmouth. So that way, you know, we don't have this conflicting traffic going north-south on these roads and causing problems like was previously mentioned. And lastly, I do want to mention that the floods in 2013 resulted in a massive amount of water coming down 13th Street. It went down Broadway, but it also went down 13th Street. That's going to go right through the front door of this library. I don't know why this hasn't been picked up before. I've mentioned it before in front of other planning and the city council, but this seriously needs to get looked at, because if we have another 100-year flood, this is going to take on a lot of water. So that's my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Next up is Mara. Mara, you should be able to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Yep. Hi, this is Mara Mincer, and I run a program called Growing Up Boulder. We're based out of the University of Colorado, and we help get kids' voices in city planning projects. And we were fortunate enough to work with almost 300 children at the local neighborhood schools, so Crestview Elementary and Foothill Elementary School, to find out what they thought about this project. And I would say the vast majority of them, maybe 98%, were extraordinarily excited about this project. First of all, the idea of a 15-minute neighborhood, or even a 10-minute neighborhood when you're a young person, is huge. And so, because if they can access the library on their own by biking or walking, that means they can take advantage of the services that are there. And a huge number of the kids actually wrote about and talked about how they plan to go there on their own without cars. So in terms of the traffic issues, which I know concern a lot of people, please be aware that there's a large number of people who will be using this space who can't actually drive or to get there in the first place. Second of all, the kids were extremely excited about the nature in the area and the creek going through there, as well as the native grasses and the connection to Violet Park nearby. And a lot of the kids we worked with also live in the Ponderosa mobile home community, as well as the Boulder Meadows mobile home community. And for those kids, this was an especially impactful project because they know that a lot of the library staff will be bilingual and there will be Spanish language resources there. And the pride that the kids showed that their culture could be featured at this library was extraordinary. I saw kids just light up and come alive when they thought about seeing themselves reflected in this space right next to where they live, and they could walk directly there. So I want to be representing their voices because this may be too late for a lot of them to stay up and be speaking themselves to this public meeting. But I would like you to know that this was really important, and anything that you want about documentation is all up on our website, growingupboulder.org. We have a whole report where you can see the ideas that the kids came up with. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mara.
Armin, can I just interject? Thank you, Mara. I just wanted to acknowledge on behalf of Planning Board that in fact, a number of fifth graders wrote letters to us last spring, and we saw those and we appreciated that feedback from the Crestview fifth graders.
Excellent, thank you. And just so you know, the kids were not told what to say. They were told they could write for or against the library, whatever felt right to them. So I want you to know that this was not influenced by us as well.
Thanks for acknowledging that, Dave.
If anyone else would like to speak to this item, now is the time. Please use the raise hand function. Kenneth, you have already had a chance to speak. I don't know if there's a follow-up question or if the board wants to allow that. Typically, we don't do that.
Thanks, Jean, for reminding us. But that is generally the policy, one 3-minute period per person.
And that's just out of fairness and consistency for everybody. So, okay, Harmon, back to you.
Okay, so thank you very much, all the members of the public who spoke, and we're going to consider your input as we deliberate now. So I want to just go over the 4 key issues that staff's identified to help guide our discussion. And the first one is, they're all phrased in the form of a question. The first one is, does the project meet the applicable site review criteria in section 9214H of the code? Any comment on that question? Sarah?
So I know your normal way of doing this is to go through the questions, but I do think it's valuable for us to also set aside some time to try to talk about some of the issues that the residents brought up and to see if there are some ways to, some ideas that could be taken to try to resolve those issues. And not just only answer the questions that staff has asked. It just seems like we would be remiss if we don't at least try to surface some ideas.
Okay. Do you want to surface some ideas first and then we'll go through the questions?
Sure. I thought that the residents had some interesting ideas. You know, the traffic folks would have to be able to respond to them, but one idea was maybe making that 14th, 13th Street loop a one-way loop. One was, could the parking that's going to be on the north side of that access road so close to people's front stoops, could those parking spots be on the south side of the access road? Is it possible to plan for and agree to, as soon as the 14th Street extension is built, that access road is closed to traffic and becomes more of a pedestrian mall, except for the part that would be 14th Street all the way through to Violet? And then I also wonder if, given that there's been some discussion about outdoor programming, whether, like a restaurant, this library might want to have an end time, a point in the late afternoon or evening when events cannot happen, after which events cannot happen outdoors, so that the folks who live across the street continue to have sort of a residential feel in the evening. So those are just some ideas. I know that staff would have to respond, but I just don't want us to just dismiss some of those concerns, even if we all support the library proposal. So I'm just putting those out there.
Okay. Well, you know, we're not dismissing those concerns.
No.
And the way that we address those concerns is if planning board members on a member by member basis feel like any of those concerns are valid, they might want to bring those up as potential conditions of approval that would be required in order to make the project meet the site review criteria. So, you know, if you feel like all of those are valid, maybe we should go through each one of them and see if your fellow planning board members feel that they're valid, and if it's worth spending time discussing them, because I don't want this to devolve into a proxy question and answer session whereby you just voice the things that you heard in public comment and then add questions to staff. I want, you know, this to be a deliberation. So,
fair enough. And maybe the way to do that is to first go through those questions that staff has put out, and then maybe we could discuss some of these more very tactical or specific issues that were raised that might be solvable.
okay. I'm also perfectly happy to go through the issues one by one that were raised, if you want to just start with that.
Well, why don't we, I think there's a meta question, which is support, does the project as proposed meet, address, how do the key issues, how do we feel about the key issues? And then if we can get those out of the way, we can begin to discuss these, I think, smaller issues that are probably resolvable with just some discussion.
Okay, well, let me run through the key issues then. So I'm going to turn it around and make it a negative poll. Is there anybody who feels like the project doesn't meet the applicable site review criteria? If so, raise your hand.
Can I make a comment on that?
Sure.
I would just like to make sure that because of some things that I heard, people understand that in fact, the intensity of this building on the site is way under what the zoning allows. So it's not like this is an enormous structure on that site. So I just wanted to say that because that is part of the site review criteria. And then another part of the site review criteria is with regards to building on floodplains. The entire structure is out of the floodplain, and I heard it referenced twice that it was in the floodplain. So I just wanted to make sure people knew that, and that's all.
Okay. So are there any folks who want to comment on areas in which they believe the applicable site review criteria aren't met by the proposal? Okay. Then let's go to the second key question, which is the project consistent with the North Boulder sub-community plan? And so I'll do a negative poll again in the interest of time. Is there anyone who feels the project is inconsistent with the NBSP? And if so, raise your hand and we can talk about it. Sarah, I see you talking. I don't know if you want to unmute and talk.
Sorry, I'm talking to my niece who needed to lock the front door. Sorry about that.
That's no problem. We're all doing this in our own way. That's fine. Thank you. Okay, so let me ask the question again. Is there anyone who feels the project is inconsistent with the NBSP? If so, you can bring up why. Okay, so I'm going to go on to the third one. Is there anyone who feels like the proposed government facility is inconsistent with the use review criteria in 9215E? If so, please make yourself known. Okay. And then the final question among the key issues is there anyone who feels that the 6% vehicular reduction for parking, or parking reduction for vehicles, I should say, does anyone feel that 6% parking reduction doesn't meet the specific parking reduction criteria in the site review criteria? Okay, so far what we have is we have every planning board member believes that each of the key issues have been met by the project. Now let's talk about some of the specific issues that Sarah brought up, and I'll give the floor to Sarah.
Well, I'm just trying to respond. I'm trying to be responsive to the residents who have, it doesn't sound like they have, I mean, some have concerns about the library itself, but many of them are just concerned about some very specific small elements of it. And I guess my questions are for either staff or for the applicant. I'm not really sure. Harmon, maybe you should direct me in this way.
Okay. Let's start with the first one. Let's start with the first question you want to ask about.
Okay, well, it just seemed to me that folks were concerned about the traffic patterns traffic patterns may be the wrong term, the amount of traffic and whether the existing traffic patterns will make it harder for that part of the neighborhood to absorb the additional traffic. And are there traffic patterns that could be changed to make that a little bit easier?
So I think Sloan's video is on, but David, you might be the right person. Sloan, if you want to jump in, you're welcome to as the case planner, but I figure transportation might want to comment on that.
Sure. Again, this is David Thompson, transportation engineer with Planning Development Services. I think staff would have a concern about making those streets one way, just because you're creating a wider travel surface for the vehicle, which could actually result in higher speeds. You know, the cross section of those streets were designed to slow the through traffic. And I don't know if there's anything else to add.
Well, I mean, I think that, I mean, I'm just trying to, because we're in discussion among the members of the board. Are there ideas, David, that you might have, how we could maintain slow streets whether it be with the bumps in the street or something, that might at the same time address the concerns that some of these residents have brought up. I mean, I realize this may add additional cost, but I do think it's legitimate for them to be concerned, to raise concerns that their existing, the existing traffic is already, or existing parking is already problematic, and now we're going to have more cars, and there isn't really space for those cars, and. So I'm just trying to think creatively. We all clearly support the library, and I think we should be trying to just think creatively about solving a couple of these issues that have been brought up. So David, what could we do conceivably?
Well, so the city does have a neighborhood mitigation program, right? So I think after, you know, the residents can always apply for that program. And then staff will go out and they'll measure the speeds and then review the application. You know, the traffic study showed that the intersections meet the level of service. And, you know, they were designed, again, I'll say this again, they were designed to slow vehicles on the street. So I guess I just have a hard time understanding the speeding concept, because the fact that the streets have been designed to slow traffic.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, David.
I don't have anything else to add.
Sorry, David.
There's another, if you were talking about me, I might want to chime in as well. I'm David. if we're in deliberations, thank you, David Thompson. I wanted to just support.
I just froze again.
I wanted to support what you're saying, because the entire neighborhood is two-way streets. It's very logical, and this would be kind of an unusual placement of street patterns through this neighborhood. They're very, very small. Should be pretty reduced speed streets as is. So I find it. I think it might be odd to try to shoehorn in some sort of one-way traffic patterns through this neighborhood when there really isn't any such thing in here yet. And I feel that it kind of matches our overall planning for this neighborhood in general. So I just wanted to kind of support what I'm hearing from the transportation department, just from my perspective as a planning board member. I don't know what others think.
I guess I would just add, David, that you know, when we look at we're talking about circulation right now, and so tying it back to the first key question about whether the project meets the applicable site review criteria, the criterion number one on circulation is high speeds are discouraged by the design. And so the second, I think we could argue about, that's potential conflicts with vehicles are minimized. We had a member of the public talk about how, you know, the streets are narrow, and when one car is coming one way and another car is coming the other way, one of them has to stop and move over. And so, you know, you might consider that a conflict. You know, you might also not consider that a conflict. That's just, that's a traffic calming device where through narrowness, you create lower vehicular speeds and you create a safer, more convenient connection. You just have to drive slowly when you're in that area. A conflict is when two cars are actually about to hit each other. And so, you know, as I read the circulation criteria, alternatives to the automobile are promoted. We shift away from single occupant vehicle. They're all on-site facilities for external linkage. We minimize the amount of land devoted to the street system, which this project does. And it's designed for the kind of traffic that's expected, which I think it does. So, you know, if we're following the circulation criteria, I think they're met. That's where I'm going to vote.
All right, well, so someone must have, when I couldn't hear what was happening, that must have been the person who was talking about speed. I'm actually, I didn't hear anybody speak to the issue of speed. So that's not actually what I was bringing up. I was really, so I apologize if I was being unclear. What I heard was a concern about there not being enough room for the amount of traffic that was going to come through. I heard concern about, particularly on this, the parking on the north side of the street being essentially right up against people's front doors because of the way the project has been designed. And there was a private sidewalk that was, it sounds like it's a little unclear to me, but it sounded like you have the curb and a little private sidewalk and people's front stoops. And, you know, can this be addressed with a widening of the sidewalk, or can this be addressed with the parking that's currently planned for the north side of that access street being on the south side of the access street? It just seems like it's fair to try to address these concerns. And I'm very sorry, I do not have the site review stuff memorized the way you do, Harmon. So I am trying to respond in a personal way without being able to quote code immediately. And I'm just trying to be helpful.
Oh, no, Sarah, you're doing fine. I'm just saying where I stand on this. So, you know, feel free to keep going.
I'm very sorry, but my computer keeps freezing up. So I'm having a hard time here.
I will help out just a little bit by asking if anybody from staff or from the applicant side has any comment on the private sidewalk in terms of whether there's been respect for the proximity to the sidewalk.
And before staff responds, Sarah, you might try turning your video off and having audio only. I know it's not ideal because we can't see you, but that may improve the buffering.
Thanks.
And sorry, back to David's question.
Which I didn't hear. So David, could you repeat it?
Sure, I was just gonna form that into a question for staff and applicant is if any concerns with the private sidewalk on the north across the street, and whether proximity of public traffic to that sidewalk had been taken into account. Just get a reaction to that. Thank you.
It's appropriate for the applicant to respond to this one. Antonia, do you have a response? Go ahead then.
Yes, thank you for giving us time. I think we can answer this relatively quickly. We have pursued a lot of different options for parking in that area specifically. So we did approach the HOA about getting an access easement for that sidewalk in lieu of putting a landscape screening barrier in front of their property. They declined that offer, specifically stating in their official response that they wanted to have less parking in that area to encourage alternative modes of transportation and to, I think, decrease vehicle access to the site. I'll also add that so because they declined our offer, they can plant their own shrubs or hedge there. They can plant other things that serve as a landscape barrier if they want to. That's their option. Let's see, the sidewalk actually has a 1-foot curb edge that deters people from going on that sidewalk, and there is plenty of space between where the parallel parking is stated and that curb of the sidewalk for people to walk in that edge without going on the private sidewalk. So there's a few different things there that speak directly to access for the parallel parking to the library site without going on private property. I'll also add, it seems like a number of issues, Sarah, that you brought up specifically in regards to parking. There's so much to say around circulation, transportation access, vehicle flow, and parking. And if you would allow, I would like to permit our consultant, Bill Fox, to give like a very brief 3-minute overview of his summary of traffic flow and occupancy.
So I apologize, Antonia. I am having real trouble with my computer, and I heard nothing of what you said after the landscape, and we had discussed it with the neighbors. So I apologize. If you guys give me a minute, I'm going to go see if I can get my niece to turn off her computer, because that may be part of it. Excuse me for 1 minute.
Thank you.
And this is Bill Fox with Fox Tuttle, and I will gladly weigh in on traffic issues whenever or if you'd like me to.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
I think also just one quickly to add to what Antonia said, just to be clear, that private sidewalk that was mentioned is still 12, there's a 12.5-foot buffer between that sidewalk and where the cars are, plus the curb, plus 2.5 feet to exit the cars, all standard. But it's not like it's right there. It's quite a ways away.
So the parking is in the public right of way?
Yes, the parking and the ability to get out on the passenger side.
The passenger walk is also in the public right of way, the 2-foot walk.
Yeah.
Okay. And would those parking spots have been available just as public parking spots?
Okay. Thank you for those answers. I've tried, I brought stuff up and you all have answers for them, so I'm not going to continue to push.
Hey, Sarah, are you still talking?
And everyone's frozen again. I'm really sorry, I'm having real problems here.
So one other suggestion, Sarah, if you can hear me, one other suggestion would be to call in and mute your audio on Zoom and just listen on the phone and be able to talk on the phone. I don't know if that'll help, but I've seen it done.
Okay.
Were you going to say something, Lupita?
I thought to try what she just did, which is turn off the video and just stay with the audio might be sufficient.
Yeah, I think McConaughey did something similar in Interstellar, so I think we could get it done.
The internet in the United States is groaning under the weight of Zoom right now.
This library.
Okay. Sarah, if you can hear me, Sarah, do you want to move on to another question?
No, I'm going to leave it at that. I didn't come prepared to make a case for X, Y, or Z. And since the response has been, no, we can't do that, I'm not going to continue this conversation. I don't think it's worth our time. We have a lot left still on our agenda.
David, did you want to say something?
I'll let Lisa go first. She beat me.
Thanks, David. I guess my question to staff and consultants, I've been certainly following the Nobel Library for some time, is off of Sarah's question. Is there anything that you heard brought up that you feel is not addressed or that could be better addressed? And I realize that's quite broad and I'm not calling out anything specific. You know, what I'm hearing from staff and the consultants teams supporting them is that they feel that everything does meet the site criteria, which we also agree with. I guess I'm just wondering, you know, is any of this new? Are there potential remedies that you could bring to bear? Or, you know, do you feel like it has all been adequately addressed previously?
I'll direct that at Sloan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say is that none of this is new. And I think the library has been actively trying to address concerns since the beginning. And as Antonia described, they looked at a lot of different options for that access drive and parallel parking, and they have really tried to minimize impacts as much as possible. And I think that's where we ended up at this design, where they have pushed it to the south and they're trying to, you know, stay away from that sensitive area. So from staff's perspective, I think that they meet the criteria.
Thank you, Sloan. And then just one other thing I wanted to mention, as long as we're discussing, is that some of the parking issues potentially, if we do see greater impacts with increased programming, but there certainly are things that can be done with parking management that might address some of those concerns. Having, you know, been up in that part of Boulder, I think it's true that there are times when the streets are very parked up, which it is designed to be like that. It's meant to be denser, you know, but there might be ways to kind of address that after the build to manage, you know, if we're getting people storage parking or doing something like that, there are ways to kind of shift some of that. So thank you very much, Sloan.
David?
Yeah, I just wanted to check. Sarah, are you hearing us okay right now?
I'm hearing you most of the time. I've just asked Cindy to send me the call-in information, and I'm just going to call back and just
Great.
be on the phone.
So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that because when I heard that there might be cars parking and opening up their doors right into the sidewalk, I was kind of curious about that as well. And so the explanation that Antonia gave us was that there's I think it was like a 12-foot buffer there between the private sidewalk and the cars. So it's a pretty significant amount of space. So
Okay, thank you.
that doesn't really concern me. And then the other offer was that Bill Fox could give us a 3-minute overview of the traffic thing to kind of supplement what we've already heard, which I would actually be interested in hearing if other people are. So I think if you can hear Sarah, it would be great because you kind of triggered that.
Okay, this is Bill Fox, and just to start with some historical perspective, because in 1994 I was hired by the city to provide the traffic engineering and planning as part of the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan development, and I can tell you I vividly remember planning charrettes in the old armory where we talked about this grid of streets that has been built, and this is exactly what was planned. And I vividly remember a library on this parcel, but that's just history. But the street, and talked about the one-way concept. I agree with David Thompson. I don't think it's a good idea. You'd actually get cars traveling faster in these blocks, would be less safe for pedestrians. The streets are designed to be slow. There's bulb outs at intersections. There's bulb outs mid-block for pedestrian crossings. So they're designed to be the way they are. From a traffic volume perspective, I understand wherever you live, more cars in front of your house is a big deal to you. And I get that. And I don't like cars in front of my house either. But in this case, we've studied these streets. It's hard to go around Boulder and find residential streets like these with traffic volumes that are as low as they are today. The 13th and 14th and Rosewood connecting are extremely low traffic volume streets today and have more than enough capacity to accommodate the additional traffic from the library. And I think our evaluation of levels of service and delay and queue links and things all support that. There's no argument with that. But I get it. More in front of your house seems like unworkable, but these streets can handle the additional traffic that's projected. The one-way street concept, again, you would have to figure out how to deal with the ends. One-way couplets are great, but at the ends, they don't work so well. And so how do you bring them back together? So that circulation on the south end through the site is important in any scenario. So you don't get rid of the need to have that connection on the south end through the north part of this library if you went with a one-way couplet. It wouldn't work without that. So I don't think that changes. Parking-wise, we've been monitoring parking in the neighborhood here at least 3 different times. I've counted 15 vacant spaces on the streets of 13th, 14th between the library site and Yarmouth. So there is some potential for some overflow parking if the library would to require that. However, looking at the 3 times I've looked at the parking at the Reynolds Branch Library that has 28 spaces, most I ever saw was 21 vehicles in that parking lot, and usually it's less, in the teens. So I'm not sure this library is going to use all the parking that you're going to build, but that's what the code requires, so that's where we arrive at that number. I can't think of a site that's better connected from a multimodal perspective with the high-frequency transit on Broadway and the wealth of pathway and bikeway connections here and the proximity to a lot of residents. So I just don't see a traffic.
Hey, Bill, I'm going to cut you off now. Lupita's got a question she wants to ask. Thank you for that additional information. Lupita?
Yes, in fact, he was getting to the point towards the end. He was making the case with regards to the location of this library. It really is, I think, prime because the population is right next to 2 populations with, and this again, I didn't do the analysis, but knowing what I know about those communities, there's children that will benefit from this community. So I would like to know if that was figured out into, you know, the traffic, because I would expect that there will be a fair amount of traffic, but it will be on foot. So a lot of the children will be just coming after school, potentially. I would like to hear a little bit about that, if that was part of it. By the way, the Reynolds Library is my library, and I use it regularly. I've been using it for the last 10 years. In fact, tries to get to hear a little bit more about it, because I never had an issue with parking at that branch. And but with regards to this other one, just because it's going to be, you know, in between two populations where they have, I know they have a fair amount of children, that I will expect that a lot of them will be coming on foot or on bikes, but mostly on foot, I will expect. So was that accounted for at all in your, you know, evaluations of traffic?
I think I'm off mute. You can still hear me. Not specifically in that we don't have trip generation data that says how many adults and how many children access libraries. I will tell you that we started with national average trip making rates for libraries, and Boulder's not the national average. Boulder generates less trips than national average, but we didn't take the normal multimodal reductions that we would take on a traffic study in Boulder, just to be conservative, to be conservative in our projections. So we believe our traffic projections are high, in part because of what you're saying about people walking to this facility or biking.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, so Sarah, can you talk now on the phone?
The answer is no, I can't talk on the phone yet, but they're working on it. But I can hear you guys, so I'm listening. I'm listening to everyone.
Okay, so are there any general comments that people feel like they'd like to make now on the record? Should we go to calling for a motion? Or Sarah, are you interested in opening up dialogue on some of those other questions that were brought up by the public?
No, I think that a lot of stuff has been surfaced that was not clear or helps to clarify, let me put it that way, some of the issues surrounding the concerns raised by the residents. And I think it was Lisa who pointed out that once this building is built, there'll be some greater understanding of how significant any of these challenges are. And at that point, perhaps traffic can be, the staff from traffic can try to figure out some ways to address it.
Okay, appreciate that. Are there any other general comments that anybody would like to make, or additional deliberation? John?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that this library and its proposal to locate here should not come as a surprise to anybody who lives in the neighborhood. The proposal has been there longer than the buildings that people live in have built there. There was no specific design yet, but this has been a proposal since the sub-area plan was adopted. And therefore, I think that the plans that have been developed are very thoughtful, and so is the traffic planning associated with this. So I have no hesitation in moving ahead with it.
Well, I think that's very eloquent and good background, John. And I'm also well sensitive to some of the issues that have come up, particularly in public comment. Sloan intimated that those issues had come up before, and I didn't hear much that I hadn't already heard through public comment and planning board questions in our concept review on April 4th, 2019. And I believe if you carefully read the staff report, that those questions that came up and that you can see in the minutes were addressed in the second, the additional site review submittal. So I'm also comfortable voting for the application as proposed. David?
I'd like to make a motion if we're ready for it.
Absolutely, go right for it.
I move to approve site review case number LUR 2019-00043 and use review case number LUR 2019-00048, incorporating the staff memorandum and the attached criteria checklist as finding of fact and subject to the conditions of approval recommended in the staff memorandum.
I'll second.
I saw Lupita's hand go up first. Did you want a second, Lupita? Okay, John, as much as it pains me to do it, I'm going to give Lupita the second.
John, will you let me? John?
I'm delighted for you to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So we've got a motion on the table. We've got a second. The motion's by David Ensign and the second is by Lupita Montoya, or Montoy, apparently, as she's written her name in.
Oh, they skipped my last.
Probably wasn't your fault.
I just noticed that. Okay, so any discussion to the motion?
I appreciated John's perspective here, and it is meaningful. And while I also agree with the traffic engineer's assessment, which is something that I've said before, nobody likes to see more activity, especially from cars around where they live. It's a net benefit to the community. So thanks for the perspective, John.
And I'll just add, see if I could, Peter, that Lupita said some really, really amazing things about children being able to go over there. And I noticed that the underpass from the Ponderosa site goes directly to this library. And the presentation mentioned a direct pedestrian connection from the Meadows community over there. So there's going to be a lot of really, really great connections from very close in MH zone neighbors. So that's great.
Yep. In this time of information deficits, the more we can do to increase anything associated with knowledge and education, the better.
Okay, if there are no more comments, I'm going to, and no one, does anybody have any amendments that they want to propose to the motion? Okay, then I'm going to make it the motion of the board. We have a motion on the table from Vice Chair Ensign, seconded by Member Montoya, and it's to approve site review case number LUR 2019-00043 and use review case number LUR 2019-00048, incorporating the staff memo and the attached criteria checklists as findings of fact, subject to the conditions of approval recommended in the staff memorandum. I'll take a roll call vote starting with David. David?
Aye.
And going to Lisa?
Aye.
Lupita?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye. So the motion passes 7-0, unanimous approval. Congratulations to the applicant team.
Thank you.
Okay.
Carmen?
9:15, yeah, question?
This is Cindy. I just wanted to let you know, I mean, Sarah could tell you this, but she's actually listening through the phone, but she's going to keep up her Zoom and talk through that, but she can hear everything on the phone. She's just not going to hang up. And, but she just wanted me to explain that to you. So she may not be visible, but she can hear everything and talk to us.
I'm still here.
That's great, Sarah. Thank you. And for some reason, I don't hear any feedback, even though your Zoom mic isn't muted. So great job. Whatever you're doing, it's working.
Thank you.
Okay. Do people want another break before we move to the next, or should we push on? It's 9:15. We've been at it for 2.5 hours since our last break.
If I may say something, I could use a minute. My son is leaving to college on Saturday morning. So I've been trying to fit them and help them pack.
Okay.
And
That's
so
good.
it's been kind of like a weird night trying to do all these little things here and there. So, this is my oldest son, and it's the first time he's going to be away from me for this long. It's a big few days left. So
Well,
apologize, I'm a little in and out.
I was going to
see what the to do some laundry this next round.
Okay, I was going to suggest 5 minutes, but in honor of your son, let's do 7. So,
all right. Thank you.
15, let's get back here at 9:22.
Thank you so much, guys.
Okay.
Harmon? Are you there?
I'm right here.
This is Cindy. I'm wondering, did we do an actual vote on the last motion? We did
Yeah,
a roll call, right?
We did a roll call vote.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank
Motion
you.
by David, second by Lupita,
Yeah.
approved 7-0.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, well, in a second or so, it's going to be 9:22 and we'll get this going again.
Harmon, I'm here.
There you are. Good. Okay. I hope Lupita will come back in a sec. So what we're going to do, reconvene the meeting of the planning board for the 20th of August here after our 7-minute break. And we're moving on to matters. We have 2 big discussions under matters today. So it's not just going to be a debrief of the meeting, 2 substantive matters. And the first one is the discussion of the use table and standards project. And before I turn it over to Carl, or Charles, who will probably turn it over to Carl, just in recognition of the time and effort that he has put into it since the beginning, I'm going to let David Ensign say a word or two, and Sarah joined the use table subcommittee too. So if Sarah wants to jump in and say something brief after David, that's fine. And then David, you can take care of turning it over to staff.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you to do that. I didn't prepare anything, but yes, about 2 years ago, we thought we would try to help staff get, with getting this action plan item moving by forming a subcommittee. And the initial members were myself, Brian Bowen, and Sarah, and Crystal Gray. And then when Crystal went off the planning board, Sarah replaced Crystal, and then it's just been Sarah and I the last couple of meetings. And it's been a great experience, and we've met in various places around the town that we feel represented walkable neighborhoods and active street fronts and kind of unusual businesses to try to get inspiration for maybe how we could make the use tables have more interesting and more dynamic outcomes that everybody would appreciate. And it's been an interesting challenge because intensity density standards were out of scope. So we really had to just kind of stick with the use tables and try to figure out how they could become more nimble. And the whole idea was to help move them towards being more in line with the latest revision of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. Sarah, did you want to add anything to that?
No.
Great. Well, it's been great, and we've been working with Andrew and Carl on that, and Charles has come to many of our meetings as well. So thanks so much for being here, and look forward to the presentation.
Thanks very much, Dave. So Andrew Collins is going to present staff's analysis tonight, but we look forward to your feedback. This has been kind of a long time in the making. We really appreciate the work that the subcommittee has done and the time that they've put in, and want to thank Andrew and Carl because they have really been on a roadshow for quite some time, talking with different partner organizations within the community, different community groups. So we look forward to your feedback this evening.
Great. I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see. Share my screen. Okay. hopefully everyone can see everything here in the presentation. So I'll go ahead and get started. The next item is the use tables and standards matters item discussion, as we have gone over.
Andrew, we can't see your screen yet.
Cannot see it.
No.
Now, good.
There
Now
we
we
go.
can see.
There you go.
So the purpose for tonight's meeting is to check in with Planning Board on the work done so far. We'll review the project background and history, touch on the questionnaire results so far from the online Be Heard Boulder questionnaire. And then we'll have time for questions for Planning Board with discussion and feedback. We want to just highlight some of the questions here now as reference to think about as we go through the presentation. The first three deal with the overarching phase 2 project goals related to neighborhood center areas, and then 15-minute neighborhoods, and then the idea of simply streamlining the overall use table and standards themselves. 4 and 5 deal with specific questions related to allowing flexibility for creative uses citywide. And number 5, it relates to allowing additional uses in light industrial areas. These are a more condensed version of the questions that were in your memo. So in 2018, this was a work plan item for both Planning Board and City Council. And as Dave mentioned, this was undertaken in an effort to help align the use table and standards more so with the BVCP comp plan policies and goals related to ideas such as 15-minute neighborhoods and neighborhood centers. The initial goals at that time was to align the use table in a more consistent fashion with the goals of the comp plan, to identify any community desired land use gaps in the use standards themselves, and to help streamline and simplify the use table and the regulations. As Dave alluded to as well, the scope of this project is Chapter 9.6 use standards. And so this is a section of the land use code which tells us which uses may be allowed or prohibited, or may require a use review, or be a new limited use category. And so intensity, things such as floor area, bulk and form, setbacks, those things are not part of the scope of this specific project. A subcommittee was appointed in 2018, and they have helped to guide the project and make recommendations, act as a sounding board for ideas to help engage with the public. Phase 1 of this project concluded in November of 2019. A series of ordinances were adopted by council as an outcome of the Opportunity Zone program. And those ordinances sought to reduce non-residential capacity, so reducing office uses and increasing residential uses in the zoning districts that correspond with the Opportunity Zone program. And then those were applied citywide to those zoning districts. Also in phase 1, a overlay was placed on the census tract of the Opportunity Zone that prohibits the demolition of attached dwelling units in an effort to preserve some of the market rate affordability. So phase 2 kicked off in December of 2019. We've held a series of 14 subcommittee meetings, which just ended in June of this year. And Lupita did join us for that last one as well. These have shifted to an online virtual capacity due to the ongoing pandemic. To give you a quick flavor of the work that they've been doing, they've done intensive deep dives into the use table categories and zoning districts, developing some considerations related to 15-minute neighborhoods, as well as structural changes to the table, also ideas regarding definition changes potentially, and some thoughts on topics that may be outside the scope of this project. They want to note those in the parking lot area. And this is an attachment to the memo as well. They've also reaffirmed the goals, objectives, and action steps for the project. And importantly, they came up with 3 overarching goals for phase 2. And so they are to support a string of pearls consisting of mixed use nodes along corridors and supporting walkable neighborhood centers of varying scales, and to encourage 15-minute neighborhoods through use table changes in all types of districts, and to incorporate administrative and structural updates to the use table. And these 3 goals form the framework for the online questionnaire that we developed as well. In terms of community engagement, the 14 subcommittee meetings have been open and noticed to the public, and each of those have had a public comment period with attendees being able to contribute to the discussion. We held an online community information session on July 27th. We also recently had a brief update with the Boulder Chamber of this week as well, I wanted to mention. Our communication staff has done notifications through social media and emailing of newsletters. And then with feedback from the subcommittee that helped to inform the Be Heard Boulder online questionnaire. So far, we've had over 300 visits to the webpage and 80 responses. And we'll get into a summary of some of those high-level responses later on in the presentation. And the survey, or excuse me, the questionnaire opened on July 19th and runs through the end of August. And so we encourage people who may be seeing this presentation, if they haven't already, to go ahead and participate online at beheardboulder.org. So the first overarching principle is to support a string of pearls and neighborhood centers. And again, this consists of mixed-use nodes along connected corridors. And as part of the project's considerations, the subcommittee identified neighborhood centers as being an opportunity to help them better function as mixed-use centers to serve their respective surrounding neighborhoods in a better capacity by providing daily services and goods, as well as potentially being areas for gathering spaces. The idea of string of pearls was originally conceptualized as a series of neighborhoods along North Broadway in the 1990s. The subcommittee in the project has broadened that idea outward to include all of the neighborhood centers that are identified in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. So on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see in the dark blue circles, those are the identified neighborhood centers in Boulder. And so some examples of these would be some of our older shopping center areas, such as near 55th and Arapahoe, or Table Mesa, or the Meadows area. And these areas are typically zoned a business zoning district, so business community or business transitional, or even some business main street. And so some more examples of these areas, also Gun Barrel near Spine and Lookout Road would be a newer example. And one of the concepts with this idea is that these neighborhood centers should be better functioning as human-scaled walkable areas with a more diverse mix of uses, and also having a gathering space came up in our discussions with the subcommittee. So what we've heard so far on this topic with the online questionnaire, about 75% of the respondents indicated they would be open to use changes that encourage a greater mix of uses in these neighborhood centers, as discussed in the questionnaire. And these included a variety of uses such as restaurants, retail uses, personal services. Of those that selected residential housing, it was a broad, even mix of between single family up to duplexes and townhouses. In terms of what elements people felt were most important to have in these neighborhood center areas moving forward, they thought that walkable and biking access was important, followed by human-scaled building design. The second overarching goal for the project has been to encourage 15-minute neighborhoods, and this is supported by policies in the comp plan, as well as both directives from City Council as well as Planning Board in last year. And so this is the concept of providing limited commercial or mixed uses in predominantly homogeneous neighborhoods, whether that's a single family neighborhood or it could be an industrial neighborhood. How can we get a greater variety of uses in these areas to foster greater accessibility to goods and services within a 15-minute walk over where people may live or work? So the images at the bottom of the screen are some local examples. Alpine Modern Cafe at 9th and College. And then we have some examples from North Broadway, and then some of the mercantile buildings along Arapahoe Avenue located along street corners. And so one of the main kind of items that came up in their discussions was that these 15-minute neighborhood uses, should they be pursued, is that they should be contextually appropriate to the neighborhood that they're in. They should have limited impacts. And so scale, building design become important factors, and location of these become important factors kind of moving forward. The map on the right comes from the 2019, the city's low stress walk and bike network plan. And the green areas just depict their assessments of areas of the city that have good walking access, 15-minute access to key destinations and uses. The reds, yellows, and oranges have less access to uses and destinations. So it's just included here as a reference to help visualize where the inclusion of additional uses may be helpful to encouraging 15-minute neighborhoods throughout the city. Some additional character imagery that was included in the questionnaire. Our discussions with the subcommittee, the idea of small scale grocers and hardware stores, vehicular repair even came up. The idea of live workspaces being more allowed in certain locations, as well as limited commercial or creative maker spaces and industrial zones. And then allowing potentially for more greater variety of residential uses and typologies and where people would want to see them. So regarding this topic, 15-minute neighborhoods, what we heard so far is that 70% of the respondents said they would be open to having additional uses as described in the questionnaire and establishments within a 15-minute walking distance, if limited in scale and in number. There was broad support, again, for a variety of uses, restaurants and coffee shops, small scale grocers, retail and personal services, as well as additional housing. On the question on whether additional zoning restrictions should be applied to these 15-minute uses, there was mixed sentiments. About 40% said yes, there should be additional zoning restrictions. About a third said maybe, and 27% said no, there should not be additional restrictions on these 15-minute neighborhood type uses. There was the most support for requiring additional bike parking and limiting vehicular parking in an effort to encourage walking and biking access. Also support for limiting the size of establishments to help them be more compatible with the neighborhoods. And also the idea of limiting the location of these uses to multimodal corridors. On the question of encouraging more flexibility citywide for live work uses and artist studios and galleries and small scale performance venues, 65% of the respondents said that they agreed with that question. I think given some of the comments earlier tonight, I think some of these things have to be balanced out with the impacts from the music venues in your neighborhoods as we move forward. But these are intended to give us a broad perspective on what people may be interested in. Likewise, a majority of respondents felt that we should consider allowing additional uses in the light industrial areas, again, balanced with preserving the existing industrial uses as well. Also want to note that ongoing planning efforts such as the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan will probably need to occur first before their recommendations could be implemented for more comprehensive changes in some of these industrial areas. But this gives us a feel for what people are thinking and what they want to see kind of going forward in the use tables. The third overall goal for the phase 2 has been to simply incorporate updates and improvements to the table itself, and where we can consolidate existing uses to a more manageable number and streamline the use categories in the table itself. The right-hand side of the screen just shows some of the 6 or so different office definitions that we have, and that can be troublesome for both the development community and staff and the public alike. So some of the ideas we discussed with the subcommittee as well are we want to carry through in our efforts. About 60% of the public agreed that we should simplify the standards and streamline the number of similar uses. Only 10% of the public said no, we should not. A large portion said maybe. And a similar number of respondents felt that we should consolidate the office use categories down to a lesser amount. So next steps, we're going to City Council for a study session on Tuesday, August 25th. The survey is still, the questionnaire, excuse me, is still open online, and we want to continue to collect the public feedback, get your feedback and City Council's feedback to help us develop the more specific options and alternatives going forward between now and Q4 of 2020. And once we have those more specific recommendations and options, we'll take those back out to the community for more engagement, possibly targeted stakeholder or neighborhood outreach as may be appropriate. And then we hope to have open houses on a draft recommendation and public hearings in Q4 of 2020. More nuanced or more complicated code changes could push into 2021. So with that, we can take us to our questions for planning board, and I can either put all 5, or I think 5 of them up on the screen now, or go through them one by one, however you guys would like to do it.
Well, I think let's just go with the first question, and then we'll discuss it.
Great. So the first question, yeah, again, feel free to add more comments as well. But the question of should we allow greater diversity of uses in the neighborhood center areas to better serve community needs?
Okay, before we jump into this, is there anybody who wants Andrew to help unpack the question?
I have an example of a unpacking question.
All right.
What would be an example of I don't mean it this way, but what would be what's a controversial example of allowing greater diversity? And I feel like we could quibble over the middle of these. Each of these is going to have a spectrum, and I'm interested in just getting to it. Like, what would be the most controversial use that, greater diversity of uses in neighborhood centers, at the farthest end of an extreme? Not that that would ever be fully approved and pushed through. What are we talking about?
Can I speak to that? Andrew,
Sure.
would you mind?
Sure.
So,
real quick, Andrew, could you pull down your screen, and we're just all going to have to remember that this is a question about allowing greater diversity of uses in neighborhood centers?
Yeah. Let me,
better.
Actually pull your screen to the left too, and make the thing really small, and then everybody gets big. There's like a little handle on that bar. I don't know if you can see that.
Let me try to have 2 screens.
There you go. That's good.
So I don't know that the framework has to be controversial, whether something's controversial or not. I think the idea, or at least in my mind, the idea is, how can we refresh our 1970s style shopping areas into more vital, vibrant, denser, but human scaled sort of community neighborhood centers that have housing and restaurants and public space and urban form, and in some ways become the community, the center of communities, the center of parts of our community. So to do that, we had to take a look at what was currently allowed in those 1970s style malls, and imagine allowing housing and allowing smaller plates for stores, and proposing to get rid of automobile repair shops, or like to try to think about what would make it possible for these old shopping malls to be reimagined more along the scale of, let's say, the Holiday neighborhood. So that's, I think, from my perspective, the best way to talk about the neighborhood centers. David, does that capture your understanding of how we talked about it too?
Yeah, yeah, I mean, and you're talking specifically, Peter, about that first question, right? So that I totally agree and it was really interesting. We had an awful lot of different public people who came. I noticed Lisa Spalding's attending right now, and also Claudia, who's attending. She came to at least a couple of our meetings. And so there were a lot of people who came to our meetings, and it was really interesting to hear all the different opinions. But with neighborhood centers, there would seem to be a reasonable amount of enthusiasm about making the use tables more accommodating for more interesting outcomes. But where you get into kind of areas where people may or may not completely agree is, you know, how big should it be, or you know, a lot of times it's hard to envision exactly what things will look like. So you have to kind of play some envisioning exercises and talk about, you know, we spend a lot of time talking about what these things might actually look like. And it's an interesting exercise to try to take these really technical tables and then think about what the outcomes are going to be.
So I can't imagine a scenario that the answer to this wouldn't be yes.
I think for neighborhood centers, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
But to David's point, I think the shift in our thinking was, instead of only thinking about these string of pearls or the infill at a very small scale, was how can we reimagine these shopping areas so that they themselves become 15-minute neighborhoods, like they become the core of 15-minute neighborhoods. And I will just say, I was struck, Andrew, by the results you've gotten so far from the questionnaire, that the majority of people, one of the things many people agreed on was the desire for human scale of development. I think that's really powerful. So I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, so I'm going to comment. I think it would be a great idea to allow more diversity in our neighborhood centers. You know, we're not talking about neighborhoods, we're talking about neighborhood centers, which are mostly zoned business commercial. There are older shopping centers, as Andrew described. You know, and if you look at our older shopping centers and you imagine the amount of floor area that's available in all those old shopping centers for additional uses and development, you know, if we're concerned about, you know, maintaining mountain views and not overdeveloping our neighborhoods, you know, look at the seas and oceans of parking that there are in these business commercial districts that were designed when, you know, all of our planning was backwards. You know, they were trying to maximize parking, we're trying to minimize it. They were trying to push the businesses to the back. We're trying to push businesses to the street. They were trying to segregate uses to commercial only. We're interested in mixed use and getting away from the car. So, you know, these to me are, you know, in a way, I think Peter hit it on the head when it's like, how can you imagine anybody not being interested in doing this? These are the best areas for redevelopment in the city.
Right, but then it's about how, then you get, as David said, you get into the question of, well, would it look like TVAP or will it look like Holiday? And those were not the things we were tasked to answer, but I do think that's when it becomes more controversial is not the right word, but there's more tension.
Yeah. Now, since it's late and Sarah, you know, is bringing up an ancillary point, I want to remind Planning Board, it would be great if people would really stick assiduously to the question at hand. And the question is just, should we allow greater diversity? So, you know, while I appreciate the additional background around where the controversy shows up, if we're going to get through this before midnight, let's try to stick to the question. So does anybody have anything else around the first key question about whether we should allow greater diversity in neighborhood centers? John.
Yeah, I agree with Peter that it's hard to imagine anyone saying no to it conceptually, but I do think that it is important when we're talking about this to understand what we're actually, the range of possibilities that we're actually addressing. And right now we don't understand that. I mean, whether it's simply mixing commercial and residential, that's one thing, or do we want heavy industrial in there also? So I think the range of options that we're actually talking about should be defined at some point. And, you know, that requires its own discussion and evaluation, but we need to realize that that will come up or should come up.
Any other thoughts?
Just, I'll just say that, yeah, I mean, when this turns into an ordinance, of course, each one of these concepts will appear in living color in the change bars to the use tables. So it's very hard at this level to get into that level of detail. We actually went through every line in the use table for every single use module. So we talked about every one of those things, and it's all in there. So I think when you go out to the public, you have to kind of make it palatable and put it in a metabolizable form. But then, yeah, once this gets proposed as an ordinance, it'll leverage not only the general comments, but also the very specific stuff that the subcommittee spent 2 years working on, right?
I'll just add in, I think one of the attachments in the packet, I'm sure a very long attachment, does have a matrix of some of the detailed kind of line items about specific uses that were talked about, and the online questionnaire highlights maybe about 5 to 10 broad categories of uses as well. So.
All right. Shall we jump to the next one?
Sure.
Andrew?
Yep. Let me see if I can quickly do this again. So the second question, if you can see, that deals with, do you agree, disagree that the city should allow limited instances of walkable and compatible uses to foster 15-minute neighborhoods and typically homogeneous neighborhoods in appropriate locations?
All right. You can take your screen down now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
So what this one's about is little neighborhood infill projects. You know, you could almost call this the Alpine Modern question, right? Do we want more Alpine Moderns on corners other than 9th and College in this town, in residential neighborhoods? I'll jump in and say that, you know, when we heard in the comp plan map update matter a month ago from, what was it, 750 North Street, that wanted to be a pilot project and was referring back to this neighborhood pilot project that's in the comp plan. Well, I thought that was an interesting concept. That wasn't really what that neighborhood pilot project concept was meant to do, because I was the impetus for that neighborhood pilot project as a planning board member who suggested it. And the idea, which I don't think I ever maybe fully fleshed out on the record, and I will right now, is for the first time, is that we would have a willing neighborhood that was interested in having Alpine Moderns and the like on crucial corners within the neighborhood. And you would take a look at a neighborhood and you would see which streets rose above the level of a neighborhood street, which were collectors and which were arterials. And wherever non-neighborhood streets met, whether it was collector, arterial, or arterial, if you had existing residential only zoning, you could apply for a change for any of the 4 corners of that intersection to some sort of a neighborhood mixed use or commercial use. So imagine, you know, a C-shaped 2-story building which has a garden court inside the C and has, you know, 6 apartments in it, 3 per floor, or maybe 5, and the one that's right on the corner is a coffee shop. Imagine a little neighborhood grocery store. Imagine a place where you have a hardware store and you can get your keys made. Things that are really compatible uses with a neighborhood. And you'd have a greater, you'd have a really limited number of neighborhood serving uses where collector meets collector. But if collector meets arterial, that list of allowed uses might get a little bit bigger and more intense. And if arterial meets arterial, that list might get even a little bit bigger and allow some more intense uses. So it would be less discretionary and more ministerial. You could only apply if you were at one of these critical corners. And you could imagine a neighborhood gradually over time developing these little four-corner, higher density residential, commercial nodes, a place where folks who live, at 19th and Alpine could walk over to a coffee shop and grab a coffee with a friend. Somebody who lives at 32nd and Ash in Martin Acres could walk over to 32nd and Martin, which are two collectors that meet and have a coffee. Maybe have a little neighborhood restaurant with outside seating. That was the vision behind the pilot project. So that's a long way of educating Andrew, who wasn't there when I talked about that over drinks with Carl. And it's a way of letting the other planning board members know what I was thinking with that pilot neighborhood project idea and the comp plan. And it's a way of saying that I think we should definitely allow, in limited circumstances, a walkable and compatible mix of uses in our single family neighborhoods, definitely.
Can I just, that is very, I like those descriptions. I'm just cognizant, so I was in Chicago sometime in July, and I was walking around my brother's neighborhood, and they have, because of the way Chicago's laid out, they have these square mile neighborhoods, and at the subway, at the metro stops, they have these little neighborhood nodes that you're describing. And what's interesting is they're very small. The plates are very small, maybe 1,000 square feet for the stores. And they are distinct from either the nearby 3-story apartments or the row houses or single family homes that radiate around them. And when I spoke to my brother, who happens to be an architect, about these little areas, he said one of the challenges is that there's not actually enough business to keep many of the businesses open. So I think one of the things to keep in mind is how dense is the wrong word, but how many, that there's only certain types of businesses that are likely to be able to stay open in this kind of area, and that you really don't want to create so much space, retail space that there's a lot of turnover and the businesses can't survive because they just don't have enough traffic. But Harmon, I really like what you've described.
Yeah, and just to quickly respond, not to disagree, I think anybody who knows my politics knows that I'm not a great fan of Adam Smith and the invisible hand. But I do believe that the market, if the system were to be implemented, where if you identified those cross streets and you were allowed to apply for a zoning change, and it was ministerial rather than discretionary to make that change, and it wasn't costly and didn't take a comp plan amendment, that kind of stuff. Though it would be easier to change the zoning, the commercial user or the apartment developer, whoever, would still have to think, am I just building a commercial space that I'll never be able to rent? There are only 6 houses per acre in this neighborhood and everybody drives. So, it's something that I think would happen over time, and hopefully we wouldn't have, we wouldn't be rezoning the city and then have a lot of vacancy. So that's the concept. David?
Yeah, and just I think that's a really interesting perspective. The subcommittee actually did not look at it in context of the infill pilot project verbiage. I think that's an interesting angle on it. I think that also we did touch on the possibility of it being near corners and this and that, but thought that maybe there might be other criteria. The limited use criteria that would be evaluated may include other factors besides whether you're along an arterial, and might actually also look at things like gee, do we want to have saturation or when, it shouldn't be too close to other similar businesses, so that there isn't this idea that we would get an overwhelming number in a certain area kind of thing. So I think those were some things we looked at as well. But we did kind of also touch on, should they be on corners and that kind of thing.
Awesome. So back to the question and opening it up for other planning board members' comment. The question is, should we allow the limited circumstances of walkable and compatible mixed uses in our generally homogeneous neighborhoods? And so, maybe for Andrew and Carl's sake, nod your head, or if you have something additional to say, now's your chance. I'm giving a thumbs up.
So am I, and I think the connecting it to your original idea, Harmon, is probably valuable, because we've been thinking about this sort of as, we don't talk about it as zoning changes because, but you're very specifically saying it's not about a zoning change, and I think that's important.
Yeah, I don't know the exact methodology for doing it, but because zoning is generally considered to be a quasi-judicial function, and you can't do it ministerially, you have to do it through a public process. So the legislation would have to be really, really specifically written, in a way that it just says, we're gonna, maybe you just have an overlay zoning district that says that every every 4 street corners where these 2 types of streets meet has this overlay, and then where these 2 types of streets has this overlay. So the zoning's already there. It's already been legislatively approved, and now you just take advantage of the overlay. I'm just freewheeling and maybe taking too much of people's time, but yeah, I've thought a lot about this. Lisa.
I'm going to add one more thing to that. I think there's validity both to the developer and highest and best use of market coming in, and also to developing intelligently and planning, guiding that. And with that overlay idea, I wonder about putting in some kind of form-based code at those junctures, so that something that could be adaptively reused. It could be potentially, housing. It could be potentially commercial on the ground floor. I think about older cities than ours, where you see a lot of beautifully built buildings that have different uses throughout their lives. And that seems appropriate to me if we have these slightly denser neighborhood focused areas, that it might take different uses. And if the commercial, the restaurant or something can't make a go of it, maybe it's an artist studio or a small local community daycare or, something. And that really what matters more is what's allowed to be built there as well as the uses. So kind of like what that built form looks like. Maybe I'm adding more work to our planners' already very busy plate in these COVID constrained times, but I just wonder about the built form as well as the use, and how that could potentially come in.
Great point. John?
Yeah, I'm open to these ideas, but frankly, if we move too far along the route that you're proposing, Harmon, we as a planning board are out of work. I don't object. I'm not as opposed to discretionary basis for decisions as it appears that you are. Maybe I misunderstand. I think that almost any mechanical procedure that would automatically designate where commercial space could be built on corners of arterials or whatever is, I think that's a good first crack, but I like keeping some control, more control over that than a mechanical approach would indicate. So that I'm open to that as an initial filter, but I still think that there's a role for planning board discretionary decisions here as well.
Thanks. Any other thoughts before we move on to the next question? Okay, so it sounds, did you get enough for that, Andrew and Carl? All right, then let's move on.
So let it show that, and not to irritate Harmon, but Sarah voted with an invisible thumb.
Yes. Yes. So the third question is just related to whether we should streamline and update the use table and standards, and then particularly simplifying the office use categories and also the restaurant use categories in the table itself. Kind of 2 points of interest.
So is this the one that in the questions for the planning board in the packet is question 4? So you dropped question 3 for the slide?
Let me pull that up real quick.
Or is it 5? Streamline the use table to simplify similar use categories? I didn't hear
5.
It.
5. Yeah.
I'm not seeing any. Are you sharing your screen? Because I'm not seeing anything.
No, he isn't. He didn't do it.
But if you would like me to, I can certainly do that. Just
do you mind? Sorry, but guys.
I'll pull it up real quick.
I don't know if other people can do this, but when when someone is screen sharing and you're in full screen mode, you can actually drag your gallery view to the left and right to make the slide bigger or smaller. And so you can actually drag your gallery view to and make the thing so small that the person doesn't have to bring it down. So do you see that little bar between the two in the middle? Slide it around and you can and then people don't have to constantly bring it up and down. Does that work for people?
Yes.
It's like right in the middle, in between the people and the slide, there should be like a little bar that you can drag back and forth if you've got a similar Zoom application to what I have. And that way you can make it so small that it almost doesn't appear. But if that doesn't work, I guess we can keep bringing these things up and down.
It doesn't work for me, but that's okay.
Well, again, this is a pretty easy question for us to all remember if we want to drop the screen sharing. It's just, do you agree or disagree that we should streamline the use table and standards, like consolidating office use categories and restaurant use categories? And, if you're familiar with the use table, you know that there are restaurant categories like restaurant less than 1,500 square feet with outdoor seating, restaurant more than 1,500 square feet that's on the hill, and all this stuff. So, the suggestion would be maybe we don't get so prescriptive in the use table as to give an example. I'm not sure I got the square footage exactly right, but I know it's somewhere in there. So thoughts?
The reason that we're suggesting that, I'll add that because of all the definitions for office, we as staff almost have to micromanage every single office change out. Every time there's like a business license change, we have to like go in the code and look at what definition it fits under, things like that. That's time, consuming.
And I'll just add that it would be a terrible shame if somebody on planning board didn't want to do this. We've spent 2 years looking into this. Staff knows exactly the kinds of things that can improve these tables. You can look at the changes when they come out and they're going to be non-controversial, but they'll make the use tables so much easier to deal with. So I would highly recommend a thumbs up on this one.
And so another point is that if you have all these different use categories and possibly a change of use from one kind of office to another kind of office triggers a use review, right? Things like that, we probably want to avoid that. It's just, it makes re-tenanting a commercial space into a giant land use entitlement project instead of just re-tenanting a commercial space with another commercial tenant.
Well, a lot of this was that there were definitions that didn't make any sense anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to keep looking up like, well, what the heck does this mean? It was like, well, what's the difference between a technical office and an office with technical workers? I mean, like literally it was sort of that kind of thing. But some of the restaurant differences I think matter because of the size and the hours and are they a bar or a restaurant? And I think those actually, we were less inclined to propose changing those or consolidating those. And more sort of like, I'm trying to remember one that kept coming up. Oh, there was one for heavy machinery. Like, well, what was that? what kind of store that has heavy machinery or a store that has outdoor displays. Like what exactly does that mean? Because stores put racks of shoes out. Is that an outdoor display? So it's that kind of just clarifying some of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we also saw that that you could have a more general definition in the use table and then let the verbiage on limited use or conditional use ferret out how big they can be in various circumstances, and then reduce the size of the table by moving them to that that L designation. And then also, I think, Carl and Andrew, there are some things where there are like extra rows that correspond with only one particular use module that could be simplified by having limited use standards verbiage that would flesh that out rather than having to have separate table entries, which it's just very technical, and the outcome is actually the same.
So I don't know if the if everybody on planning board was here the last time we had an open public meeting about the use table, and even if everyone was, there might have been some who were so new that it might have been hard to comprehend. Can you just talk about that L category? Because I think that's one of the most interesting and innovative components of the use table project.
Yeah, so we adopted a new change last year for limited uses. So basically it would allow a certain use by right up to a certain square footage, typically threshold. So it might be, let's say, restaurant example, restaurants up to 5,000 square feet are allowed by right. And then comma above that amount, it could require a use review, it might say, or it might be prohibited. So it's a way to kind of tell the development committee what we want in terms of a certain square footage or one or two certain criteria that could be allowed by right, simplify things above which it could trigger either a different discretionary review process if it has more impacts potentially for more square footage, as an example.
So is the idea that you don't need as many categories of restaurants, for example, because you can just say restaurant is an acceptable use in the RH5 district. We're going to allow restaurants in that otherwise high density residential district in the new use table, but there's a little L in the box, and then you have to look and see what the L means. And the L says, if it's on the corner, and the building's 50,000 square feet, you can have it by right, but if it's not on the corner, whatever, you're going to have to go through use review. If it's got a drive-through, you've got to go through use review. If it's got takeout, whatever. So it gives the specific, limitations to that otherwise by right use.
It actually was very useful in the Opportunity Zone project for defining whether there could be ground floor residential along a street front, for example, and the L's kind of defined that kind of thing, as I recall. So it would say that, yes, you can have residential on the ground floor as long as it's not along, a major street front kind of thing. That has to be a commercial space. So, again, it just kind of lets you design it out that way.
Good stuff. Any other thoughts on allowing the use table to be simplified and consolidate some use categories? 2 thumbs up from Lisa, 1 thumb up from John. He's a little less excited, but he still likes it. 2 from David.
Thumbs up from Sarah.
How many from Sarah?
3.
3? You borrowed your niece's. Lupita's got like 4 because she's borrowing her son's thumb. Okay, so we heard, just to sum up, we heard some concern around areas where the multiplicity of use categories might be useful, especially in restaurant, but in general, the answer to the question is yes, streamline the use table. Let's move on.
Got it. Great. So the 4th question here, and I'll pull this up if you can see it, deals with, do you agree or disagree that the city should allow more flexibility for creative uses, such as living work units, artist studios, and galleries citywide? This came up throughout our discussions, both in phase 1 and phase 2 with the subcommittee. That's a question 4. I'll take this down.
So
I think what's helpful to know here is that in many of the districts, particularly those that are near adjacent to downtown, one of the things we suggested was we talked about expanding the uses that were allowed, including these small scale performance spaces and art studios and stuff, with the idea that you didn't need quite the same demarcation between downtown and residential. You could have sort of a transitional. David, would you say that's a fair description of sort of what we talked about with like MUs and? Wait, you're muted.
Sure. I think that I think that we were kind of also envisioning enabling, more opportunities for, as we have more live work needs, having, allowing more of those kinds of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
any other thoughts? John?
Yeah, I think that's a good and productive thing to do. I think it's also important to think about what sort of limits might be necessary in terms of, performance spaces being too noisy to keep the neighbors happy and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, these are obvious factors that should be thought about, but I think in general, increasing the range of options is good.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. When you dig into our notes on these kind of things, I'm sure you'll find that we want our limited use or whatever comes out of this to have ways that it can evaluate, that you can evaluate. For example, a performance venue would need to have, like you say, John, it would have to be compatible from a noise perspective or with whatever it's going to be proposed for. So it wouldn't just be something you could just plop down anywhere, right?
Yeah, and one of the things about the use table is, they're boxes in the use table, right? It doesn't mean just because you have a new use that it's allowed. It's only allowed if there's an A in the box, right? If there's a C in the box, it's a conditional use. So for things like, should we allow additional uses like these performance spaces and live work units and creative spaces in more zoning districts, I think to the extent that, we've already just heard tonight in public comment about a problem with River and Woods, the old John's restaurant, and too much music, maybe you let there be more boxes, but they're full of C's, not A's. And, these are conditional uses that need to be reviewed.
Mm-hmm.
Any other thoughts?
I think it's also, you kind of triggered my thought that it would come up. A lot of this is sort of interesting because so much of the economic pressures determine outcomes regardless of what's allowed in the use tables. A lot of times people think, oh, well, if this is allowed, it's just going to appear everywhere. Well, it depends on the economy. We may enable all kinds of wonderful things to happen over at Diagonal Plaza, but they may not happen for years unless the right economic things line up to have somebody to come in and do the proposal and work with the city and to get all that in play. So yes, this kind of opens up the possibility for some of these things, but we honestly can't we can't solve the economics of this in the use table. So it's just kind of an interesting thing to keep in mind.
So David, do you want to sum up the planning board's response to this question?
I think that the planning board's pretty open to this, as long as when you get down into the nuts and bolts of it, that you have appropriate caveats to make sure that something like a performance venue will, will be appropriate. But I think that it sounds like people are interested in live work and artist studios, additional home occupation kinds of things, right?
Does that sound right, Sarah?
Yeah, and I think I can't quite remember, but I think we didn't suggest expanding those uses in single family zones. It was more in the mixed use and BC1, BC2 neighborhood centers. Andrew, is that correct?
Yeah, there was more of those kind of areas already have a mix of uses already, not single family, but more of the peripheral areas where it may be prohibited for some reasons. We thought some more flexibility, use review, conditional use review, limited use. Yeah.
Right. So I think it's a nice balance, because it's nice to, it's not even about density. It's about a more creative mix of uses, but also still having those areas that are really just single family zones at this point.
Okay, did you get enough out of that, Carl and Andrew?
Yes.
Let's move to the next question.
Great. So the last question, question number 5, it just gets to the idea of allowing additional uses in light industrial areas. This is a topic that's come up, I think, over the past couple of years. The idea of allowing more residential or retail or restaurants that would complement some of these zones and may have less of these in order to foster more walkable mixed-use neighborhoods. But also, that subcommittee spoke a lot about protecting the existing industrial uses there, and so trying to strike a balance between allowing more uses or not.
So I'm going to jump in, and I'm going to say that the last time, I think it was over a year ago, I think it was in late July planning board meeting 19, when we talked about this use table project in public for the last time, the previous time, maybe the first time in public. This came up, and I made a suggestion, and people sort of nodded and said that's a good suggestion, but it's really outside of our scope. And with this question in mind, it appears that it's now back in your scope. And so what I suggested was, at the time, and I'll do it again, that in the comp plan, we worked hard on policy 2.21, which is about infill in light industrial areas. And, many members of planning board, John Gerstle, me, Brian, we've been championing these industrial areas, imploring, everyone not to allow them to be zone residential. This is a city that's got an inexorable demand for residential, and we need places where Boulder can still be functional. We need places where you still get a tire changed in this town. It can't just be $1 million condos from sea to shining sea. So the point of 2.21 was to start establishing some concepts for how infill in light industrial areas works. And it gives some ideas around, first and foremost, we're not replacing any industrial zone property with residential property at all. You can add it. If you've got a 1-story factory, you can put a second story on top and put some apartments up there, but you're not going to displace any existing zone space that's zoned for industrial. And then there were some ideas around, a lot of our industrial areas are ringed by multi-use paths, creeks, places that make it easy to bike to and from work. They'd be great places if you're going to allow any residential at all, try to keep it around those borders and the attractive places, that aren't close to, that aren't in the middle and surrounded by large, you know, banging factories and stuff. And, you know, talking about having a requirement that any newly created residential space or commercial space in an industrial zone has to have covenants in their deeds saying that, you know, they're in an area that's industrial, and they can't sue for nuisance based on odors or, you know, noise or weird hours of operation. You know, you came to the nuisance, you can't now complain about it. You know, things like that, deed restrictions. So my suggestion was, back in July of 19, that at the time, your last limited use category was L17. So I suggested an L18, which would be a new substantive use limitation to encourage live, work, and other residential infill in our already built industrial areas, and to kind of encode all those things that I talked about that are embodied in the comprehensive plan, and give guidance to a developer who wants to put, you know, live, work space, you know, residential, all those things that are on your list in a light industrial area.
So can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I'm sort of responding to it. David and I, when we were talking about this, we shared your concern and John's concern about how residential development in industrial areas was going to increase the value of the land and therefore encourage more residential development and further decrease the amount of industrial land we have. And one of the things that we talked about, and I don't know that we agreed on it, but one of the things we talked about was that the code has this rule about contiguity, and that a residential development in an industrial area needs to be contiguous to existing residential development. So once you begin to develop residential areas, you now can continue to develop residential areas, right? Because then you have the contiguity on at least one side. And one of the things I suggested, and I don't think we agreed on this, was maybe the idea is to create, I'll use the term, an overlay zone, where there's a very specific area within an industrial zone that can be residential, but the contiguity requirement does not apply. Once you have filled in that space, you don't get to add more residential just because there's a existing residential area. So that's one way to try to protect prevent the market forces from taking over. But I don't know that we agreed on that, but it was an idea that was put out there.
Great. John, are you thinking of saying something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think you did a beautiful job of describing that situation. And it is becoming more, you know, as the planning board liaison to the East Boulder sub-community planning effort, which is one of the areas where this is a really important issue. It is becoming more and more clear to me that it is essential to move in this direction fairly quickly if we want to have any industrial, you know, light industrial land left to deal with.
And I think that, we did have disagreements, Sarah. I agree. I remember. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think that one idea that I had, or that we may have all had, was to use the use language to specify that what percentage of the property can be residential, and that so that it limits it to, so that you know that it isn't going to be completely residential. I think the contiguity thing comes with the threat that that if you have this this border of the IG that is bordering a residential neighborhood, that it opens the door for a completely residential thing to replace the industrial. And I think that I agree that that's an imbalance that could be looked at. And that if we said, I don't know if it's going to be as strict as it can't replace any industrial, maybe like Harmon said, that could be one of the things. that you don't replace any industrial with residential, but certainly percentages or of the use that's residential, maybe 25 or 50% or whatever could be considered.
Anyone else want to comment?
We'll have opportunities to delve into this more deeply over the next period of time. But I do think it sounds like we all appreciate the concern about protecting our industrial areas.
And that said, I think the staff did a great job asking the question. And so I'll read the question from the staff report. To what degree should additional uses such as residential, retail, or restaurants be allowed in light industrial areas in order to foster mixed-use walkable neighborhoods while protecting and minimizing disruption to existing industrial uses? And I think our answer as a board is to what degree? To a limited degree, because if you don't limit it, the natural tendency is, landlords will make more money, developers will make more money just producing an unlimited supply of residential replacement property for the industrial, which will really overtax our roads and our systems probably, because you look at the number of people who live in East Boulder, it's 500 in the sub-community area, in the sub-community planning area, it's 500. And there are like 18,000 people in the North Boulder sub-community plan area, like that. I mean, people don't live in industrial areas. So, it changes the whole calculus, how we plan for the city, if you don't limit the amount of additional uses that can fit into the light industrial areas. And so A underneath 3 is, if so, should additional use standard criteria and or zoning restrictions apply to protect and minimize disruption to existing industrial uses? And the answer is yes. Does that seem
Right.
like a consensus?
Yeah, and to your point, Harmon, in East Boulder, something like 27,000 people in commute for jobs in that area. I don't remember the exact number, but it's a big number.
We're close. I think it was 20. Or 19.
Sorry, 20,000. My apologies.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot.
But I think that just one quick addition I just want to make is that we are living in a very, very quickly changing world, and we have pretty static zoning in the city that's been around for quite some time. What I'm inspired by is looking at ways that we can put in place things that don't necessarily change things dramatically right this moment, but open the door to letting us be more flexible as we adjust to changing patterns. COVID might change commercial demand radically. Plan Boulder's response to this actually is very useful to read. And it talks about that in the changing pressures. And I think part of this is just to get ready to not be so static and to allow for us to correct course gently when needed. So that's why I really like when we talk about, yeah, we don't want to do anything drastic, but let's open the door to start moving in a particular direction. Does that help with us answering that question?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else want to talk to the 5th question, or toss it back to Andrew and Carl? Go for it, guys.
Yeah, that's really the questions that we had for you tonight, kind of summarized and condensed down. Any other feedback you guys have, we'll welcome it now or, through other channels also. So
I just
Great.
wanted to say thank you again to our planner board folks who are on there and to staff and all the work that went into that. I know it's intensive and nitpicky and also hopefully save us a lot of trouble later. So thank you.
Great. Thank all of you as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Carl, do you want to launch us into community benefit?
Sure.
So before we do that, this is a new agenda item, and we're not supposed to start new agenda items after 10 o'clock. It's 10:35 without the a vote of the board. So can I get a vote? I'm going to call a roll call vote as to whether we want to move on to 6B under matters. So I'll start with David, the vice chair.
I vote to move on.
Lisa,
Yep, let's go.
Lupita,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes, so we don't have to go through the rest of you guys. That's 4. Trying to save
You
time.
all see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Whoops.
All right, so the Community Benefit Project commenced in 2018 after policies were put into the comprehensive plan in 2017 related to community benefit and building height. So this followed an ordinance that was passed by council in 2015 that created the land use map that designates where height modifications can be requested. So that map is meant as an interim measure until the Community Benefit Project was completed. Currently, the sunset date of that map is May 31st of 2021. So our goal has been to complete this project by that end date. There we go. Can you see that? So this is the agenda for tonight, or part of this presentation, what will be covered. So this project has been done in 2 phases. We're currently in the community engagement phase of phase 2, and we've developed some potential options to discuss tonight. So this meeting is basically an opportunity to convey the feedback we've heard on this project, provide an update on the progress of the project, and receive feedback before moving forward to City Council and moving forward with ordinance preparation. So these topics relate to the questions, which are, does the Planning Board agree with the recommendations in table 1 through 3 in the memo related to adding the 3 community benefit uses, so below market rate rent, commercial, arts and cultural uses, human and social service uses as community benefit uses. So these are in addition to the permanently affordable housing option that was added as phase 1. So the next question relates to minimum duration. Should the community benefit uses be required with an agreement for a set of time, or should they be in perpetuity? So I'll talk about that a little bit later. Should there be penalty fees if a community benefit use were to cease operation and not be replaced by another equivalent benefit use? And then the last question relates to, does Planning Board agree with the staff recommendation in table 5 related to updates to the site review criteria? So just starting with the Community Benefit Project overview, I think most of you are familiar with this. Before 2015, there were height modifications could be citywide in the city, and you could ask for it with site review. You were subject to the same criteria as any other site review application. Again, to make it clear for everyone, this is not allowing any buildings over 55 feet, which is in the charter. So we're talking about max of 4 or 5 stories. This particular project is not going to change the process where a height modification would come before Planning Board and would require a public hearing. So basically what this is showing is that there's an expectation now based on the policy that's in the plan and the phase 1 that's implemented, that if a developer were to propose any floor area above the height limit in a 4th or a 5th story, there'd be some expectation for some associated community benefit uses being in that building.
Carl?
Yes.
If you don't mind, could you click that little icon on the left side of the bar, one over from the side that says from current slide, and then just make it bigger for us?
Your notes view. There you go.
Thanks.
Is that good?
Yep, looks great.
Okay. So I'm just going to talk real quick about what was done in phase 1. So phase 1 was adopted in October of 2019. The building you can see here is shown at 5 stories. Any of the floor area that's orange basically is considered bonus floor area. So that's either floor area that's in a 4th or a 5th story, or floor area that's over a floor area ratio maximum. So for that area, the bonus floor area, there's an additional requirement for the community benefit above the by right. So I won't go into all the details, but I certainly can answer questions on that. There's also updates to the Appendix J map that shows where height modifications can be requested. City Council had added the RH3 zones as well as the Alpine Balsam site. So since that time, we've been moving forward with the other community benefit options. We checked in with City Council in April of this year. They wanted us to narrow down the list to these 3 community benefits, so below market rate rent commercial, arts and cultural uses, and human and social services. So we've been working on how to define these in the code so that it's really clear that we're getting a community benefit with each of these. The nexus between these 3 particular uses is that they're all impacted by the high rents in Boulder and how those high rents are driving uses out of the city. So we'd be looking at something similar to the permanently affordable housing where there'd be some sort of agreement that would lower the percentage of the market rate rent to be suitable for these uses. So we've been working with an economic consultant, the same one that we worked with on phase 1. They've recommended that in light of COVID and the changes in the economic conditions in Boulder, that we look at the pre-2020 assumptions when we move forward, and that so we're doing basically an apples to apples comparison. And then also they would be looking at how do you propose an amount or something in the building that would be equivalent to the permanently affordable housing option in phase 1. And then we would reassess after the economic downturn and maybe look at readjusting the numbers in the future. So another component of the project is updating the site review criteria. The goals of that are basically to create more consistency with comp plan policies, similar to the use tables project, trying to achieve higher quality design outcomes, improve the clarity of the criteria, try to simplify them and make them more predictable. Another major component is related to view protection, which if you've read some of the community engagement comments, there's a lot of comments related to protecting views and how does that get addressed. So I'll talk about that. So these are just some suggestions up on the screen of what staff has identified as ways to fix the site review criteria. So emphasizing things more specifically in the criteria that related to comp plan policies rather than just having a statement that says it's consistent with all of the comp plan policies on balance. Reorganizing the criteria in a more top-down approach where you'd start with the more policy level things and work your way down to the details of the building design. Removing redundancy. There's a lot of criteria that say the same things like tree protection. A lot of that could be reduced. Removing some unnecessarily complicated criteria or criteria that aren't often used. And trying to insert some more prescriptive criteria that are kind of like the form-based code into the site review criteria, create more levels of predictability. So we've been going out to the public with some questions. We're looking at additional design requirements that might apply to taller buildings. Again, learning from the form-based code. You know, do we want to put in, you know, limits on the width of buildings? Do we want to have other, you know, restrictions on upper floors? We're looking at whether there should be specific minimum building material requirements like we have in the form-based code. If you remember with the form-based code, there are limitations on the height of buildings on the 30 Pearl site so that the views of the Flatirons can be maintained from the public park in that area. So we'd be looking at potentially doing this in other areas of the city through the site review criteria. And again, we've been hearing a lot about that from some community conversations. So I just wanted to touch upon community engagement with this project. We've been talking to the public about this since the beginning in 2018. We started with a number of focus group meetings with members of the public and design professionals. We held a number of open house events that we called Codapaloozas. We had a number of stakeholder meetings and we did a Be Heard Boulder questionnaire at that time. So in 2020, things look a little bit different because of COVID. We've had to move everything online. We did a Channel 8 segment talking about the code changes. We sent out notifications through the planning newsletter and Nextdoor. We held a community information event on July 27th on both the use standards project and this project. We've convened a site review focus group, which is composed of design professionals that have worked with the criteria, and they've given us some input. We've convened a neighborhood representative focus group that's commented on the site review process and community benefit, and they're composed of a number of neighborhood folks from around the city. And then we've also held stakeholder meetings with a number of groups to get their input. So we've heard a range of comments on this. We've heard a lot of support for the community benefit options, but we've also heard a lot of comments and concerns about allowing any additional buildings over the height limit. We've also heard some recent words of caution about putting new restrictions in the land use code based on the economic downturn. So a lot of those summary comments are found within the packet. We also included the results of the Be Heard Boulder questionnaire in your packet. We've actually seen a lot of participation even since the copy was added to the packet. So some of the numbers have changed a little bit. So I wanted to go over that. So we've had over 500 visits on this particular project, and we've had over 175 responses. So originally we were seeing basically like a 50-50 split on a lot of these about supporting the, having community benefit options to allow height modifications versus not allowing it. What we've seen is it's shifted a little bit more towards opposing any additional buildings over 3 stories. So about what it's showing us now is over 60% are disagreeing with a community benefits program. We then asked the question about the Appendix J map, whether it should be repealed or modified or kept as it is. And over 70% of the respondents actually opposed loosening the map that's in the code right now and prefer to keep it as is. So, we also asked about additional requirements, like design requirements for buildings over the height limit. So we've received a lot of responses supporting that. We also found that nearly 60% were in favor of doing the site review criteria to make them more predictable. So I won't go into too much detail with these, but there are some tables that are in your packet that talk about all the different options related to each of the community benefits. They're quite similar. So just really quick, and I won't go over this with all of the different options, but we're looking at using the definitions that are in the packet now and trying to refine those more. We'd be working with our economic consultant to set a minimum amount of what the community benefit use would have to be. We would have an agreement similar to permanently affordable housing. There would have to be a minimum duration. We're recommending that it be in perpetuity so that it's equivalent to the permanently affordable housing. We're looking to get some feedback on penalty fees. And then we also looked at for the below market rate commercial, whether the frontage or size of the use or the nature of the use should be restricted. We are recommending that the size be restricted so it's more conducive to smaller, local business, like more conducive to local businesses. But we are hesitant to add too many additional restrictions on, given the realities that we're in right now. And there's also some legal challenges related to restricting national franchises. So we're not recommending that as part of this project. So similar arts and cultural uses, same approach. We're looking at having the Arts Commission review projects and provide recommendations to the planning board about, whether or not they agree that the use that's proposed would meet the definition that we put in the code. And we've talked to the Art Commission about that. There are some folks in the art community that are not in support of the Art Commission being that arbiter. And you probably might have seen some of those comments already. With human and social services, similar recommendation. We aren't recommending that human services provide a recommendation. They were hesitant to do so. They felt that if they were to make a recommendation, it might appear as favoritism. So what we decided to do is that it made more sense maybe to just be very specific in defining the use and using some of the parameters that they already use to make sure that a use meets a minimum standard for community benefit. We also are recommending against restricting just to nonprofits because they felt that some of these uses should be for profit, like childcare facilities, things of that nature, and that we might need to be specific in our definition of what that line is of how many have to be nonprofit versus not.
Earl, each one of those had a in lieu option that was green. Does that mean, is that across all of the types of benefit that you just?
We're recommending the in lieu, but I think the thing we have to think about is it would still have to be like monetarily equivalent to whatever an in lieu fee for permanently affordable is. The question that comes up is if we're going to do in lieu, we'd have to look at whether that money in lieu would just go to that affordable housing fund or whether we would have to create some sort of fund specific to human or social services or, you know, arts uses or retail.
Carl, can I just ask a quick question? I guess I'm a tad bit confused. During the first phase, there was the discussion about senior housing and needing to define more clearly what was meant by affordable senior housing. Mm-hmm. So how does this human services idea connect with that? I can't remember if affordable senior housing ultimately was defined in the first phase, or are we actually returning to that question in this second phase?
We're returning to that question. That's a good question, and thank you for bringing that up. You can see in the memo when we're looking to define, we were talking about nursing care type facilities, and we proposed that in phase 1 and ended up taking it out because there were concerns about profit, uses going in. So we would have to define that more specifically. And we've been working with our human services staff and there's been recommendations. We've also been working with the Human Service Alliance. And I think the definition we have that we've developed at this point is that it would be based on a certain number or percentage of beds that are funded by Medicare or Medicaid.
Oh, interesting. Mm-hmm.
I think it's by Medicaid. So that's something that we're going to have to refine a little bit more when we're, preparing any kind of code language.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Yep, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So lastly, our recommendation for the site review criteria is to do a broad gamut of changes like you can see on the screen here. A lot of the things that staff has raised as potential improvements to the site review criteria resonated with our site review focus group. I think there was a lot of alignment, but some disagreement about how prescriptive the criteria should be. I think through our discussions, I think there was some agreement that there should be a balance. Certain criteria would make sense at being more prescriptive and other criteria maybe not so much. We started talking about integrating some of like the form-based code type regulations as a baseline. And I think through the conversations, I sensed some hesitation by some members of the group. But as we talked about it more, there was some coalescing around the idea of just having some baseline things that seemed to work in the form-based code, like minimum, percentage of masonry or where material changes can occur. Things that just seem like good common sense design elements could be pulled out of the form-based code and brought into the site review criteria. So that's what we're recommending moving forward. So real quick, just next steps. We're going to continue to collect feedback from the public and from the board and council. We want to have some additional stakeholder and focus group meetings as we refine things more. And then ultimately we would start creating some code changes. Again, like I said at the beginning of the presentation, we're looking to try to get ordinances ready by Q4 of this year. And hope to have it completed by the first quarter of next year based on that sunset date. So last slide just brings us back to the questions. I'm happy to answer any other questions before we jump into these. That concludes my presentation.
This is Sarah. I have a question that has to do with penalty fees. So the city's not necessarily known for its vast capacity to enforce things. And I'm curious how would a penalty fee, how would a penalty be identified first? Because you can't charge a fee if you can't identify the penalty. And I realize that may be more tangible than where you are in the thinking about this, but what would it take to actually be able to enforce whatever community benefit the city ends up approving?
You know, we're looking at a number of different things. I think one thing that we're looking at is doing requiring some sort of reporting. So a requirement through the agreement that would apply to the use, that they have to inform us of any change of use. And if they say that a use has stopped operation, they would have a certain period of time where they would have to do potentially a site review amendment to redo that agreement to bring in another use or propose some sort of equivalent use. And if they don't have that in place after, say a certain period of time, it could be 2 years, there might be then penalty fees that would then apply. So we're having our economist also advising us on what that might look like.
But if cash in lieu is an option on all of the potential benefits, how do I ask this question? Because cash in lieu may be the way to go, but if you have cash in lieu as an option for everything, isn't there a likelihood that the developer who actually builds the building will utilize that option, and then we actually won't get the kind of mix of, let's say, affordable commercial space in multiple different buildings? I'm curious about how you all feel about the cash in lieu option and its implications.
I mean, we had raised the question with council about whether in lieu fees should be included. They felt that it should. So I feel like our approach to this has been that there should be an option to have in lieu for these. But I think what we need to hear back from is whether there should be in lieu fees that just automatically default to permanently affordable housing, or whether it should be specific to these types of uses and helping these particular types of uses.
Okay, that helps to frame the question. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so shall we go into these questions, the ones that are on the screen? Okay, so let's look at number one. Do we agree that with staff recommendations in tables 1 to 3 related to adding below market rate rent commercial, arts and cultural uses, and human social service uses? John?
I have to say that I'm skeptical about the propriety of the below market commercial space. I think that the artistic and social services forms of community benefit are very worthwhile, and I support those strongly. But it's not clear to me how the city avoids getting into a situation of trying to pick winners and losers for commercial space. And it's not even clear to me how essential it is given the present situation with respect to availability of commercial space due to the pandemic and so on. So I support the social and artistic community benefit proposals, but I do not support the affordable commercial space options.
So I'm going to chime in, John. Along with that, I have the same sort of concern that, when you're trying to figure out whether a person should be deemed qualifying for affordable residential space, people make a certain amount of money and they declare it on their taxes, and it's not a difficult thing to know what their income is and how many kids they've got, how many people are going to live in the space, and what percentage of AMI their income represents for where they're living and how many people they're supporting. But businesses don't work like that. Businesses, might have a lot of revenue and a very small amount of profit. They might have a lot of profit that before it ever hits the books, it gets pumped into, the business again. And so it doesn't really appear as being very profitable, but they've just bought all this, terrific physical plant that's going to help them grow the business. So I think it's really hard to figure out who would qualify for the affordable commercial space. And at the same time that I'm very skeptical about how to qualify people by amount of money that they make, I see the value in providing some financial assistance to businesses in Boulder who are, local and want to stay. And, we know that their business is getting priced out by their landlords. And so, if there's some way to pump a little extra money into the monthly rent, it won't get priced out, and then we'll retain those businesses. And we've been so so bombarded over the years, by folks talking about how businesses have to live and die by the sword, that anything else is communism, that it's almost hard as an American in the 21st century to wrap your head around just giving a business money so they can keep working. But I think for me, I'm willing to see what kind of criteria staff comes up with to determine who qualifies and who doesn't. I'm not ready to just trash the option right on the surface. David, you don't want to unmute yourself, David.
I should always remember where my mouse is when I signal. Okay, so yeah, I actually attended a couple of interesting virtual sessions on, how on fine-tuning your land use and codes around trying to incent local economic activity and maybe try not to incent outside, out-of-state investors. And I know that there's a reaction by people in Boulder when you feel that it's outside investors coming in. And so I wonder if there are, how much you can legally do to try to limit the kinds of benefits you offer to, like you said, Harmon, to local businesses or existing businesses that want to do more. And discourage, other kinds of entities from coming in. So, and I don't know if that's something that we've looked at kind of folding into this. And I also don't know what can be done legally. I'm sure there's regulations about how you can discriminate about, but I think that, yeah, if we could find ways to encourage local established interests, that would be great.
I can speak a little bit to that, David. You're right. There are legal limits to what the city can do. There's a judicial doctrine called the Dormant Commerce Clause, and it actually prohibits regulatory measures that are designed to benefit in-state economic interests, and then at the same time discriminate against out-of-state interests. So that's something that we would run up against if we did something like this.
Interesting. Okay.
Who else? John?
I can't resist noting that earlier this evening, we encouraged preferential treatment of local businesses for city purchases and so on. in the CIP recommendations. So I find it a little bit ironic, the topic that we're discussing right now.
Well, I agree, but for that, just to respond, for that, it was just a waiting factor, when the staff is trying to determine which contract to let, or which procurement to which company to buy from. It's just a waiting factor. Whereas this is like, we're going to give money to somebody. And all they just accept the money, and then they have to run their business separately from that. It's a different thing for me.
But it is something that the city would have to look into in that regard too, John. I agree with that. And maybe there's ways. We'd have to look into it.
Yeah, interesting. Anybody else? Thoughts?
If the main question is the inclusion of the word commercial.
No. It's all three: commercial, arts and cultural uses, and the human services. Should they all be added as community benefits? We already have in phase 1 of the community benefits project, we have affordable housing. So this is phase 2, and these are additional community benefit uses.
And it's all or nothing, then I say
No. What John was saying was he can get on board with the arts and culture and the human services, but he's got issues, and they're sticky. I agree with commercial and trying to create affordable commercial space.
I agree with John, and I think you echoed that, Harmon, that quantifying the need set for commercial is more complicated than residential, and we all know that obfuscating P&L statements is an art form, and and we're going to see a downward pressure generally on commercial rates over the next few years. I don't believe that we need to build our system into this pandemic lasting for decades, but I do think there's going to be some reality of discounted rates and what that even means. So if it's all or nothing, I'll take all, and there'll be discretion. The word of John's word earlier, which I do generally agree with. But I do echo everyone's concern that commercial is a difficult one. I know we want to get affordable retail and affordable commercial, but that's like saying we'd like to play in the major leagues and we're in.
So can I put an idea out there that may be just way outside the bounds here, but it's kind of an idea of a cash in lieu, but what if instead of trying to figure out whether or not the developer would create these particular community benefits, if we were raising money specifically for facilities, I don't think the human services necessarily would fit with this idea, but the idea that money would go into a specific fund and that something like a Boulder Housing Partners would be responsible, would take responsibility for using those funds to build a building, 2 buildings, however many you raised money for, that were specifically for market rate, below market rate commercial and arts and cultural uses. Like, is that so that you, instead of trying to worry about the market itself or whether we're discriminating against someone, you actually have an entity focused on the development of these types of community benefits, these types of affordable spaces?
Anybody want to respond to that?
Well, I guess I'm a little confused about how the cash in lieu will work. If we're using cash in lieu to get an exemption to, or a relaxation, I should say, of the height and density restrictions, and you're not building something that fits into one of these categories, who decides where that cash in lieu goes. Is it based on what type of thing is being built? What if it's 50% housing and 50% commercial? Does that mean that half of the cash in lieu goes to the affordable housing and half goes to
That's an interesting question.
something else? So I find that a little bit difficult to figure out. And
yeah, that's something we're looking at, and it could be that it always defaults to affordable housing, because we don't want to create a different monetary figure that that in lieu fee is for affordable housing, because then someone's just going to always default to whatever's the cheapest rate. But that's something that we're looking into.
So where I wanted to go with that was, I mean, and I heard that before when you said that, Carl. So let's assume that we just cash in lieu always goes to affordable housing. Then really with 1 through 3, we're actually talking about specific cases where you are building new stuff to satisfy these 3 types of community benefits. And I don't know, from what I'm hearing, most people are pretty comfortable with arts and cultural and human and social services, but we think that some more work may need to be done to figure out how to define the criteria for commercial. And that we would need to see that. And we're wondering if it can, yeah, you know, maybe be tailored to the mom and pop kind of scenario where you really show that you're in need. You know, you want to set up a barbershop or something that, and you are just a small investor rather than a big conglomerate. And I don't know, and those are the kinds of things I think we're looking at, right?
Sarah, do you want to jump in?
I think I'm getting a little confused, because if we have cash in lieu, then and it all goes to affordable housing, which is of course something we desperately need, then we don't actually get any of these additional community benefits, right? The developer would get the additional height, and the city would get cash in lieu, and it would all go into affordable housing. So we actually would completely bypass getting affordable arts and culture or human and social service uses. Unless I'm misunderstanding.
You just don't have an in lieu option for these particular uses.
And I'm going to make
to see them.
Were you finished, Carl? Did I?
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Or I could suggest, sort of along the lines of what I thought Sarah was driving at, taking a radical, what might be considered a radical approach, and doing it all as cash in lieu. That, you know, so take a normal project, right? You're doing a 3-story building. You're not getting a height modification. You're not, you know, doing what the community benefit project was meant to do, which is you provide community benefits, and in return, the city gives you additional intensity and density and height. And we're focusing a little too much on height, because really it's more about the intensity and density. And we've had multiple developers remind us that they can't sell height for a profit. They can't rent height. They can rent floor area. So that the point of the program in the comp plan was more intensity, and in return, you got to give something of community benefit, art space, affordable housing, whatever. So you do the 3-story, you're not asking for to get into the community benefit program, but you still have to either build the affordable housing on site, or you have to pay into the cash in lieu for affordable housing. If you pay into the cash in lieu, it goes to, you know, Boulder Housing Partners' next project. They build a building that is affordable, that has affordable use, affordable rents inside of it, okay? Well, what if you want to go 5 stories, and you can because you're in a zone that allows it, and you've already paid, you know, you're already factoring in the cash in lieu payment for the first 3 stories, but you want 2 more. What if there was only a cash in lieu option for community benefit, and then instead of having to worry about whether there's a minimum duration for how long you keep your commercial space on site in your building affordable, or there's a penalty for a community benefit that you stop providing after time, you just pay a cash in lieu fee to a city agency that's obligated to spend that money to subsidize the rents of arts agencies, you know, local commercial businesses, and health and human services providers. And then, crazy enough, you know, if that building that the guy paid cash in lieu for the 4th and 5th floor has commercial space on the 1st floor that needs a tenant, and you happen to be a recipient of some of that cash in lieu, you might go over to that property developer and say, I want to rent, you know, suite 1C on your 1st floor to put in my art space. And oh, by the way, because I got this cash in lieu from the city agency that handles cash in lieu, I can afford your bloated rent for your brand new, you know, and that's just, you know, so it's this weird mix of a heavily regulated thing with a big impact fee on one hand, and then total private market on the other. It's like this, you know, I can't believe I'm saying this, it sounds Republican, it's a voucher system, you know, where you're helping people with public money to participate in the private market. And I think the reason why I'm attracted to that solution is because it knocks straight out of the box. It knocks 2 and 3 right off of the slide we're looking at right now. No reason to care about minimum duration or penalty fees because the money has already been given in full to the city and they can figure out how to use it.
Certainly worth looking into.
I think it's cleaner. I think it'd be worth exploring as well.
Anyway, it's an idea, just kind of off the cuff, but I think that's what we're being asked, right, Carl? Just to give you some ideas, some responses.
I like the idea that it also potentially has less administrative overhead and tracking, and are people compliant or not compliant? It's easier for a developer to understand potentially, and then also easier for staff to administrate.
And then we're not relying on developers to determine, you know, who qualifies. The city can determine who qualifies. And on the front end, when the developer is doing his or her pro forma for the project, they're going to say, well, for the additional 2 stories and all the density that I'm getting, the city's charging me X million dollars. And how does that work in terms of my debt service? I'm going to pay this back over time. Likewise, the city is going to say, well, we're getting this big lump sum right up front. How can we spread that out over time to continue to provide community benefits by subsidizing rent?
Well, it'd be interesting to find out as well if there are other funds to leverage with in cash in lieu for affordable space that's not housing, the same way there are other funds to leverage specifically for affordable housing. I mean, I have no idea whether there are such funds or not, but it might be interesting to look into that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we've hit the community benefit uses question a lot about what different uses should be included. I think everybody, you know, who's spoken says that commercial is the tough nut to crack, but some of us think it's worth doing and some of us think it's not. And we've talked a lot about the in lieu, which doesn't appear in any of these 4 questions on the screen, but I think it's kind of the elephant in the room, or the elephant on this slide. Does anybody have any more comments on 1, or should we jump to 2 about duration?
Let's go to duration.
Agreed? Okay. All right, then Carl, why don't you set it up?
Well, so when we look at the original goals and objectives of community benefit, it does actually set up the expectation for perpetuity. But I thought we should talk about that. There are other jurisdictions that have community benefit programs that, you know, only have a set period of time that they that the use has to be in the building, and then it's not held to that anymore. We're recommending the perpetuity just in light of the fact that the permanently affordable housing is required in perpetuity, but we wanted to hear feedback from the board on that.
So I'm going to propose to the board that first we negative poll, and then if somebody wants to comment, we'll take comments. So who does not agree with the perpetuity requirement that staff's proposing? Okay, looks like everybody agrees. Sarah, is your invisible thumb saying you agree with staff? Sarah, can you?
Here, I was going to lock my front door. Apologies.
Oh, okay, so the question was, do we agree with staff's minimum duration of perpetuity for these community benefits?
Well, like any decision tree, it's kind of hard to say, because if you were to go down the path of what you just suggested, there would be no minimum duration. If we were to go down the path of the original thinking that staff has brought to us, I don't know, it's hard. I mean, I suppose that unlike affordable housing, a commercial space, for example, it may end up that someday a building that has permanent commercial space and is located at the corner of X and Y, that's no longer a good place for a commercial space. But then you've locked the building owner into having a commercial space in what really should not be a commercial space anymore.
The counterpoint is, you know, the benefit of the extra floor area ratio and the 5 stories of height is forever. So, you know, why would you relieve the building owner of the obligation to keep providing the community benefit that justified the additional height and intensity?
Yep, I can see that argument too.
One way to give it, you know, to kind of cover both bases would be require that the benefit be provided in perpetuity, but allow more flexibility to change the use. So you wouldn't lock them into commercial. You know, they could do any of the uses, including housing, if they could prove that there was a, you know, a lack of market for the use that they were restricted to.
I think that's what we were thinking, is that there would be, you know, the more community benefit options there are, they would have the ability to, you know, jump from below market rate commercial to maybe a human service.
This sounds like, I have to say, I've never been a municipal administrator, but this sounds like a nightmare to track.
Well, it's it would have covenants like affordable housing has, right? We're already tracking covenants.
Well, we don't necessarily enforce these private covenants.
Interesting.
Well, there would be an agreement associated with this, the same way there would be, you know, for the housing piece, the deed restrictions.
Yeah.
The deed
And the city would enforce those.
Oh, it's an interesting question.
But it is making the all in lieu idea look easier, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
We'd have to look into, we'd have to do a legal analysis too when it's not 11:30 on collecting fees, because if you're not offering the other options, then my first question is it still an in lieu fee? So we'll have to do some thinking around that.
That's interesting too.
I'm kind of landing on, it's interesting to think about space that is permanently affordable and that can be in the various types of community benefit categories that we consider. So I'm kind of interested in that as well. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would say that I'm leaning towards the cash in lieu only thing.
The cash in lieu, and I know the way you presented it, Harmon, it wasn't 100% for affordable housing, but I almost wonder, and again, this means it's something else for the city to administer or contract out, but city provided, you know, or somehow city subsidized, you know, commercial market rate rent. I worry we have such a wonderful startup culture, and you know, we talked about industrial uses and all of that, and right now we're in the middle of COVID, and we'll see how we come out of that with people working from home. But I worry about us not providing those places for people to get their feet under them, or for local businesses and all of that. And so I don't dislike the cash in lieu, but I wonder if there's a way to put it toward that commercial space as well. Or like you said, maybe it's a voucher and you apply it.
Well, let's kind of put my idea aside and answer the questions that are on the table.
Yes.
So how do people feel about, we're still on a minimum duration? You want to just give some guidance to staff on whether we feel like there should be a minimum duration? If so, should it be forever or a certain number of years? Or
What's the downside of perpetuity?
I think it was just getting us sidetracked on the cash in lieu. So I would say perpetuity.
Yeah.
I think we were just kind of backing off all of the options when we another way. But I don't really see anybody arguing for a 10 or 20 years. I think if you're going to do on-site permanent, trying to make it permanent would be the best way to do it.
I agree.
I agree too.
Great.
All right, let's move on. Penalty fees. You want to set it up, Carl?
Yeah, we looked at some other jurisdictions. Obviously, a possibility with these uses is, what if a use is traded out for another use that doesn't meet the covenant or the agreement, the deed restriction, or it just goes defunct and it sits vacant? What do we do with that? So other jurisdictions do have penalty fees. And when we talked to council about this at the study session in 2018, they were very interested in this possibility and wanted us to look at penalty fees. So we're recommending that, you know, in order to discourage it and encourage an applicant to do their due process of switching out a use and getting that approved and not letting it sit idle, that there be some sort of penalty fee.
Okay, we're
And
getting
how long would the penalty fee, like what would be you get charged once, or are you charged until you utilize the space in the way that the developer who built the building agreed to do it?
I mean, I think we already have mechanisms in our code for charging penalties. I think we'd be following that and maybe looking at some sort of like monthly, you know, fee broken into a daily fee. I forget exactly how we assess the penalties, but I think we would need to allow for a certain period of time so that they have the flexibility to find another tenant and, you know, go through whatever process to get that other tenant in there. But if they don't within that period of time, then I think the penalty fee would apply until, I think at least maybe they get another application in, or they, to incentivize them getting the application in, and then we review it. And if it, you know, meets our community benefit requirements, then we would not be assessing that penalty.
Can I ask a question? Is the city going to take responsibility for pulling together a list of eligible entities, the way they pull together a list of eligible residents for permanently affordable housing?
I think that's a possibility. Obviously, the difficulty with this project is we're building from the ground up. You know, the affordable housing process has been in place for a long time now. We're kind of starting from scratch with this, so we could move in that direction. I think the way we're thinking about it right now is just being very clear about defining the community benefit uses and making sure an application is clear that they're meeting you know, that definition.
Yeah, but they may, you know, I can see all kinds of opportunities for, I won't call it fraud. I don't mean, not by the provider, not necessarily by the provider, but, you know, Joe Blow builds a building and his adult child creates an LLC and is the owner of the building decides that LLC meets criteria that makes them eligible for below market rate rent. I mean, it just seems like what's nice about the way our housing works is there's a set of criteria that everybody who applies goes through. You end up with a list, and that list is sort of the Bible that affordable housing providers turn to fill their apartments and homes. And maybe that is, I realize that's not the question about penalty fees, but I'm just thinking that you kind of want, I think you may want to think about doing the same kind of thing for eligible